Chapter 1658. Daluan said that when the glass and seasonings are sent over, Tubo will use them to enter India. We will then be able to drive the tribes of India to kill each other. The senior monk also said that it was like a pair of eyes looking at the sky and seeing through the world. That was Li Yi's virtual eye. When Daluan talked to me, he seemed to have aged a lot. He kept whispering to himself. If Tubo had a Li Yi, no, half a Li Yi. Facing Princess Jincheng, he couldn't hide the secret in his heart. He told Princess Jincheng everything he saw and heard. Princess Jincheng was happy. Qi Li Su was old. The better he was, the younger her father would be. She looked up at the ceiling. There really was a pair of eyes, full of warmth and yearning. She didn't see it wrong. There were eyes on the ceiling. They were painted on, but those eyes were flying eyes. So, the cost of Tubo's westward migration has been solved. Princess Jincheng suddenly remembered that she had made things difficult for her personal maid 2 days ago. She even stood her up. When she was worried that Tubo would find an excuse to ask for money from the Tang dynasty, Li Yi had already pushed ahead. What a scary person. She couldn't blame Qi Li Su for aging. His opponent was too strong. This situation should have started a few years ago when Li Yi gave Shu Di 500,000 taels of silver. Tubo Daluan's Qi Li Su was already very powerful. He didn't suffer much in the confrontation with the Tang dynasty. He took the opportunity to stabilize the internal affairs of Tubo. After the little Langjuan's mother passed away, Daluan could be said to have supported Qi Li Su's position. She used to be afraid of Qi Li Su. His ability to calculate was not comparable to ordinary people. Who knew that Daluan's calculations were all calculated by someone else? That person started to play chess a few years ago. The two sides played chess across the sky. Daluan wanted to play chess several times, but the other side was unconstrained. Daluan didn't have the strength to fight back, and he couldn't even block the attack. Are you looking at me? Princess Jincheng thought and murmured while looking at the eyes on the ceiling. No, I'm a little cold. Princess Jincheng looked at Daluan's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. As the saying goes, a woman is weak, but a mother is strong, a child is weak, but a mother is strong. The mother of the Pearl of Qi had done the first thing. She had helped the Pearl of Qi with its expeditions. Unfortunately, she had overworked herself and passed away before the Pearl of Qi grew up. Qi Dai Zhu Dan also quickly became sensible after losing his mother. He relied on Qi Li Su to continue to stabilize Tubo. Internal conflicts could only be resolved through external wars if they were unable to win in terms of military power. Just when he thought he had found a good solution, he suffered defeat after defeat. After that, the internal conflicts seemed to have eased. He stayed in Nu's palace, and no one dared to covet his position. It was all because of that Li Yi. Why did he always scheme against Tubo? Drink the soup. The weather changes so quickly. I heard that India is rather warm. Princess Jincheng scooped the soup for the Qi Dai Pearl pill. She was right. The mountain blocked the warm and moist air flow. It was rare for Tubo to have a particularly warm day. After crossing the mountain path to India, the temperature rose. At present, it was still the overall warming of the earth. At least Tubo could plant wheat, and some places could plant paddy fields. When it was Li Yi, he could also plant, but it was a technical advantage. It had nothing to do with the weather. It seemed that in order to cooperate with Princess Jincheng, half an hour after she finished speaking, the sky was completely dark, and the drizzle began to fall. Has anyone been stung by bees recently? At 9:00 the next morning, Li Yi stood in front of a pink and purple alfalfa field and asked Zhang Sun Xian. There were bees flying around. Occasionally, a bee fell on the clothes, patted the clothes and flew away. Yes, I found someone who raised bees. Usually, you don't need to catch bees outside. Bees don't sting people. The closer you are to the hive, the more aggressive the bees are. Zhang Sun Xian had obviously worked hard to learn about bees from others. When the flowering period is over, do you raise bees to chase the flowers? Li Yi asked another question. After hearing this, Zhang Sun Xian looked at Li Yi. We raise bees. I'll take 30% and you take 70%. He didn't worry about whether to chase the flowers or not. He listened to Li Yi for everything. Just right, we'll use them this winter. Li Yi calculated and found a place for the bees. Hard and soft. In winter, bees will be frozen to death. They will huddle together and not come out. Wang Wei reminded him that his family lived further north, and there were bees there. The newspaper also said that beekeepers didn't want to chase the flowers and often fed them sugar water. The next spring, there would be more bees, and it would be easier to split the hive. Even if the bees didn't sell all of their honey, they could make up for some in winter. It was mainly aimed at people who raised more bees to find a balance between investment and harvest. Put them in the greenhouse. The imperial plantation above planted flowers in the greenhouse this winter. In addition, the cherry flowers in the greenhouse can be used for many bees to collect honey. Li Yi gave an answer. The greenhouse was warm, and the bees would continue to be active. As long as the number was reasonable, the step of manually dipping the bees in powder could be saved. I'll try it in my greenhouse. There are many greenhouses, and a lot of silk is used. I'm afraid that the price of vegetables will be lower this year, and the cost will increase. Zhang Sun Xian changed the topic and talked about the market economy. Haoran, Mao Jie, what do you think? Li Yi turned to ask Wang Wei and Meng Haoran. The two looked at each other and thought hard. They didn't say anything for a while. They definitely didn't think that Li Yi couldn't find a way and specifically asked them for advice. It was obviously an exam. Let's go and see the bees. Li Yi looked up at the sun and observed the terrain. He chose a direction and walked. You know where the beehives are? Zhang Sun Xian was surprised again. If he didn't find a beekeeper and ask him to stand in the current place to judge the location, he would definitely not know. It rained heavily yesterday. Today, the sun is bright and the weather is good. Look at the hard-working bees flying around. Li Yi praised the bees. Yes, what does it mean? Zhang Sun Xian was still confused. Don't I know this? It means that the weather was better yesterday. At the same time, the beehives were not soaked. There are only a few big trees in front of the whole place, and the terrain is high. Li Yi quickened his pace. The artificial alfalfa had intervals and low and shallow furrows, which were convenient for watering and harvesting. The furrows were shallower than the vegetable field. The vegetable field was always watered, especially cucumbers and eggplants. The paddy field for rice was another kind of field. The paddy field was soaked all day long. The paddy field was not deep, and there were high dams around it. The dams were at the lower places to release water. Some people buried a bamboo tube in order not to destroy the large inlet canal. The crabs were not good, so they needed to add something extra. When he walked to the place, there were a large number of beehives. A couple in their 30s were busy washing and drying the cotton cloth. Zhang Sun Xian frowned after seeing it. Why did you start washing and drying now? Before the beekeeper spoke, Li Yi said, I got up in the morning and was busy adjusting the direction and position of the beehives piled up yesterday. The bees have priority in collecting honey. Oh. Zhang Sun Xian smiled at the couple, meaning that it was a misunderstanding and that they shouldn't mind it. The couple looked at Li Yi gratefully. The man said shyly, young man, you know. You raised bees at home, right? His wife tugged at his clothes and winked at him to look at the other people's clothes. They were embroidered with the words, Yu Fei. There were also palace maids and eunuchs. Chapter 1659. The man looked and smiled. How many bees do you have in your house? Follow us to the cruiser later. I'll take a look at this brother's eyes. If he's short-sighted, I'll give him a mirror. Li Yi could tell that the man's eyesight was not good. Didn't he see that the woman was nervous? Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The woman thanked him profusely. Ah. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi. The man reacted and took 2 steps forward. He didn't know him. When did you lose your sight? Li Yi observed the man's eyes and asked. When I was young, my parents went blind early on. Later on, we met a flood. The man stopped. How are your eyes? Do you have children? Li Yi looked at the woman. My eyes are good. I have 2 children. The elder daughter is 11 years old, and the younger son is 5 years old. Actually, I have 5 children in total. The woman didn't seem sad. Where are the children? Li Yi turned and asked Zhang Sun Xian. In school, I find people to work. They have children, so I can't ask them to work. In order to maintain my good reputation, I have to continue pretending. Zhang Sun Xian said seriously. He cared about his reputation. Good, you're smart. When you help with work, you have to be gentle. Don't make big movements. It's easy for the bees to misunderstand. Li Yi said as he walked to a beehive. He gently pulled out the beehive and observed, the walls of the hive have thickened. See how many there are. When we harvest the honey, we'll replace them with new ones. Li Dongzhu, I was just about to say. These are beehives that I got from other places. Since they're part of the hive, I'll deal with them first. The man didn't ask Li Yi how many bees there were in his house. He knew that Li Yi didn't know either. The Li family Zhuangzi was so big. How could Li Dongzhu specifically remember how many bees there were? Alright, find Inspector Zhang Sun. He'll arrange it. Li Yi slowly put the beehive back in and licked his fingers. The others helped to scrub the tarps. They checked if one side was dry and replaced the other. In the future, you can live in a greenhouse and raise them in winter. Go get some honey for everyone to try. This is our own honey. Zhang Sun Xian promised that he wouldn't be able to help. He knew how to take care of people and make them happy. Among his duties, he was responsible for the emperor's clothes, tables, chairs, teacups, and other utensils. The woman immediately went to get it. There was nothing else mixed in the honey. When he was in Li Yi, all food had a shelf life, including salt and honey, which usually lasted for 24 months. If he saw an 18-month shelf life, it meant that the purity was too low. Honey sealed with honey could be stored for 8 to 10 years without a problem. The people in the team didn't lack honey to eat. It was better to try it since it was from their own family. The honey produced by different flowers had different tastes, so it was hard to say which one was the best. It rained yesterday. You two must be tired, right? Zhang Sun Xian thought of something. Someone helped. Inspector Zhang Suan's land and bees were all watched by the local people. The woman praised Zhang Sun Xian again. The actual situation was just as she said. Yesterday, when the locals saw how beautiful the morning glow was, they ran over to help set up the beehives and cover the thatch. You've memorized it. When it's time to harvest the honey, leave some beeswax and send it over. Zhang Sun Xian used the method of serving the emperor to conduct himself. I remember. There was also some process before. There will be more when it's time to change the spleen. The man still replied with a smile. Beeswax wasn't used to make candles after purification. It was eaten as medicine and food. Now, honey was not allowed to be used in making incense. Let's go together. After everyone tasted and finished their work, Li Yi called out. There was no need to leave anyone to watch over them. The husband and wife held each other's arms and followed the team to the next place. A palace maid beside them handed them water and compressed biscuits, asking them to eat as they walked. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that they hadn't eaten since they set up the beehives in the morning and washed the thatch. Daughter, you're so attentive. The woman praised. Tao Hong smiled and didn't say anything. What an attentive palace maid, I know this is called compressed biscuits. It's better than black bread. The man took a bite. It was delicious. The compressed biscuits he ate were different from the ones in the army. The palace maids and eunuchs made them separately and carried them with him at all times. When he was too busy and couldn't eat, he would take a bite. Originally, there were buns. Early in the morning, I saw people sweeping the streets. Yesterday, the rain washed the buns onto the road, so I gave it to them to eat. Jean Ju whispered at the side as she helped the man watch the road. Li Yi walked and talked about beekeeping. People who make a living from beekeeping need to take care of the flowers. Wherever the flowers bloom, they will carry the beehives. As they walk, they will harvest the honey to exchange for money. They also need to bring along a set of tools to make the beehives. They hope to exchange it for copper coins as it is convenient to carry around. However, many places collect honey and can only accept silk. They spend a lot of effort to bring the silk from one place to another. Some places have a lot of silk, and the quality is good. Hence, they can exchange for more privately. Yes, yes, yes. Li Dongzhu is right. My family used to keep bees, but my eyesight is getting worse and worse. I wanted to find a stable place to live, so I ran to the capital office. The man was excited. There were people who knew him well. His life was so tough in the past. Gang Ro, I understand now. The capital office has reduced the amount of silk because of the tax exemption. Other places still have to pay taxes. Therefore, the capital office has reduced the amount of silk. Other places can replenish it, and the price can't be high. Wang Wei was the first to speak, answering the previous question. Meng Haoren said, good road conditions can reduce the cost of logistics. It can be seen that road construction is beneficial to the people. Mo Jia, Haoren, you are indeed careful. The people of the Tang dynasty are blessed to have officials like you too. Li Yi casually praised. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei's face turned slightly red. Your hint is right in front of us. If you still can't answer, are you going to change the place for us? Zhang Sun Exine listened without any change in her expression. If Li Yi didn't have the ability, would he dare to scheme against the ministers? Li Yi, there are a lot of beans planted in front. It was raining heavily yesterday. I am afraid that some bean worms fell and drowned. Zhang Sun Exine pointed at the place where the beans were planted. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Only the bean worms that can survive are good enough. At least they can grab the back of the leaves. Li Yi was not worried about the decline of the number of bean worms. The ones that survived would grow stronger. It was the same as natural selection. It was just that the bean worms were specially raised. To a certain extent, they had more opportunities to evolve. When they arrived at the place, a group of people walked in the ridges in the bean field, looking for ladybugs. When they found them, they threw them into straw cages and took them back to feed the chickens. Insects that were not bean worms were also caught. When they saw the bean worms that were knocked down by the rain yesterday, they picked them up and fed them to the chickens. Li Yi took photos and videos with his digital camera and stored them separately. He was going to test them and input them into the computer. After the rain, the ground was wet. Even if the soil was not good, it would still stick to the soles of the shoes. Li Yi did not go in. The people who caught the worms along the ridges rolled up their trousers and walked barefoot. There was a pressure well next to it. They also used cement to build small grooves and ditches. Otherwise, there would be a big hole at the outlet of the well. Li Yi, look, as long as there is enough fertilizer, the beans will grow well. The fertilizer sent by the Li family Zhuangzi can be adjusted according to the instructions. Zhang Sun Exine squatted next to a bean seedling and observed. Chapter 1660. Li Yi also squatted down and pulled out a green bean. He pinched it open and looked at the grains. Pick 2 baskets of the plump ones and cook them. After that, he stood up and shouted, "Bug catchers, help me pick the green beans later." More than 500 caddies. Everyone pick an extra 2 caddies and cook them at home. Thank you, Dongzhu. Dongzhu, you're the best. Dongzhu, are you tired? I'll massage your legs. The workers were the wives of the Southwest barbarian captives. Their wages were low, but they were serious. Some of them spoke with a special accent from the Tang dynasty. Hurry up and get to work. Li Yi shouted and turned to the next place, which was more than 10 miles away on a mountain road. Qing Song finally let go of the box and let his companions pull it. He used to pull it with Ziyu, but now Gu Yan and Huang Bai pulled it. The Winged Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's men didn't care. They all had things to carry. The Winged Knights carried tactical backpacks and took turns to carry the heavy machine guns in groups of 4. The other box of bullets was also carried by 4 people. Li Yi's aircraft was carried by 4 people, including Taigua. Even in hot weather, they wore tactical military boots and half-finger tactical gloves. They were dressed in camouflage uniforms, including the camouflage patterns on their faces. The people of the capital government were used to it. When they saw soldiers with camouflage on their faces, they were particularly friendly and not afraid at all. Come closer and let me see. The man was short-sighted and couldn't tell the difference when he saw people dressed in special clothes. One of the Winged Knights approached and the man looked carefully. It's really scary. Don't you feel uncomfortable with something on your face? It's always on. If you don't, it'll be uncomfortable. If you encounter danger, I have some on me. I'll apply it on you too. You hide behind me. The featherwood flying rider who was being watched grinned, but the words that came out of his mouth were warm. Okay, I'll lie still and not cause you trouble. If you run, pull me. I have the strength to carry the beehives and flowers. The man was not afraid. The fiercer his men looked, the more at ease he felt. Buzz the bowstring sounded. Guozi, who was walking not far from Li Yi, lowered his bow. Wang Wei's bodyguard ran over and came back with an arrow and a snake on the arrow. Wang Wei's guards were relaxed and didn't need to be on guard. It was as if they were on vacation. When the Winged Knights released their arrows, they took the initiative to pick them up. It was not shameful to do odd jobs for the Winged Knights. Li Yi glanced around. Scatter and see if there are any more snakes around. If there are any, we'll kill them and eat them, regardless of whether they're poisonous or not. Whoosh! The Winged Knights spread out to look for the snake. There were Winged Knights around as scouts, but they were not specifically responsible for looking for snakes. Don't you want to keep Ganru to make the antivenom? Wang Wei knew that the antivenom needed poisonous snakes and horses to make it. There's one in Zhuangzi. It's specially bred. The medical treatment of the Tang dynasty has a long way to go. Li Yi did not dare to imagine that the medical standards of the Tang dynasty would reach the level of his country. He believed that the medical standards of his country were not bad, but the key was in humane care and national policies. Like India, they said that medical technology was advanced and free for all. As a result, the intensive care unit was not even as clean, spacious, and tidy as the ordinary wards in China. The so-called intensive care unit was just some small instruments. Li Yi felt pity for it. The ICU of his previous hospital was not that small. Now, the Tang dynasty had nothing. Of course, compared to other places in the world, other places were even more useless. I heard that it can prevent smallpox. Zhang Sun Xan asked in a low voice. Yes, it's being further improved to reduce the side effects of smallpox vaccine. At present, I don't dare to give it to others. It involves human nature. Li Yi said helplessly. At the same time, he remembered a place in his past. The place was once ruled by the Rising Sun City. Later, when they said that they wanted to do something, some people started to make trouble. The key was that the local people also thought so. They directly gave the order, but the local people did not support it. What should they do? Wait for those troublemakers to make things worse. When the local people found that the situation was not good, new policies could be introduced. The smallpox vaccine was the same. The people did not have smallpox, and they did not have the fear of smallpox in other places. The probability of death was very small. The people were living well. Why should they die when they came to you? He needed to constantly improve the safety of the vaccine. A mortality rate of 1 in 10,000 was easy to deal with. At the same time, waiting for a place to get smallpox, he would bring his team there to support the treatment. This could reduce the mortality rate. Then, he would use this as a reason to require the entire Tang dynasty to be vaccinated against smallpox. Zhang Sun Xian instantly understood and whispered, "When the time comes, you can't charge too much. The people can't afford it. Free. Mass epidemics must be free, unless the imperial court does not really care for the people or the imperial court is poor. The imperial court is not poor. I, Zhuangzi, still have a lot of blood corals that have not been printed out. As for caring for the people, you can do it, let alone His Majesty. Don't you think so?" Li Yi did not lower his voice. "It was not something shameful. I've always been kind, okay? Back then." Li Yi, wait for me. I'm not done yet." As Zhang Sun Xian spoke, Li Yi suddenly jogged. He was depressed. Li Yi ran faster and faster and shouted at the same time, "Flying device." Understood. The person carrying the flying device put down the load. The 4 people directly grabbed it and strode forward. Li Yi sprinted for more than 300 meters and climbed up the hill. On the other side of the hill, the winged knights ran over with a child on their back. Another person held a snake in his hand. The winged knights standing on the hill were still waving their arms. It was a very simple movement. They swung their arms in circles. This child came to pick wild fruits. He said he wanted to give them to Li Dongzhu. He was bitten 4 times by verdure glider. The winged knights carrying the child put the child down and reported to the winged knights carrying a short-tailed viper. Li Yi glanced at the snake and the wound. With a flick of his hand, a needle appeared and was injected into the child's body. Another needle appeared and was injected into the child's body. Dongzhu. The person carrying the flying device arrived. Li Yi carried the child on his back. The person next to him took out a belt and tied the 2 of them together. "Go to the place in front and wait for me." Li Yi stepped onto the flying device. The surrounding people immediately moved aside. With a shrill sound, Li Yi flew away with the child. "It's okay. He's alive. This child is too disobedient." Instead of studying in school, he insisted on looking for fruits. The child didn't know that he would be bitten by a poisonous snake. He must have looked for fruits to eat before. It's just that he was unlucky this time. It's normal for local children to go up the mountain. Who hasn't gone up the mountain when they were young? I forgot to tell Dongzhu how long he had been bitten. Could it be that Dongzhu used the wrong medicine? You haven't had fun playing with Dongzhu before, right? Find a chance. You'll understand once you play with him. There's no need for that. I'll know once I play with you guys. We don't have any grudges in the past. Why bother? The winged knights chatted together. They were too nervous. They were not afraid of fighting, but they were worried about the life and death of their child. What's the situation? Zhang Sun Xian ran over. A child was bitten 4 times. It's dead. The winged knights held the snake and showed it to Zhang Sun Xian. Chapter 1661. Li Yi flew in the sky. He could directly exchange for a full set of medical equipment, but it would not cost him money. He did not bring a nurse with him. If the child really did not make it, he could perform blood transfusion treatment. The whole cycle of drawing blood and letting out blood required helpers. The winged knight said that the child was bitten by a venomous snake because he picked fruit for him. He could not blame the child and say that he should not do this or that. The child did not make a sound. He was still conscious. He hugged Li Yi's neck with both hands and clutched a small basket made of branches with one hand. He was blown by the wind and could not speak. Instead, he looked around curiously. Li Yi controlled the aircraft seriously. He was not in a hurry. The child was conscious, and the swelling of the bite was slight. Obviously, the bite was short, and everything was in time. At worst, he could treat it according to the situation of amniotic fluid embolism, exchange blood, and dilute the snake venom again and again. He gave the child a shot of antivenom and another shot of antihistamine. There was no test for sensitivity, so this was the only way. As for tetanus, it would be the same after that. The sound of the yacht alerted the people on the yacht. The nurses were the first to react. They did not care if he was fine. Dongzhu flew over and quickly prepared the operating room, even if Dongzhu was flying for fun. Li Yi landed. As soon as the sound of the aircraft stopped, he jumped down and shouted, "Venomous snake bite. Serum and antihistamine injection complete." After shouting, he ran to the operating room with the child on his back. The people on the deck explained the situation on the walkie-talkie. Li Yi went in. The nurses were all in place and ready. Li Yi stood still. The scissors clicked a few times. The child was put down and all kinds of equipment were connected. 5 minutes later, Li Yi looked at the child lying there. "What wild fruit do you have now?" "Fried peach sticks. You can eat them as fruit or as a dish. I brought them for you. They're in the basket." The child, who was 8 or 9 years old, smiled at Li Yi. "You always went up the mountain. Didn't you go to school?" Li Yi looked at the tetanus test on the child's hand and asked. "I played on the mountain since I was young. I was never bitten by a snake. I also picked mushrooms and ate all the fruits on the mountain. The school exam in the morning was too easy. After I finished answering, I ran out to find fruits for you to eat. Can you really fly? I know that if it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. After being bitten 4 times, it went crazy. I didn't provoke it. Next time, I'll put a knife in the front of the bamboo pole. It's mainly my leg. It hurts a lot. I was numb just now." The child did not think that he had done anything wrong. He just felt that he was unlucky and unprepared. Li Yi nodded. "I think so too." It rained yesterday and the snake's nest was filled with water. The snake felt uncomfortable and wanted to bite people. Next time, bring your equipment, walk slowly, and look at the barley. If Li Yi hadn't told her not to go up the mountain, how could she not go up the mountain when there was a mountain next to her home? He had been up there when he was young. There was a lot of food to eat on the mountain. He had also seen a poisonous snake before. He was shocked and quickly used a stick to scare it away. He had even seen a wolf climb up a tree, but the wolf simply walked away. He went home and told his parents that he had nightmares at night. It was the same dream many times. "I remember that I was holding the basket. Did you eat the fruits I picked for you?" The child was concerned about this matter. "I was saving you. How could I have time to eat? If I ate the fruits, what would happen if you died? If you died in front of me, what would happen to my reputation?" Li Yi stared at the child with a look that said, "You tricked me. Right. I don't want to be bitten by the snake. Now my leg is still hurting. Do I have to jump on one leg to go to class in this state?" The child first expressed his understanding and agreement, but he was worried again. "Don't go to class. You need to recuperate. Looking at the swelling, it will take at least half a month. Where have you learned? I'll find someone to tutor you." Li Yi was like a person of the same age as him. He spoke very naturally. Brother Li, I want to learn physics and chemistry. I heard from them that there are such classes. I've learned everything that was taught. Last month, I received a scholarship of 20 yuan. The people in Chang'an came to assess me personally. The child made a new request and wanted to learn additional knowledge, 20 yuan. Li Yi was dumbfounded. What was going on? Alien? Yes. The child nodded. Let me tell you something. After that, you repeat it to me. In this world, there is a bo lu, and then there is a fine horse. A fine horse is common, but a bo lu is not common, you can't use it to its full potential. You really don't know how to ride a horse. Li Yi was not polite at all. He told the child to memorize it after hearing it once. Give me some hot soup. I didn't eat this morning. The child listened to Li Yi and said bitterly. Do you want to eat wontons? Someone, serve the wontons. Li Yi endured. He felt that the child was looking for an excuse. After waiting for a while, the child ate a few wontons happily. He stopped and wiped his mouth. Li family Zhuangzi's wontons are really delicious. Thank you, Brother Dongzhu. There is a bo lu, and then there is a fine horse. Alas! You really don't know how to ride a horse. You really don't know how to ride a horse. Li Yi, where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to bring your family here. Li Yi loved talent. Grief field. I don't know who my parents are. They should be gone. I didn't eat well in the past, so I went up the mountain to look for food. Later on, when I ate well, I went up the mountain to look for food again. The child licked his lips and talked to Li Yi as if he was chatting about his family. Do you have a surname? Li Yi's heartbeat was a little irregular. My surname is Li. I don't know about grief field. All the children of my parents have the surname Li. It's a national surname, the child replied. A national surname is good. Like me. Do you have a name? Li Yi looked at the monitoring equipment around him. The child had just eaten. Fuquan. I just got my name last year. I used to be called Pu Zi. I didn't know my surname until this time last year. I used to be in Huainan Province, Yin City, Guangzhou. When someone taught me, we all learned. I was a fast learner, but no one taught me how to read. The child who called himself Li Fuquan began to talk about his life. It was amazing that he learned how to read the surname. He took the newspaper and started to learn how to read. When others found out about this, they quickly found him books and taught him alone. By last autumn, he had finished all the basic courses. The local mentor was in contact with the mentor in Lantian County. They were afraid of delaying him, so they sent him to Lantian County. After a winter, he had an exam every 10 days. People from Chang and Zhaowen Hall came to test him again. After the exam, they gave him 20 coins and told him to wait for a few days. They said that there would be people with higher authority coming to test him. Brother Dongzhu, how about my name? Guess how it was given? Li Fuquan finished talking about his situation and suddenly asked Li Yi. Aren't you in Yin City? The minister Weizi's decree said, pacify the people, get rid of evil and tyranny. Add merit to the time, and the future generations. Your mentor wants you to be an official in the future. But this name. I'll give you a new one in 2 days. When you grow up, I'll give you a name too. The people from Zhaowen Hall will test you. You'll be a scholar, Zhaowen Hall will. Li Yi casually said how Li Fuquan's name was given. He then pondered about Zhaowen Hall. As the Prime Minister and Consular Affairs, Hall Master. Li Fuquan gave the answer. I think the Prime Minister has taken a fancy to me. I don't know which one. Old Bai, ha. Are you willing to be the student of the current Prime Minister, Bai Go? Li Yi realized that this child was similar to his eldest disciple. He had a good memory. Disciple thanks master for saving my life. When disciple recovers, disciple will serve master. Li Fuquan wanted to get off the bed and kowtow. Chapter 1662. Don't move, there are needles in your hand. Li Yi pressed the second disciple down. At least he was talented enough, but his character needed to be observed. For example, placing surveillance cameras at his disciple's place and pretending in front of him. Master, actually I. Li Fuquan revealed an embarrassed expression. You knew that I was coming and hurriedly picked fruits to give to me. Then, you became my disciple because you were afraid that old Bai would find you first. You don't like the Prime Minister. Li Yi smoothed things out. This kid had a lot of thoughts. If he did evil in the future and killed his master, it would be similar to some plots in wuxia novels. Bai Zaifu is indeed good, but I want to learn something else. Does Bai Zaifu know how to treat snake injuries? Does Bai Zaifu know how to print newspapers? You know everything Bai Zaifu knows, but Bai Zaifu might not know what I know. Why don't I find the best? Li Fuquan asked a few times and gave a reason. If you put it this way. I have to be humble. When it comes to scheming, I'm not as good as the prime ministers. Li Yi felt comfortable. This disciple had to be monitored. Why didn't they scheme against you? Li Fuquan widened his eyes curiously. They didn't have time. When they wanted to control it, I had already done it. You didn't become a disciple in Yin City? Li Yi said simply and asked casually. I wanted to become a disciple, but the Prime Minister didn't accept me. He said that it would bring about a fatal disaster. The Prime Minister said to me, both of us are innocent. Even if I don't accept you, you can't easily become a disciple of a great teacher. Li Fuquan looked at Li Yi after he finished speaking. Man's greed lies in his excessive demands. Man's virtue lies in his ability. Possessing precious treasures, possessing precious talents, meeting people before one's own. It's time, luck, and fate. Li Yi said as he exchanged for medicine and fed it to his second disciple. If he wasn't a disciple, he wouldn't pick fruits for himself. If others were bitten, the swollen wound would slowly heal and leave a scar. Since he had become a disciple, the swelling was uncomfortable. The sooner it subsided, the sooner he could use a drug that reduced the activity of the lysosomes in the egg white and hindered the metabolism of the proteases. If the capillaries did not allow it to seep out of the body fluid and accelerated the venous return, the swelling would go down quickly. Additionally, he applied a cold compress and applied physical support. At the same time, he raised his leg. There was no pressure bandaging for the time being. The time between being bitten and being treated was very short. All 4 wounds were cut open and treated. I'll give you some painkillers as well. With me here, you won't die or be crippled. Li Yi found that his second disciple's condition was not bad. When he spoke, his face would turn bitter whenever he felt pain. Master, are you still busy? Li Fuquan remembered that he was brought back by his master. You'll leave in an hour. From today onwards, your diet will be adjusted to supplement protein, chlorophyll, and vitamins. Reduce fat intake, add liver-protecting foods, and take medicine. While he was at it, he couldn't exercise, or he would recover slowly. You have to eat diuretic fruits. I can inject you with diuretic medicine. Snake bites are troublesome. Li Yi wanted the child to recover quickly. If it was an unrelated person, he would give a doctor's order to take medicine normally and not exchange it. Master, there's still an hour left. Are you going to teach me? Li Fuquan pulled his little face again. Take medicine. After you finish eating, I'll give you a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine. Central nervous system inhibitors can't be used, so it's troublesome. Li Yi fed the child medicine and added additional medicine into the bottle. Li Fuquan took a large handful of medicine. He felt that it was more than eating 2 wontons. Do you know why I raised your injured leg? There's blood in our body, and it's not blood after you scratch it. You think it's oil that flows out, and the pus when the wound is suppurating. These are all like water, and water flows down. Li Yi began the lesson and used the simplest language and examples to explain medical methods. He also used the pump as an example to describe the blood supply to the heart. Li Fuquan listened until he fell asleep. The medicine took effect, and at the same time, his excitement subsided. Li Yi called the nurse, "Monitor the indicators. There's a problem. There's a communication device on the yacht. I'll take a transceiver device with me. Using the yacht's radar to transmit the signal, it's very far away. I can receive it." After giving instructions, Li Yi left. There was no need to keep an eye on the child. Previously, it was an intensive care unit, so it was fine. From the time the child was bitten to the injection of the antivenom, it was less than 3 minutes. After a series of operations, if the child still had any problems, Li Yi would not be able to solve it. He flew again. Accepting this disciple increased his lifespan by a lot. Obviously, the second disciple would be helpful to society. At least, the system thought so. Li Yi was more assured. The system's evaluation meant that the disciple would not revolt or rebel in the future. Faster, faster. Bureaucracy kills. Xiao Yi was right. A group of people left the Li family Zhuangzi early in the morning and rushed to Lantian County. There were 4 chancellors in the car. Bai Gu was the most anxious. When he was working in the morning, he received a report from the Zhaowen Hall. They discovered that there was a child prodigy in Lantian County, a real child prodigy. When he asked, it was something that happened a few days ago. The news was received by the Zhaowen Hall yesterday. The day before that, it was the Grand Secretary who received the news. The day before that, it was the Grand Secretary who received the news. Just like that, the report of the school secretary was delayed by a day. What were they doing wasting time? Writing a report, writing a flowery report. Revising and revising, revising and revising, the final draft still depended on the student's state. If the student's state was not good enough, the writing would not be good enough. If this was already infuriating enough, then the Zhaowen Hall ran to the Zhaowen Hall like an idiot and said it in front of the other 3 chancellors. It was the type that wanted to anger Bai Gu to death. The group of people came out. The 4 chancellors discussed with each other to see who the child would choose. "I'm the Grand Secretary. In the past, I don't follow etiquette. Today, you all stand half a step behind me so that the child understands etiquette." Bai Gu could not stop the others, so he could only use his status. The chancellors were different from one another. A few years ago, was Yao Chong equal to Lu Huaishan? How did Wei Zhigu get down? How did Zhang Shuo struggle so bitterly? Okay, all okay. Su Yi was looking at himself in the mirror. He was young. The youngest was Zhang Jiuling, who was 3 years younger than him. He dressed himself up and looked at Zhang Jiuling from time to time with some worry. Zhang Jiuling did not dress up because the other 3 were coming. If he did not come, who would be in charge of the Zhaowen Hall? Would he be in power? At the same time, he wanted to ask Li Yi about building the Yellow River Bridge. The Yangtze River also needed a bridge. From Lingnan to here, there was a river crossing. If the Yellow River could be built, could the Yangtze River be built as well? If one was built, a second could be built. When the time came, there would be bridges on both sides of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. The common people could come and go as they pleased without the danger of being ferried. The ferrymen on the river could fish, catch shrimp, or ask Li Yi. Song Jing was more depressed. Bai Gu liked Taoism. At this time, he looked like an immortal. What advantages did he have? He hoped that he could use his knowledge to make the child apprentice. Behind their group, there was another group that was moving forward at a slightly slower speed. It was Li Longji, the Empress, and Jiayu. Chapter 1663. Finding an excuse to come out and play. Do you want to leave me behind? Humph. How despicable, Li Longji muttered. Yesterday, the winged knights told him that Li Yi was going to build the Yellow River Bridge. He didn't think much of it. Just fix it. Who would have thought that they would all go to Lantian County together in the morning? You all leave, and I'll be bored in Zhuangzi. How dare you? Go, all of you, it's not that far away. If there was an emergency elsewhere, the winged knights would come to report. No one would want to attack Chang'an, right? If a group of enemies suddenly attacked Chang'an, they would look for Brother Yi. Lu Jieyu, Wu Jieyu, Empress Wang, and the others were happy and brought their children out to play. In the past, traveling was a big deal and they were afraid of being assassinated. Now, if someone wanted to assassinate them, it was hard to say if they could damage the car. Let's not talk about swords and bows. Let's see how many times you can smash the car with a hammer. What? Pour oil and set fire. When the oil is burned out, let's see if the car will be hot or not. We don't need to go out to breathe. There are oxygen tanks in the car. If there are only a few assassins, ask the winged knights to give you 5 minutes. When the time is up, take action. Good luck. Life is short. Oh. It should be said that life between heaven and earth is like a white steed passing a gap. It should be noon when we arrive. What do we eat? Li Longji was reviewing memorials and personnel transfers. Your Majesty, it's better to eat braised frogs than to listen to frogs. Zhang's village sold them for a season. Wu Jieyu looked at her son and wanted to eat frogs. Send people back to get frogs. Don't catch frogs in the fields. Brother Yi said that the newspaper doesn't introduce how to eat frogs. I'm afraid that everyone will catch frogs. Li Longji didn't object. He wanted to eat farmed frogs. Zhuangzi was expanding the breeding of frogs. There were mountains behind it, the Qinling Mountains. There was no toad oil at this time. It had to wait. Winter was the most precious. Toad refers to a frog, and a toad is called a toad. For medicinal purposes, frogs eat seeds and oil, toads take toad cakes, and at the same time put a large piece of beeswax into the toad's mouth, so the toad's mouth shut, and bury it in the ground during the winter, so that it won't run away. When spring came, the thread would be removed, and the toad would be released. The toad would definitely be in pain, but he had to put himself first. I heard that Zhangsun Xian raised many bees. Are there bee pupae to eat? Empress Wang looked out of the window. She wanted to eat bee pupae. Ask Brother Yi when we get there. If there are too many pupae, eat them. If there are too few pupae, eat them instead. Li Longji did not feel like eating anything at the moment. The Li family Zhuangzi had bee pupae. They collected them and used them for medicinal purposes, not as delicacies. How's the child? Zhangsun Xian asked when she saw Li Yi land. Wang Wei, Meng Haoren, and the others all looked concerned. Raise it for 10 days to half a month. Right now, snakes have a lot of venom and eat well. If it's winter, the venom will be weak. Fortunately, it was only bitten on the calf of one leg. If it was bitten on the neck, I would still be in trouble. Oh, I have another disciple. The child who was bitten by the snake. Please take care of him in the future. Li Yi explained the situation and smiled. It was a joyous occasion for a master to accept a disciple. Gang Rou, is this too hasty? Wang Wei asked when he heard that the child was bitten by a snake because he picked fruits for Li Yi. Would others risk their lives to try in the future? There is a Bo Lu in the world, and then there is a horse. Li Yi said and recited the horse again. Good essay. Wang Wei praised. Indeed. Meng Haoren felt that he had the deepest feeling. There were too few Bo Lu in the world. Zhangsun Xian sighed. People often don't know me. Everyone, recite it. Li Yi looked at the three people. I'm done. It's your turn. The three people, Gang Rou, are you saying that the child? Wang Wei reacted. His head hurt, and he could not recite it. You already have a disciple who has a photographic memory. Meng Haoren facepalmed. Were the geniuses of the world worthless? I see. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head. He did not want to compete. His poetry was not as good as others. Photographic memory is actually very simple. With the method of memorizing pictures, you can remember in a short period of time, but you will forget after a while unless you strengthen your memory. My second disciple was hungry after I finished. He talked to me while eating wontons. Then he recited it. Let's go and see what's planted there. Li Yi continued to move forward. He had said what he needed to say. The terrain ahead was low, and there were a lot of gravel. There were sticks and shelves in the ground. There were cucumbers, eggplants, and cowpeas. The eggplants were short, and the eggplants did not grow tall. The cucumbers and cowpeas were almost the same height. This is the advantage of the terrain. There is a pressure well. If there is not enough water in the soil, it will be filled with water. Li Yi understood the situation at a glance. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Actually, you can build a tall water wheel and drive it with the wind to draw the water down. Is it suitable for all the soil of the same kind? How much does a water wheel cost? It can't be driven by the wind for long, and it can't be used for other purposes, such as grinding rice. Li Yi looked at the current terrain and watering situation and suddenly had a new idea. I want to draw. Li Yi looked at Qing Song. Qing Song looked at Huang Bai and Gu Yan. You two are pulling the box. Hurry up. Gu Yan and Huang Bai propped up the box and turned it into a platform. I used to think that some operations cost too much. Drip irrigation technology. Now I think I thought too much. The bamboo and labor of our Tang dynasty are not worth much. Li Yi began to draw. One bamboo tube after another. It was watertight. So what if some water leaked out when placed in the ground? The bamboo tubes were connected to each other, and a higher position was the top half of the bamboo tube. A hemp rope was stuffed in. The hemp rope would absorb water, and the other side of the hemp rope would be placed at the roots of the crops. When water flowed through the bamboo tube, the hemp rope would absorb water and supply water to the roots of the crops. This was the most primitive drip irrigation technology. Should I apply for a patent? Why am I so smart? The people of our Tang dynasty must remember to increase my lifespan. Li Yi muttered as he drew the drawing of the bamboo tube and hemp rope drip irrigation technology. The higher position was the pressure well, and the water would flow out. Now sand was directly irrigated in furrows. The front part was already soaked, and the water would seep into the back part. Connecting bamboo tubes seemed to be expensive, but no matter how expensive it was, could it be more expensive than automatic iron tube drip irrigation? The labor cost was low in the Tang dynasty. Bamboo tubes were much cheaper than iron tubes. Not to mention the whole bamboo tube, it was also fine to cut it in half. How much water could be evaporated in a short time? The terrain is gradually downwards. Even if the angle is very small, as long as the water flows downwards, this method will work. Li Yi finished drawing and threw the pencil away. The people around, even the palace maids and eunuchs, understood. They looked at Li Yi after they finished looking at the drawing. Is this the peerless national scholar? The man who raised the bees had been beside them. His eyes could not see clearly, but he understood. At this moment, he was even more excited than the others. Wang Wei and the others were officials. They considered the livelihood of the people. They naturally accepted and were used to Li Yi's methods. It was normal for Li Yi to come up with a good idea. Otherwise, why would we follow you here? The beekeeper was not used to it. He wanted to cry. How could Li Dongzhu of the Tang dynasty be so smart? There was no way. Chapter 1664. As long as there is a terrain, or even artificially raise the water tank and pump the water from below. Oh, with wind power and manpower to drive the water wheel to pump the water up, the desert can become mulberry fields. A winged knight came over and gently touched the drawing with tears in his eyes. His family used to live in the north of the Guanyi Road. There was sand everywhere. Now, they grew watermelons and ginger and shipped them to the capital to sell. His family had a good life, but what about his neighbors? His neighbors' income was increasing, but it was far from his family's. As for the bamboo, it was nothing more than a transportation problem. It turned out that there was drip irrigation technology in the world. Dongzhu, there is no need to pump. The pressure well can be extended to pump water. 1 atmosphere of pressure every 10 meters. It can be solved with a long arm lever. If you think that the pressure of using your hands is too high, convert it to a pedal shaft connecting rod, and use the pedal instead of the arm up and down. I'll draw a picture. This thing is simple. It can be threshed by pedaling. The power multiplied by the power is equal to the resistance multiplied by the main arm. The pulley block of the hand gourd can be converted. It's not difficult. Li Yi said as he drew again. Didn't the desert have a well? Build a high water tower platform and then connect it with drip irrigation technology. As long as the cost of manpower was higher than the output of the local crops under normal conditions, it was a victory. Hard and soft, I can't compare. Wang Wei saluted. The Tang dynasty is lucky. Meng Haoran saluted. Do you want to go to the next place? Zhang Sun Xian returned to being calm. He had suffered too much because of Li Yi, so he knew how to take advantage of the situation. As for what Li Yi came up with, it was enough to be surprised. Let's go. Li Yi finished drawing some more drawings and threw them to Qing Song. He skipped forward on the mountain road. Husband, let's go too. We'll go back to the cruiser at night. I'll show you what kind of mirror to wear. The woman who raised bees walked with her husband. We met Inspector Zhang Sun. Our family's good days are coming. I'll earn you a silver bracelet to wear on your right hand. The man was also very happy and said to his wife. There's no need to save. My benefit is a bracelet, a silver bracelet that weighs 1 coin. Zhang Sun Xian couldn't bear to see this now. He had a wife, a concubine, and a child. Previously, he had misunderstood them as a married couple. After becoming rich, he had to pursue fame. Silver is not as malleable as gold. You need 2 coins. Li Yi, who was jumping, suddenly turned around when he jumped up. He threw down a sentence and turned back again. 3 cents. Zhang Sun Xian argued, I'll give you 2 3-qian silver bracelets. Ask the craftsman from the Li family Zhuangzi to make them. They won't pay for the craftsman. Inspector Zhang Sun, let me kowtow to you. The man was about to kneel when he heard that. Fuck, hurry up and stand up straight. Why don't you knock on Li Yi? Zhang Sun Xian slid away from the front and grabbed the man's clothes from the side. Li Dongzhu won't do. They say it will shorten my lifespan. How can I tell Li Dongzhu to have a short lifespan? The man spoke the truth. Is it good for you if I die? Do you believe that I will poison you for lunch later? You have bad eyesight. Zhang Sun Xian began to threaten him angrily. It was noon. This piece of land was planted with rice. Li Yi was stunned. He couldn't pay attention to such details in Zhuangzi. How could rice be planted here? Water seeped into the ground. Water seeped into the fertilizer. Who had seen rice planted in a sandy land? Was this a joke? Zhang Sun Xian, tell me, what is this? Li Yi looked at the many people who were pumping water to maintain the cover of the rice field. He directly called Zhang Sun Xian by her name. The alkali here is big. It has to be soaked in water. Below is a small tributary of the Ba River. It flows in. Can I soak in other places? Even if the rice yield is reduced, I will soak in the salt and alkali in the field. Terraced fields, step by step. The rice grows okay. If there are good grains, I will keep them and plant them next year. Zhang Sun Xian felt wronged. The alkali soil happened to be a big gentle slope. I worked very hard. Alkali soil. Li Yi looked at the people around him who were taking turns to pump 4 wells. There were also 2 drilling platforms drilling wells. The investment was not small. The women who were taking turns to rest were using hemp to weave sacks and baskets. The water outlet of the rice field was blocked. Obviously, they were waiting for the water level to rise before draining it down and finally flowing into the river. Fortunately, it is not a low-lying place. It is difficult to drain water in a low-lying place. We need to dig a lower drainage channel. Zhang Sun Xian seemed to have specially studied it. Is the food okay? Is it the free black bread made with 80% flour? Li Yi was concerned about the health of the workers. The black bread is now exported. If you buy a lot, I will give you the cost price. The money is 80% flour. If the outsiders have nothing to eat, I will give them all the black bread. I have no choice. From the first day I pretended to be a good person, I can only keep pretending. My good reputation benefits me, but it also becomes a shackle. Just like you, do you dare to harm the people of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Sun Xian said something philosophical and looked into the distance. I am different from you. You harmed the people and lost your reputation. These hemp sacks and baskets, you didn't sell them to the mining area, did you? Li Yi suddenly thought of a situation where the most hemp sacks and baskets were consumed. The mining area where he cooperated with Yu Huaid. You get 70% and I get 30%. 10 coins a day. Do you know what it means before you came to the Li family Zhuangzi? At that time, husked wheat cost 15 coins. Now, grain is even cheaper. That is the capital government. If it was a distant state capital, countless people would break their heads to fight for 5 coins a day. Your captives did not compensate. They live in houses and burn coal without spending money. Do you want to reduce their wages by 2 coins? Zhang Sun Xian exposed his purpose. Li Yi was in charge of the tools, fertilizers, and seeds. He paid for them. What did they eat for lunch today? Li Yi changed the topic. Stew, chicken rack, wholesale chicken rack from Wang Xing. You gave the idea. Wang Xing's business is not small now. Zhang Sun Xian picked up a bundle of brambles and placed it next to a woman. There were no more brambles around the woman. He clapped his hands. If there are any vegetables in the field, just stew them together with the chicken rack. Let's stew the chicken rack first and put the vegetables last. There is meat on the chicken rack sold by Wang Xing, it is best to stir-fry the chicken rack first. Li Yi suggested. It is stir-frying first. Use oil to stir-fry the vegetables. There is oil in every bowl. The staple food is steamed buns and rice. You can eat as much as you want. Don't use oil pancakes. Do you want to have lunch here? Zhang Sun Xian said as he touched his stomach. He was hungry when he walked. I don't want to eat. Let's go back to the ship. Li Yi refused. Why should I eat chicken stew when there is good food? When there are potatoes in the future, chicken stew will become a classic. Remember not to put too many onions. It will hurt people. Send a batch of bamboo poles over. Li Yi added. Potatoes were good food. They could be used to stew anything. If there is no staple food, add more potatoes and it will be eaten as a staple food. Go find the bamboo poles. Zhang Sun Xian ordered his men. Chapter 1665. 20 minutes later, the workers started to step on the bamboo poles. The two bamboo poles were connected to each other. There was a fixed position at each end. They were also perforated and bolted. When one end of the bamboo pole was stepped on, the other end of the bamboo pole would be lifted up. The other end of the bamboo pole would be facing down. The disadvantage is that there is extra work to be done. It is based on the weight of the two bamboo poles. The advantage is that stepping on the poles is more suitable for exerting force. Li Yi was quite satisfied with his work. Stepping on the poles made more use of gravity. If you are tired, just step on the poles. Can you change your legs? Zhang Sun Xian understood. Li family Zhuangzi's pressure well could even be driven by a windmill. Make a horizontal pole with the bamboo poles in front. People can hold it with their hands. It will save the strength of the legs to maintain balance. Li Yi looked at it and made some improvements. The wind here was small. Otherwise, it would be more convenient to use a windmill. If there was a river nearby, they could not dig a well. In the future, when we sell the rice, we must advertise that the rice is watered with pure natural mineral water. The water comes from the ground. The minerals nourish the whole plant. The rice grains are crystal clear. Every grain is a treasure. Li Yi felt that since he had put in so much effort, he should sell the rice at a higher price. 1 dou and 2 qian. Zhang Sun Xian was learning. You said that 80% of the rice produced in this field is for Li family Zhuangzi. The amount is fixed every year. The remaining rice is extra after the harvest. The price will be doubled. Only members are allowed to buy a limited amount. Li Yi shook his head. 1 dou more than 2 qian was not attractive. Oh. Zhang Sun Xian expressed that she had learned something. Go around from the front and go back. Li Yi did not plan to finish looking at the rice fields in one morning. Now, he was at a nearby place. It would take him a day to go back and forth from a distant place. There were not many weeds on both sides of the road. The people had planted basil and poppy. The poppy flowers were blooming. The poppies now belonged to the small gourds. There were no big gourds. The small ones could also be cut. Many of the poppy gourds had holes and black marks on the sides. After being cut, the cut pulp would be sent to Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial physician. The newspapers told the people that perilla and poppy were both medicine. Perilla could be eaten by oneself, but poppy had to be processed. Those who were not sick would get sick if they ate it. The commoners harvested the pulp and sold it to the Li family Zhuangzi for a sum of money. There were a lot of perilla leaves and they weren't worth much. They were usually used as pickles, sauces, and condiments at home. The Li family Zhuangzi offered a high price for the seeds. When passing by a house, there were lentils planted around the fence. If one climbed along the fence, there were also gourds. One could reach out and touch them, but passers-by wouldn't touch them. There were fine hairs on the gourd. If the gourd was knocked off, it would no longer grow. A child's parents were unable to teach the child to read and write, but they could teach the child etiquette and morals. If a child stealthily plucked cherries from the neighbor's house and brought them home, the parents would bring the child over to apologize. Usually the neighbors would give him more cherries and 2 bunches of grapes. Li Yi was happy to see this. He threw things from house to house, such as rock candy and fructose. Fructose had a short shelf life, so once the fruits were boiled into sugar, he would give it to them. Li Dongzhu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Have something to eat. Take a bag of cherries with you. Don't stop me. Dongzhu doesn't allow outsiders to come near him. You know I won't hurt Li Dongzhu. Take it and give it to Li Dongzhu. You can't eat things of unknown origin. I see. You just don't want me to give you anything. It's just a bowl of cherries. Someone ran out to return the gift, but was stopped by the winged knights. He was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Li Yi would occasionally visit other people's houses to check on their livestock and poultry. He would also ask about the situation. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren were nervous. They were afraid that the people would speak ill of the yamen. When it came to the other patrolling officials, the people didn't dare to speak too much. They were afraid that the local officials would take care of them. In front of Li Yi, the people didn't care. Once they had evidence, or if they couldn't produce any evidence, they would say it. After they finished speaking, the Li family Zhuangzi would investigate. The cow is carrying a calf. How many months has it been? Why is her belly so big? Li Yi came to a house. This family had a large yard and raised 3 cows. One of them was marked as belonging to the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, 2 cows were enough to plow the land. Renting an extra cow was a problem. A cow with a big belly and a calf couldn't work too hard. The calf was worth a lot of money. Li Dongzhu, according to the days, there are still 3 months left. Maybe the calf is big. The owner was happy that a noble had come to visit. Dongzhu, it should be 2 calves. My family used to raise cows. If we take this one back, it won't be easy for her to give birth. We have people who can help her at a critical moment. One of the winged knights said. He was worried that this family wouldn't know how to deal with it. When the time came, the mother and the 2 calves would all die. Without 3 cows, it wouldn't be surprising if this family fell sick. Okay, take it. Li Yi also judged that it was twins. The probability of twins was low. The Li family Zhuangzi had a large number of cows, so it was inevitable that they would come across them. Big Flower, you're in luck. The owner of the cow smiled. Even if he was told that the cows were dead, he wouldn't suspect that the Li family Zhuangzi killed them on purpose. You go with them or find someone familiar with the cows. Don't be frightened. When we arrive, the cows will naturally calm down when they see other cows. Li Yi didn't take the cows. Cows were intelligent. Ask my child to go. He's in school for 2 days. Go find him. The owner immediately chose someone. The palace maids and eunuchs gave a look of approval. Amazing. He knew to send the children to the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many benefits, and he didn't need to be watched. Let's go to school together. Then, send someone to the drunken immortal house to ask for food. We'll eat the food in the school cafeteria. The rest will be taken care of by the drunken immortal house. Li Yi changed the itinerary at the last minute and didn't go back to the boat to eat. He also didn't eat the food brought by the group. It was hard to make and expensive. The winged knights went out to report. They didn't care where they ate and what they ate. The big flower was pulled by its owner to follow the group. From time to time, it would look at other people's things. Go and buy a piece of bean cake to feed the cows. The group walked to a grain shop. Li Yi looked at the cows and ordered. The bean cake was now used to feed people. The bean cake that had been squeezed out of oil was steamed. The oil wasn't completely squeezed out, but the protein was still good. A large piece of bean cake was carried over. It was placed in a sack and smashed. The owner of the cow held the smashed bean cake with both hands and placed it in front of the cow. The cow started to drool and eat. The cow didn't have a good sense of taste, but it knew what was good for it. After it finished a handful, the cow was still hungry. It was too little. Can I have more? Then the winged knights took the remaining bag of bean cakes and left. The cow followed them even more actively. It knows that it has a child in its stomach and needs to eat protein and calcium. When it returns to Zhuangzi, it needs to be fed bone powder. After it gives birth, 1 cow has to feed 2 children. The nutrition needs to be ensured. It's written in the newspaper. Li Yi said to the owner of the cow. What he meant was that he wrote it in the newspaper. Why didn't you feed it? My family is building a new house. So, I won't do it again. The owner of the cow understood and lowered his head. It doesn't matter if the house is built later. You're not in a hurry to use it for your son's marriage. If the cow dies, Li Yi suppressed his anger and tried to reason with the owner. The cow with the calf didn't walk fast. Before they reached the school, a group of people arrived first. Bai Gu jumped down and stood in front of the school gate. He clenched his fist and said, "Shao Yi, you didn't expect this, right? Watch how my disciple overpowers your disciple." Chapter 1666. Lantian County's school would end in 10 minutes. A large group of people arrived. The instructor bowed first and led them to the side to rest. He didn't lead the chancellors into the classroom, stop the class, and then introduce the important figures to the children. That would be meaningless to the children. It would only satisfy the vanity of the important figures. Even if Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu came personally, they were not allowed to disturb the children before the class ended. So what if they were chancellors? The county school is overjoyed that the chancellors came personally. I'm honored. The instructor took out his treasured tea and brewed it for the four of them. The others ignored him. The second-class tea leaves represented his position. There was a mark on the tea box. Those who understood understood at a glance. Those who didn't still didn't understand. The instructor took out the second-class tea leaves. Think about it, where did I get it? It can't be seen in the market, right? Instructor Han, you've worked hard. To be able to get the tea from Li family Zhuangzi, you must be extraordinary in education. Zhang Jiuling was afraid that some people didn't understand, so he reminded them. If the instructor didn't have good results in teaching, would Li Yi give him tea? We usually drink third-class tea. The second-class tea is too rare. Of course, if you shamelessly ask Li Yi for it, you can also get the first-class tea that you drink while eating. The third-class tea is also edible. It's not very tender. Is the class ending in the afternoon? Bai Gu was anxious and asked patiently. The instructor looked up at the clock. There was a clock in his county school. 6 minutes. The teacher usually doesn't hold classes. There will be plenty of time in the future, the instructor replied respectfully. The teacher who was willing to hold classes was a good teacher. It wasn't that there was a problem with the teaching schedule. It was that the teacher suddenly had an inspiration during the class and wanted to teach more knowledge to the children. If a teacher taught well and the children didn't move when the class ended, they wanted the teacher to talk more. The teacher was proud of this and raised his chin when he walked. For example, when Li Yi taught in Zhuangzi, once the class ended, no matter if it was a student or a child, they were all disappointed. It ended just like that. I've heard that there's a child in the academy. He's 9 years old this year. He was originally from the Yin city of Guangzhou and grew up in the sorrowful field square. Bai Gu wasn't in the mood to drink tea. Even if he was given tranquilizer, it wouldn't calm his restless heart. At this moment, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline 3 times in a row. He was in a state of absolute excitement. Bai Zaifu, are you talking about Li Fuquan? Teacher Yu asked even though he already knew the answer. There was only one child from Yin City who was recommended here by a friend. That child had been taught by him, and now he had nothing left to teach. There were hundreds of books, and they were all annotated. He flipped through and memorized them. Now, he could only teach them the principles of life and calligraphy. That child's handwriting was not good. He had never learned it since he was young. No matter how talented he was, he still had to practice. Oh. So he's also a national surname. There's no hurry. Which class does he attend? Bai Gu pretended to be calm as he spoke contradictory words. There's no class today, so I went out early in the morning. The teacher didn't have the intention to mock him. Who knew that the child wouldn't be tempted? How can there be no class? Su-yi followed up and questioned. The teacher looked at him and picked up the teacup to drink tea. You're the chancellor, so I won't accompany you even if you talk nonsense. If that child still needs to attend class, will the four of you come together? Where did you go? Su-yi immediately corrected his mistake. The school secretary went to the county to test the child. After a while, he didn't dare to ask questions because the child would ask back. For example, he asked the child, the so-called pacification of the world is done by governing the country. The elderly are old and the people are filial. What is filial piety for? The child might answer, filial piety is filial piety, teaching is teaching. The elderly are old, and the elderly are old people. After answering, he would ask the examiner again, restraining harmony is filial piety, and not treachery. So filial piety is filial to the elderly? The examiner would tremble. I asked you about filial piety, in de Shui, and you answered with Mencius. Then, you turned around and asked me about filial piety, in Shangshu? At least I know that you answered with Mencius and asked about Shangshu. But what about the next one? Do I still dare to ask? If I can't answer your question that's asking for advice, Su-yi was enlightened. How can the county school teach such a child? Li-yi made a newspaper, how can he make such a scary child? How many children in the world are delayed because they didn't learn how to read? It is said that the child only learned for a year. Where can't he go? The teacher didn't know where the child went. He always ran and sometimes brought back wild fruits for him. Every 10 days, the child would buy soybean oil, salt, rice, noodles, and meat and send them to the county's sorrowful field square. The rest of the money was bought candy and distributed in the county school. Children from rich families respected him. This child was wild. He went to the river to fish for prawns. He saw a tortoise and wanted to catch it. The tortoise bit his finger. Ordinary people would think of putting the tortoise in water or blocking its nostrils. But he opened his mouth and bit the tortoise's neck. The tortoise's head was bitten off. The tortoise was brought back and said that it was to make soup for the teacher. He was good at studying and wild. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? In the county school, if anyone dared to bully this child, he would take a ruler and hit them. Outside the county school, the children who bullied this child avoided him. If they couldn't avoid him, they would nod and bow. There is still a place for him to go. Song Jing didn't know how wild this child was. He felt that the child was not disciplined. When he became his disciple today, he would be strict with him. He could not be undisciplined. Song Jing made a decision, and a series of operations on how to teach the child was clear in her mind. Gong gong, the bell rang. Everyone, it's lunchtime. Do you want to eat in the school? The county school provides meals according to the number of students. The teacher frowned and asked. Everyone understood. There wasn't much extra food. If they wanted to eat here, then the child might, let's go back to the cruiser and find Xiao-yi to eat. Bai Gu regretted that his team didn't bring food. First, there were no winged knights to protect them. Second, there were no palace maids or eunuchs. The winged knights were not under their control. They had the 16 guards with them. The 16 guards were not field soldiers. Who would bring supplies with them? The palace maids and eunuchs were also not under the control of the Prime Minister. They belonged to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Secretaries, the Ministry of Secretaries, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Officials, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Punishments, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War. The best logistics department was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi's Ba Shui regiment. They also didn't have any. Everyone knew that they couldn't steal the child's food. Let's go. They sent someone to find out where the child went. The county school was too irresponsible. Less than 5 minutes after they left, Li Yi's team arrived. Just in time for lunch. Look at what the children are eating. Li Yi smiled and said to Wang Wei and Meng Haoran. Gang Ro, there will be meat. Don't look at us. We have other arrangements. There are 3 county officials. Wang Wei was afraid. He wanted to draw his sword. If the food in the county school was not good, he would kill. Meng Haoran said, it should be fine. I remember that the money is allocated. To prevent corruption, it is allocated once every 10 days. There are also bailiffs and officials patrolling the county. Take out the canned food. The taste and texture of the canned food is different from normal food. The children will like it. Li Yi left someone alive in advance. If the food was bad, at least there would be canned food. He could deal with them later to reduce the negative publicity. Chapter 1667. Deputy Wang, Deputy Meng, oh my. Inspector Zhang Sun is here too. This must be Li Dongzhu. When the mentor saw the newcomers, he recognized the first 3 and cupped his hands in greeting. When he saw Li Yi surrounded by maids and eunuchs, he bowed to the ground. Brother Panjian, there's no need to do this. With you in charge of the Lantian County School, His Majesty can rest assured. Li Yi greeted him and even said his name. His words made the mentor's eyes wet. The 4 chancellors were here, but they didn't know his name. They were so arrogant. Luckily, they weren't the ones in charge of the Tang dynasty. They didn't care about the Lantian County School, only a genius child. Li Dongzhu, are you here to look for Li Fuquan? The mentor asked softly when he saw Li Yi also getting up. He was bitten by a poisonous snake. I brought him back to the ship for treatment. He needs to rest for 10 days to half a month. His calf was bitten 4 times, but it's okay. Li Yi went forward and held the mentor's arm. We have food. Only the few of us will eat with the children. We brought canned food. If today's food isn't arranged well, the children won't lack anything. If there's even a grain of sand in the rice, I'll give you my head. The mentor patted his chest and promised. The 4 chancellors were here just now. They asked Li Fuquan and found out that he wasn't here. It was lunch time, so they had to go to your cruiser. The mentor reminded him. It was quite urgent. You have to understand why they went there. If they met Li Fuquan, they might, Brother Panjian, you should congratulate me and Fuquan. The child was bitten by a snake because he was picking fruits for me. He was willing to worship me as his teacher in pain. I saw his sincerity and we were fated to meet, so I'll take him as my disciple. Li Yi smiled and winked at the mentor. Ha ha ha. The mentor laughed. We are indeed fated to meet. That child is good. He earned money from school and gave it to the Grief Tian Square. He also went to fish and pick fruits for us. His right index finger has a scar. He caught tortoises. I'll have to take a look when I get back. Don't hurt your nerves. His personality is similar to that of Zhang Wenwu's, killing lone wolves. Li Yi was happy. He was happy for his second disciple's actions. He was willing to give money to Grief Field Square and was filial to his teacher. Most importantly, he was quick-witted. If a tortoise bites its finger, why don't you just bite its neck? Ordinary people wouldn't have thought of this. Just like a dog trainer who was not afraid of being bitten by a big dog, he would give you an arm to bite and use his own weight to wrap his legs around you. The other arm would strangle your neck and end it. Or give you one arm to bite and the other hand to stick in your eyes. I also know that child. His grades are good. The tutor was willing to talk to Li Yi because Li Yi behaved naturally. Dongzhu, we've delivered the item. On the way, we met the Chancellor's team. They asked us, and we said that it was free of charge. We didn't mention the details. The Chancellor seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry after asking. Looking at the direction, they should be heading to the cruiser. Someone from the Drunken Immortal House came over and reported to Li Yi. Good. You haven't eaten, have you? Let's go together. Li Yi saw that the food had arrived and did not care about the chancellors. The few of them entered the county school cafeteria. The cafeteria had the same style as the Li family Zhuangzi. The difference was that it was not self-service. The children's plates had 7 grids. 5 grids were for vegetables, 1 for rice, and 1 for fruit. The grids for rice and fruit were bigger, while the other 5 grids were smaller. The children's actions were to start with scrambled eggs. This was an extra dish. 5 grids, 2 meat and 3 vegetables. The group of children queued up. The amount of scrambled eggs on the table was pitifully little. The children were afraid that they would not be able to eat it, but none of them cut the queue. When the big plate of scrambled eggs was finished, the person who got the rice brought out another plate. Li Yi and the others looked and wanted to laugh. It was obvious that there were many dishes. Although the sign on the plate said that it was limited today, there were still many. The tutor whispered, "Some children don't like to eat eggs, some don't like to eat onions, and some don't like to eat." At this time, the limited dishes are allowed to be added on top of the rice. Good job. Li Yi gave a thumbs up. This was amazing. 2 meat and 3 vegetables. If the extra dishes were added on top of the rice, the children would feel that they had profited. They would eat less if they could not get the extra dishes. In fact, this was prepared for them to correct their prejudices. After getting the food, they had to finish it. They could get less rice or even not get any rice at all. The children here were not like the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi children were obedient. They would get whatever they were told to eat. In the end, there were more than 20 children left in the queue. The scrambled eggs were gone. The person who got the food controlled the amount of each spoonful. The 20 children were very annoyed and turned to get other dishes. In fact, it was impossible to eat less. They just needed to eat more. But they felt that they were too late. There are more dishes, right? There are children who live in the school. Do you want to eat them at night? Li Yi asked quietly. Li Dongzhu is really good at predicting things. Even if the weather is hot, they can still be cooked at night. Don't let the children fight for it. They are picky eaters. There must be children who can't get it. The children who don't eat chives, garlic, cucumbers, garlic, and scallions are eating them now. The mentor casually praised and then said with a smile. He was not surprised that Li Yi could see the situation. I have some grade 2 tea. I will send it to you in a while. Li Yi liked this kind of mentor. He studied child psychology and put it into practice. Let's get the plates. The scrambled eggs are gone. Don't look for trouble. Li Yi took the lead to get the dishes. The palace maids, eunuchs, farmers, winged knights, and the others ate the boxed meals sent by the drunken immortal house. They ate similar to the children. They did not take out the canned food. The canteen was really good. Li Yi got a serving of garlic and celery stir-fried meat, which he did not like. He also got tomato strips, braised rabbit meat, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. The soup was watermelon skin and spare rib soup. The watermelon was a plate. Sure enough, it's good to have money. Li Yi sighed. Lantian County had a lot of money and had allocated sufficient funds to the county school. The cost of a meal for the children was enough to feed an ordinary family of 5. If they did not eat meat, it was enough to feed them for a day. I have to thank the county officials for educating the people. The mentor was sensible and praised in front of Meng Haoren and Wang Wei. It's my duty. Wang Wei quickly said modestly. I don't dare to embezzle. Meng Haoren said honestly. The county clearly had special funds. If they embezzled, they would definitely not let a temporary worker take the blame and get a simple warning. Once they were investigated, they would be demoted from the top to the bottom and then exiled. The treatment of teachers like us has improved. It is more than 5 times what it was a few years ago. There are also additional benefits. Every time there is an exam, the children get rewards. We also get money and things. If we meet students who are disobedient and slow to improve, we will beat them. When the mentor talked about beating the students, he was in high spirits. If the parents of the children supported him, he would usually hit the hands and buttocks. However, he did not slap or kick them. Slapping was an insult. Kicking would cause trouble. Lee ate and did not comment on this. So be it. Chapter 1668. The children ate quietly. They didn't play or talk. The girls ate together. They all looked very quiet. The courses they studied were the same as the boys. The requirements for learning progress were more focused on mathematics. When they married in the future, they could help their husbands manage the family affairs. Educated women were treated differently from uneducated women. The Tang dynasty didn't think that women should be untalented. If a man married a knowledgeable wife or daughter-in-law, he could discuss the family affairs. When the children were born, the children would receive education earlier. Even if the children went to school and said that they didn't know the knowledge after school, the mother could teach them. It was not like the couple didn't know anything. The father beat them and said, "What did you learn in school?" The girls were sensible. They cherished the opportunity to go to school and study hard to get a scholarship. They didn't have to stop studying and work because the family lacked a labor force. At school, they ate better at noon and ate more. At home, they didn't eat meat and ate less. Tomorrow morning, there was breakfast at school. Boys had their own thoughts. The pressure of life fell on the children of poor families early. Li observed while eating and smiled. These children were the future of the Tang dynasty. They competed with each other inside the Tang dynasty and crushed other countries outside the Tang dynasty. The welfare of a social education system, if other countries wanted to catch up, they would be exhausted. Starting next year, we'll increase the teaching content of applied subjects. I've already written the book. We just need to wait for the right time. Li told the mentor that the mentor was good. He planned to promote the mentor. Then, the mentor wanted to ask, but he held back. When the train starts operating and the new seeds of the Tang dynasty, there will be more. Some seeds need several years to cover the Tang dynasty. Some seeds need less time, such as sweet potatoes, which can be solved by cutting technology. First, we'll give them to the big families and ask them to promote. They'll plant first and then exchange with the people according to a calculated price. Li said the seeds first. The local government had a hard time promoting them. Some of them even directly gave them to the big families with good relations. Since that was the case, they should directly give them to the big families. The big families planted first, and the income per mu would be more. Other farmers would be willing to follow. The mentor was agitated as Li told him this. He then turned to worry. If the big families don't listen, the yamen will have to keep an eye on them. Between the yamen and the big families, sigh. Let's do it in batches. Plant sweet potatoes first. Tell the big families that we won't be promoting them. We won't be giving out any other good seeds. How many good seeds we can get will depend on the effect of promotion. Li had long since made arrangements to tempt them with benefits. The mentor was enlightened. That's a good idea. Where does the train stop? Transportation is more convenient and profitable. Some people don't understand the situation and think that the money earned from the train belongs to the imperial court. The more money the imperial court has, the less people will dare to cause trouble. Li explained the suppression of the aristocratic families from another perspective. The imperial court had the money to raise an army. The Tang dynasty would only be stable if it had more soldiers. Whoever was not convinced would be beaten until they were convinced. The mentor suddenly looked at Li with admiration. He was 2 rounds older than Li. Li Dongzhu, the Tang dynasty is lucky to have you. We will work hard. The mentor was suddenly depressed. He was old. Brother Pan Jian, you can't enjoy leisure. You have to carry a burden. In the future, you will have a heavy responsibility. Remember not to forget your original intention. Li Yi slowed down and emphasized the words. Carry a burden? What kind of work? Except for, Li Dongzhu, you mean? The mentor instantly understood and his eyes widened in surprise. Congratulations, Mentor Han. Congratulations, Mentor Han. Mentor, remember to treat us to a drink. Zhang Sun Xian, Wang Wei, and Meng Haoren congratulated him at the same time. He. The mentor chuckled. He was going to be promoted. As he laughed, he showed an angry expression. The 4 ministers came over, why didn't they promote him? Humph. Serves you right for not being able to find a good disciple. You don't deserve your position. He. Bai Gu, who was preparing to board the yacht, also laughed in a special way. What did Xiao Yi say? Yes, you can wear out iron shoes to look for something, only to find it by chance. The child was bitten by a snake. Good, no, he was not bitten. Good. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Gu's people finally found out that Li Fuquan was bitten by a snake. Li Yi flew to save him and was now recuperating on the cruiser. Song Jing was also happy. I searched for him thousands of times, but when I looked back, he was in the dim light. The key is that Li Yi is not here. Li Yi went to look at the land. Ha! Su Yi thought that his biggest competitor was gone. Zhang Jiuling was silent and looked at the people around him. The people brought their things to the yacht. A handful of spring onions, a dozen eggs, 2 fish, a small bamboo tube of honey. They knew that Li Dongzhu did not lack anything. The people were worried that the yacht would not be able to fit everything, so they brought very few gifts. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were writing down the accounts and recording what they took. When they saw the fleet of carriages, the people all hid to the side. They looked calm and bowed slightly. Zhang Jiuling felt very uncomfortable for a moment. He could see that the people's behavior was the etiquette for the position of prime minister. When drunken Immortal House's fleet passed by, the people stood to the side with smiles on their faces and waved. When the people heard that Li Yi was there, they quickly followed the people next to them. This showed that the people respected the position of prime minister, but recognized Li Yi's virtue. The two were different, okay? The people respected whoever was in the position of prime minister. Wherever Li Yi was in the position, the people were the same. The prime minister moved, but Li Yi did not waver. Zhang Jiuling was homesick. He enjoyed the same treatment in his hometown. Get on the yacht. Aya. There's no hurry to eat. Let's take a look at the child first. The child is injured, so we should feel the same. Bai Gu rubbed his hands and stepped onto the plank. The others followed. Only 4 people were allowed to go. Fortunately, there was food sent over. They could eat outside. Wasn't there a shed? After the announcement, Bai Gu and the others finally saw Li Fuquan, Li Dan, the little girl, the little fellow, Sun, Qian, and Meng Yifu. There's no hurry to eat. You've already eaten. Eat watermelon. Listen to me. The little girl fed Li Fuquan a piece of watermelon. Li Fuquan had been bitten by a poisonous snake and needed to increase his body's metabolism. At the same time, he needed to reduce edema. Eating watermelon was just right. Li Fuquan felt a strong warmth and looked at his senior sister. It was said that this senior sister did not have long to live. With the help of the master, she was like him, having a photographic memory. This subject, Bai Go, greets the retired emperor and the imperial prince. The 4 of them were allowed to enter and bowed first. You have worked hard for the country and the people. Today, you are experiencing the people of Lantian County. Li Dan's heart was as clear as a mirror, but she pretended to ask. In reply to the retired emperor's question, we are mainly here because of the cooperation of Lantian County's Dr. Li in planting in the sandy land. We also heard that there was a supernatural power in the county that should be an auspicious sign for the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu looked at his disciple and tried to act as perfect as possible. Grandpa Bai, are you talking about me? But I'm more low-key and very stupid. How can I be called a child prodigy? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked with an innocent expression that said, I really don't know why you are here. Chapter 1669. The four ministers looked at the little lass's fluttering eyelashes and inexplicably felt a trace of unease. Our Qing Dai is naturally a child prodigy, but I heard that there's another smart child in Lantian County. His surname is Li and his name is Fuquan. Su Yi tried to make his smile as sincere as possible and told the little girl to look at Li Fuquan. Sister Qing Dai, can my leg still be healed? I still want to go back to school. If you learn and practice, won't you say that you're lazy? If you have friends coming from afar, won't you be happy? If you don't know and don't get angry, won't you be a gentleman? Tell us that we can't talk about it when we have time to learn. If someone comes from afar, we should play music. People shouldn't get angry because they don't know. That's not a gentleman. Li Fuquan raised his body and looked at his leg as he spoke to the little girl. The little girl bit her lips and nodded. She couldn't open her mouth, otherwise, she would laugh. Bai Gu and the others, they were a little confused, and their heads were buzzing. A child prodigy? How could a child prodigy who could comprehend the Analects of Confucius in such a way as to comprehend the Confucian Analects of Confucius? The other little friends were also a little confused. Just now, this little brother had said, Fu Qian is the best in the world. His virtue is always easy to detect danger. Fu Chong is the smoothest in the world. His virtue is always easy to detect danger. The Book of Changes was explained very well. It was similar to what the little sister usually said, and they could understand it. Why did it suddenly change? The little girl's big eyes widened and rolled around. She suddenly asked, Little brother, you know that if 3 people walk together, one of them will be my teacher. Choose what is good and follow what is bad and change what is bad. What do you mean? It's simple. It means that if 3 people walk together, one of them will be my teacher. If he does something right, tell him to continue. If he does something wrong, tell him to correct it. Li Fuquan gave the answer as soon as he opened his mouth. Bai Gu and the others, ha 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 ha, Li Dan couldn't hold it in anymore. She slapped her thigh and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the little girl glanced at her junior brother and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the little friends understood that the little brother did it on purpose. Bai Gu and the other 3 didn't look too good. They could tell that this child's character was very bad. No matter how talented he was, he could not be a good disciple. Say it again. How can a threesome compare to my teacher? If you say it well, I'll give extra funds to Yinqing School and Sorrowful Field Square in Guangzhou. If you say it badly, I'll reduce it. Bai Gu's face darkened as he threatened. He was angry. You dare to make fun of the imperial chancellor? The teacher of the 3 people, the teacher's knowledge, the importance of learning is virtue. Therefore, there is a saying, although the wife is beautiful in nature, but her heart is wise, she will certainly seek the help of a worthy teacher. Teachers rule the world, not just 3 people, but also not just a few people. Heaven, earth, and people can all become teachers. Teachers should learn from Meng Mu. Meng Zi was born with a virtuous nature, and was taught by his mother when he was young. The teacher of the Duke of Zhou, the teacher not only learns, but also has a position. The teacher of the county is the teacher of the emperor is also the teacher. Li Fuquan became serious. Regarding matters of his hometown, he started with Sun Zi, then moved on to Mencius inscription, and finally changed to Shangshu. He explained all aspects of the journey of the three people. How can there be a teacher to me? Actually, the teacher of the Duke of Zhou, the beginning of the teacher is also to pass down the Tao, to impart knowledge, and to dispel doubts. The Emperor of Zhou, looking for a teacher, has the duty of summoning the Duke of Zhou as the guardian, and the Duke of Zhou as the teacher. The little lass followed and changed the content of Shangshu. That's it, that's him. Qingdai, you. Sigh. I don't have the ability to defy the heavens. Bai Gu looked at the two children and liked them. This was what he wanted. Song Jing and the other two stared at Li Fuquan. Even Zhang Jiling couldn't help but have the desire to take him in as a disciple. He was only 9 years old. If a 9-year-old child was asked, there would definitely be a teacher among the three people walking together. He wouldn't answer something like, among the three people walking together, there would definitely be a person who can be my teacher. Instead, he used other books to analyze what this teacher actually was and linked it all the way through. This wasn't the imperial examinations, and there was no time limit. After asking, he would immediately answer. Why did this feel like when Gang Ro was asking about politics? That was called smooth. The four chancellors were satisfied. Just this sentence of the Analects of Confucius, even if they asked the assistant minister, he wouldn't be able to give an answer immediately. Their little friends widened their eyes and looked at each other. At the same time, they shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. This little brother was indeed amazing. However, it seemed that this little sister understood and even knew how to continue. This little sister had always been amazing. No wonder the school secretary gave an abnormal evaluation after just one question and didn't take the test again. Zhang Jiling expressed his understanding towards the school secretary who came to take the test. Yes, he was too domineering. Ask him why he planted plum blossoms in winter. He will bring you to the greenhouse he planted. There are also peonies and peonies inside. Su Yi also sympathized with the school secretary. This child was so strong that he couldn't be reasoned with. Next year, there will be a child prodigy examination. Bai Gu wanted to choose a child prodigy. Naturally, the child would be a child prodigy. If he passed the examination, he would be an official. Let's take the elementary scholar examination. Song Jing felt that the elementary scholar examination was no longer suitable. The most powerful elementary scholar examination, the Tang dynasty hadn't taken this examination for many years. The advanced scholar examination and the elementary scholar examination, the elementary scholar examination was second to the elementary scholar examination. If he passes the elementary scholar examination at the age of a child, this current affairs strategy will be difficult. Unless Gang Ro teaches him personally. Zhang Jiling thought about it. Li Yi was suitable. My master hasn't taken the imperial examination. What's the use of taking the imperial examination? The little girl didn't want her junior brother to become the target of public criticism. Yes, the imperial examination is useless to your master, but it doesn't mean it is useless. You can't take it. I'll give you a separate elementary scholar examination. I'm sure you'll pass. Everyone is waiting for you to learn more skills and save lives in the future. Bai Gu was helpless. The save lives he was talking about referred to the women in the harem. The little girl was a girl. Women's diseases were the most convenient to treat. Didn't you see that there was an official position called the Empress Palace Advisor? In the entire Tang dynasty, there was no doctor who knew how to use equipment better than her. The key point was that she was good even without equipment. No, actually it doesn't matter whether I take the imperial examination or not. The imperial examination is about the 4 books and 5 classics. There are also a lot of other books. I just need to memorize them. Then I'll take the current affairs exam. I'm with my master all day. I also know agriculture, handicrafts, economics, water conservancy, diplomacy, military affairs, and so on. Medicine is not for you guys to take the exam. I haven't even memorized all the medical books, let alone practice. I've only seen pictures of many medicinal herbs. The little girl was reasonable. I don't want to take the exam. You guys can have fun. I'm busy. Li Fuquan showed an envious expression. He didn't know many other skills. Bai Zaifu, Song Zaifu, Su Zaifu, Zhang Zaifu, do you know where my name came from? Li Fuquan. Li Fuquan suddenly called out. Song Jing and the others, how the fuck could they guess? A two-word name involved a lot of things. The scene was silent. It was so quiet that it was uncomfortable. After a dozen breaths, Bai Gu said, is it the meaning of appeasement and tolerance? Bai Zaifu said more or less. After I was bitten by the snake, I also asked my master. My master and Bai Zaifu almost agreed. My master said that it was Zhou Shuizi's order. Because I'm Yin Qing of Guangzhou, King Yin Yuanzi. To appease the people, Li Fuquan looked at the four Zaifu with a different expression. If one had to forcibly interpret it, it was disappointment, contempt, and pride. Yes, 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 yes. Your master is right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, your master. Bai Gu was excited. Sure enough, there was someone who could answer. Aya, how could there be a master? Grandpa Bai, Fuquan is my junior. The little girl kindly gave a specific answer. Chapter 1670. After the little girl said that, the room became even quieter than before. No, it was cold, and the temperature dropped instantly. Zhang Jiuling was a little better. He didn't want a disciple in the beginning and just followed along. The other three people's hearts beat faster, their expressions changed, and their breathing quickened. Their eyes showed that they wanted to devour someone. Aha! Shao Yi, if this child has a disciple, the Tang dynasty will be more stable. In terms of talent, no one can beat him. In terms of morality, how many people in the Tang dynasty can choose? Li Dan coughed and said in a moderate voice. The three people who wanted to devour someone returned to normal in a flash. The nurses next to them put down their hands. They were holding things and preparing for first aid. They knew the situation. When they heard that the chancellors were coming, they quickly took precautions to prevent anyone from dying on the boat. Bai Gu, Song Jing, and Su Yi stood there motionlessly. After a while, Shao Yi has to treat us. This is such a happy occasion. We'll eat until he's poor. Bai Gu didn't let his tears fall and said with gritted teeth. There's no other way. Child, you've chosen the right master. If it's someone else, you'll kill your master. Su Yi accepted the reality. They were all fighting for a disciple. If it was really him, would he be able to protect her? Wouldn't the chancellor's disciple be killed? Li Yi should spend more effort to teach her. Song Jing thought he was cheated. He figured out many things. Why did the child act like that when she was talking about the Analects of Confucius? She didn't want to be chosen by the four of them. She was so young and so calculative. What's wrong with morality? Is it wrong to live for oneself? After Grandpa Bai threatened, junior brother agreed to sacrifice himself by saying that he was a student of Yinqing County in Guangzhou and was close to Sorrowful Field Square. If this virtuous person loses out on this trip, and the chancellors come to interrogate him for the sake of their own selfish desires, what kind of reasoning is that? The little girl was unhappy. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. Sanctimonious. The little girl was angry. What are you doing here? We're sorry. The four of them reacted quickly and admitted their mistakes. They didn't want the first prince to think about it. When he became the crown prince and then the emperor. Thank you for your hard work. Servants, prepare the meal. Li Dan looked at Song Jing with a hint of dissatisfaction. The four of them retreated. The three of them were also complaining about Song Jing in their hearts. What was he saying? Senior sister, did you cause trouble for master? Li Fuquan was a little scared. Don't worry about it. Master said that instead of trying to please those who are against you, it's better to give kindness to those who are good to you. When making umbrellas, one must pray for rain. When harvesting wheat, one must pray for sunshine. When selling charcoal, one must be willing to be cold all the time. Whosoever accuses another, how often does he question himself? Since when did those who demanded of others have self-discipline? One has to make a choice in life, and the bright sun must accompany the bright moon. Medicinal herbs attacked yin and yang, and the five elements reinforced and restrained each other. When fate arises, we gather, and when fate ends, we vanish. Lass, please enlighten junior brother. Don't expect everyone to acknowledge you. Cherish the people in front of you. Master is indeed different from others. Senior sister, I need a few days to recover. It's quite painful. Li Fuquan pointed at his calf that was bitten. It hurts. One is the pain from the incision, the other is the pain from the swelling. I'll give you acupuncture. You can't take any more medicine. Lass took out a silver needle and alcohol cotton ball from her pocket, wiped it, and gave acupuncture to junior brother. Guangping, you. The four ministers sat in a cabin and waited for their meal. Bai Gu said these three words and then closed his mouth. He lied to us. Song Jing was still angry. He was a little kid, but he was very scheming. If it was another occasion, he would have turned around in disappointment after hearing Guangping recite what he had learned and practiced. With the translation, he would have left in a huff. Fortunately, Long Zhe used Yinshan County School and Sorrowful Field Square to force Guangping to speak the truth. Guangping was indeed extraordinary. He chose to forgive him for his previous lies. But I can't take it anymore. I can't eat anymore. He's angry because he didn't get it. Zhang Jiling couldn't stand Song Jing's behavior. All the reasons were fake. The real situation was that his disciple was gone. I'm afraid that Li Yi won't be easy to teach in the future. Song Jing defended himself. At this moment, he was regretting that he had offended someone. He had offended that kid. Forget it. It's easy to get into trouble if he's in our hands. How would we have the time to teach him carefully? Su Yi found another reason for himself to be relieved. You're too much of a bully. Why? Bai Gu lowered his head and thought about Li Fuquan's answer. It felt as comfortable as drinking a big bowl of iced sour plum soup in the afternoon outside under the sun. The kid was only 9 years old. The key was that he had only learned for a year. Reading a book was just flipping pages. Turn a page, glance at it, note it down, and flip it again. Xiao Yi gave many annotations to the books. They were better than the original annotations. One would know the meaning after reading it. Some annotations gave several explanations. The reader would think about which one was correct. The kid wasn't prepared. There were questions for the imperial examinations. If he had time to think and asked face to face, he could answer immediately. Ding dong. The food is here, please take your time and help me get it. Four small robots slid in with plates on their heads. The four of them were speechless. What is it? Su Yi had never seen a small robot before. Food. The robot replied. I'm asking you what it is. Su Yi asked naturally. It's not a good habit to scold people. Let me introduce myself. I'm 023. I'm very happy to serve you. Take the food. I'm a tentacleless robot. The robot that delivered the food to Su Yi said to the other party. Is it a mechanical man? Zhang Jiling pondered and asked. That's fine too. The small robot that delivered the food to Zhang Jiling agreed. What do you know? Song Jing felt that it was interesting. It could talk. It didn't look like a person was hiding in it. Singing, chatting, delivering things. The small robot replied. Baigu took the plate in a daze while muttering to the small robot in front of him, "What do you mean by, 3 people walk together and one must learn from me?" He was obsessed. It would probably take some time to recover. What does the 3 people with the surname, Bai, have to do with me? Ha 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 ha, the small robot finished and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the other 3 robots laughed together. Li Yi had a kind of laughter like a toy doll. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. The 4 of them were shocked. Then, they listened. Ha 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 ha, the 4 small robots laughed for a while. Suddenly, they stopped and lined up. I'm in a much better mood. What kind of messy explanation is this? Baigu said to himself again. It would be good if one of the mechanical men could be brought home. Su Yi looked at the position of the door and couldn't recover for a long time. Be careful not to teach the child bad things. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Jiuling couldn't help but laugh again. Eat until Xiao Yi is poor. Think about it later. How can we get money from Xiao Yi? Baigu drank a mouthful of soup to calm himself down. Everyone, don't think too much. The child was bitten 4 times by Verger Glider because God didn't want him to live. Without strength and gentleness, he would definitely die. We don't have the destiny to go against God. Why should we force ourselves to go against God? After all, the child is a person of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiuling said again and lowered his head to eat. Chapter 1671. Where is Brother Yi? Li Longji's team finally arrived. He walked slowly. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu is having his meal in the county school. The chancellors are on the cruiser. They just received the news and were angered by a child. Minister Song made Shang unhappy. Someone outside the car answered. The news was passed back and forth. Tell me. Li Longji did not blame Song Jing. Song Jing would not target Shang Shang was naughty, but it was under control. Under normal circumstances, she was obedient and sensible. She even cared about others. Shang's naughtiness was pushed by Brother Yi. He said that children who were not naughty were not smart. Your Majesty, there is a child who is 9 years old this year. The person outside followed the car slowly and repeated the story. He read from the paper as he spoke. He could recite other things, but Li Fuquan seriously answered that there must be something he could learn from him. There were also some conversations between them that were difficult for him to read. Li Longji listened to what Li Fuquan said and frowned. This child was useless. When he heard the latter part, his expression relaxed. He shook his head. Good, he could be like this at such a young age. So that's how it is. Everyone loves talent, so it's fine. Li Fuquan was sent to the chancellors. What did the chancellors teach him? I think the chancellors of the 2 counties have nothing to teach. It's nothing more than teaching writing and dealing with people. Only in the hands of Brother Yi can he be taught. Our Tang dynasty has another pillar. It's an auspicious sign. Yinqing County's Chancellor Yu Degong and Lantian County's Chancellor Yu Degong are the same. Let me take a look. He was bitten 4 times by a snake at such a young age. It must be very painful. Li Longji saw the problem. He was happy and distressed. In the past, when people in the palace were bitten by poisonous snakes, the bites would swell and turn black. It was unbearable to look at. Even if the snake medicine was effective, it would still take a long time for it to disappear. As they spoke, the team arrived and boarded the boat. Li Longji went straight to the inpatient department on the boat. The small robot led the way. Family members, don't worry. The patient is in good condition. My Dongzhu is amazing. No smoking and no loud noises. He did not know what kind of program the little robot had entered, but it had a lot of vocabulary. Can the little mechanical puppet be placed on the Li family Zhuangzi's floor? Li Longji felt that it was interesting. Yes, as long as there is a place to charge, we can charge wirelessly, find a place to stand, and leave after charging, the little robot replied. Should we go there when there's electricity? Without electricity, will they die before they reach their destination? Li Longji was worried. No, Central Data Center. We still have our own hard drives. We can't do it without an electric drive. We'll just have to maintain enough RAM and have others push it over. We can also help each other. We can transmit electricity and push each other. Please let me help you, just like I helped myself. Please let me care for you. As the little robot spoke, it began to sing happily. Li Longji's mood suddenly became cheerful, and he felt a warm feeling. We're here. Everyone, why don't you call His Majesty? The robot arrived at its position and said to the palace maids and eunuchs standing outside. Your Majesty. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed. I'm leaving, I'm going to recharge. My battery can't consume too much power and then recharge, it will affect its lifespan. I raise my head to the blue sky to search for the white clouds that have gone far away to swim to my heart's content. The robot sang again and slid forward, still as happy as before. Li Longji walked towards the door, and the door opened automatically. The Pythagorean theorem can only be used in a right triangle. The sum of the squares of the two right angles is equal to the square of the hypotenuse. This requires a square root. It's not difficult to do, there's an algorithm. When Li Longji entered the room, the little girl was holding a pen and a booklet and explaining the Pythagorean theorem and square root to her junior brother. Li Fuquan was lying there, holding a pencil and a booklet as well, doing simple square root calculations. Li Longji quickly waved his hand, not allowing others to greet him, and bowed slightly to Li Dan. Junior brother, you have to practice calligraphy later. You learned late, but your mind is quick-witted. Your spirit should not be extinguished, but you have to learn to calm your heart. The little girl saw that her junior brother's handwriting was not good, so she added another sentence. The handwriting on the newspaper is good. I haven't been practicing for long, and I'm always reciting books. Was it written by master? Li Fuquan did not feel embarrassed. He knew how to work hard. The Xiaojie words on the newspaper were written by Vice President Zhong. Master's Xiaojie is actually very good. Master's other handwriting is more beautiful. Ah! Your Majesty is here. Hello, Your Majesty. My master is not here. As the little girl spoke, she saw Li Longji and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Your Majesty. Li Fuquan followed and said. He looked at Li Longji and felt that it was impolite, so he quickly lowered his head. How's your leg? Li Longji was gratified. The two children were young, but they loved to learn. He looked at Li Fuquan's left calf. It was different from what he imagined. The 4 wounds were cut open, but the swelling was very light. Master treated it. He has been using cold compress intermittently without bandaging it. I performed acupuncture to help relieve the pain, but it will still hurt. The little girl pointed at the needles on Li Fuquan's body. It was not just his left calf. There were needles on the side and front of his left thigh and the side of his right neck. The left leg was painful, and the right neck was pricked. This was the true art of acupuncture. Some people were more sensitive. When they were bathing, they would rub their left calf and their right neck would be numb. If they rubbed their right calf, their left neck would be numb. Li Longji looked closer and was relieved. Brother Yi's medical skills were indeed good. Why were you bitten? When I heard that master was coming, I wanted to pick some wild fruits to become his disciple. I was too impatient and did not see the poisonous snake. Coincidentally, master was nearby. Li Fuquan answered honestly. He did not dare to speak blindly. Why do you want to be Li Yi's disciple? Li Longji asked again. I passed the exam and went to the county school to retake the exam. I'm afraid that the chancellor will take a fancy to me. Li Fuquan spoke the truth. You don't like the chancellor? Li Longji laughed. The chancellor has reincarnation. Master is always virtuous. His Majesty lives in the Li Manor and does not live in the Central Library. Li Fuquan's poetry was not good, but he was still able to make sense. The chancellor is angry because of this matter. Are you afraid? Li Longji's face changed and asked seriously. The chancellor understands. I feel guilty. If the chancellor is angry, my willpower will be stronger. Without the chancellor's magnanimity, he cannot be my master. If he cannot tolerate me, how can he take care of the world? Li Fuquan shook his head. His expression was firm as he answered. Li Longji walked to Li Fuquan's side and rubbed the child's head. So many people have seen me. Their hearts are full of wisdom, but their mouths are silent. How courageous. My head is also itchy. The little lass stuck her head out. Okay, I'll help you scratch it. Ha ha ha, Li Longji stretched out his hand to scratch the little lass's head. You only know how to be mischievous. Empress Wang entered and scolded the little lass. Hello, Empress. Who asked me to be the Empress's servant? The little lass stuck out her tongue. Mother, do you want to hug me? When the little fellow saw his mother enter, he opened his arms and asked. Hug, are you mischievous? Empress Wang grabbed the little fellow's collar with one hand and lifted him up. Empress Wang carried her son and squatted down to hug Mangifu, Sun, and Qian, Her actions were light as if the little fellow was weightless. Chapter 1672. Father, do you want to eat with me? Li Longji knew that his father had not eaten and was accompanying Li Fuquan. Brother Yi was not here and Zai Fu was here. Someone needed to be there. Otherwise, Brother Yi would be angry if the child was wronged. Let's eat here. There are 5 wards and they are not small. Next to them is a woman who is giving birth. I went to take a look. The baby boy is very cute. Li Dan liked children now. The more children there were in the Tang dynasty, the better. Okay, Fuquan, what do you want to eat? Li Longji did not disagree with his father and turned to ask Li Fuquan. I don't know. What can I eat after being bitten by a snake? Li Fuquan looked at his senior sister. He did not dare to eat recklessly. What if he died? Master has arranged it. I will use the rice made for you. The rest are all cold dishes. Cold watermelon rind is the rind of the watermelon you just ate. Salted cucumber strips without garlic. Steamed eggplant with sweet sauce. No chopped green onion and coriander. Add a little salt to the kelp. This will test your kidney function. If you add too much salt, your kidney will be under a lot of pressure. If you add too little salt, we need to speed up your metabolism. Your kidney and liver are responsible for expelling the remaining snake venom. When you speed up your metabolism, you can't use hormones. That's why it's so troublesome to be bitten by a poisonous snake. But junior brother, don't be afraid. We have extracorporeal circulation equipment for dialysis. Now that you are alive, it's impossible to let you die. Our master is very powerful. The little girl was afraid that her junior brother would be afraid. She explained to him to comfort him. Can I learn in the future? Li Fuquan was relieved. He was also afraid of death. I will teach you first. I came from a medical family. Then my master will teach you. Learning medicine is very difficult. You will only be happy after you cure someone. The little girl said with a look of, I, as your senior sister, will ensure your success. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fuquan cried. This was the first time he felt at home since he was young. Before he learned pinyin, He lived in fear in Guantian Square. The people around him were good to him and he was good to the people around him. However, he always felt uneasy. After he learned Pinyin, he discovered another world. However, he was told by his mentor how dangerous it was. The instructor did not allow him to get full marks in the exam. There were big clans in the area. However, the local great clans were still only local great clans. Their exceptional talents were not something they could possess, so they couldn't protect them. When he was sent to the capital office, he still faced a series of crises. It was only when his master arrived that everything was put to rest, even though he was facing 4 chancellors. There was a senior martial sister who was more powerful than him, the retired emperor, the future crown prince, and the winged knights, palace maids, and eunuchs who did not listen to the chancellor's orders. Senior martial sister went against the prime minister for her, the future crown prince helped her, and the retired emperor chased them away for dinner. His Majesty was still rubbing his head, concerned about his injury. "Don't cry, you'll have meat to eat once you're healed. Big pieces of braised pork in soy sauce taste better than mutton and beef. It's not greasy at all." The little girl winked at her junior brother. She knew what was going on with Li Fuquan. He was very meticulous. Just like how she knew that she could live for a long time, her master was always so reliable. "Okay, there'll be meat to eat." Li Fuquan understood and looked gratefully at his senior martial sister. Li Longji didn't quite understand, but Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, Lu Jieyu, and the others instantly understood. After coming to this realization, they recalled the past when they were children. All children are sensitive. Humans are social animals. Children must begin to understand the world from a young age, and then find their own place. Many people could not find where they should be in their entire lives because of their desire. The progress of society is because of this. A race that has no desire and works hard for it will be replaced by another race. After dinner, Li Yi returned to the yacht to see his apprentices, and then to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. He spoke to Zhang Sun Xian and the others. "Children are interesting," said Meng Haoren with a smile. "Tigers never play with children out of boredom," said Meng Haoren. "Every action of a tiger, including playing with children, is a basic predatory action. When you treat children like toys and toy with them, you're harming them. Children treat you like heaven, but you get pleasure from playing with them. Are you saying that heaven is heartless and treats all living things like straw dogs? When you're old, will children be able to play with you for fun? When a young life regards you as the absolute reliance and trust you, you tease it for your own pleasure. Then what right do you have to not let the children you once teased tease you when you're old?" Li Yi spoke of the nature of human nature, which made people uncomfortable. Especially Meng Haoren, who had children. "Gone grew, I'll go back and play with Yi Fu. As a father, I'll teach and respect children." Meng Haoren broke out in a cold sweat. Those who play with things lose their will, those who play with people lose their virtue. Let's encourage each other. When the heavens move, a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. When the earth moves, a gentleman must carry things with his virtue. Li Yi clasped his hands. Proper action and stop are proper circles. Wang Wei clasped his hands. Cultivate one's body and one's family, Zhang Sun Xian followed. Raised by the 6 beasts, they can't be killed, Meng Haoren said. Enlighten the people. First, correct oneself, and then comfort the people. Li Yi returned the salute. He had deep feelings about this. As an official, how could he teach the people if he wasn't upright? At that time, he had something circulating on the internet, "Play, I'm just playing." Some people were disgusted by it. It belonged to decadence. Fearless resistance in a situation where one had no ability. What was he playing? Did he not eat? Did he not provide for his parents? Did he not have a wife or a husband? Did he not have many children? The more screwed people were, the more they would use words like, "I'm playing, I'm just playing," to express themselves. Li Yi's understanding was not that. He didn't think that these young people who said, I'm just playing, were incurable. Because they didn't need to be saved. They just talked about it on the internet and found a channel to vent. The reason for such a situation was not that there was a problem with the younger generation of children, but that there was a problem with the system. When everyone knew how corrupt the officials in their cities were, but they were helpless against the mainstream media sensationalism and brainwashing, they naturally wanted to vent. Li Yi thought about it and shook his head hard to get rid of the troublesome matter. At the end of the year, the train will be connected. There will be a stop here. This stop can be long or short. The older ones will come every 20 minutes. The shorter ones will take more than 5 minutes. Everyone, do you have any thoughts about this? If not, I'll say it myself. Li Yi looked at the three people expectantly. The matter was clear. If you have the ability, say it. If you don't, I've already arranged it. Li Yi, I know what you mean. I've also read your books. Give me a specific example. The railway wasn't mentioned in the love letter. I don't know what to do. Can't you tell me? You're always asking and asking. If I can't answer, someone else can. Zhang Sun Xian was unhappy. I don't have the position of Prime Minister. What do you want to do? I'll help you and be done with it. Chapter 1673. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei had the same idea. The main purpose of the train is transportation. It can also help block floods at critical moments. Usually, it is not used. Or it can grow into a house. Li Yi saw that others were not willing to think about it, so he decided to talk about it himself. Everyone looked at him and said, please continue. Currently, there are few pedestrians in the Tang dynasty. Trains are mainly used for transportation. As long as the transportation cost is lower than the cost of traveling by land and water, merchants are naturally willing to spend money. In addition, the Yellow River can't be traveled in winter. They can only travel by land. The weather is cold. Plus the time cost, even if it is slightly more expensive, merchants will still choose the train. Li Yi first talked about the transportation cost. Money can move the hearts of officials. I think it is quite a lot. Zhang Sun Xian was moved. Although he always did good deeds, it did not affect his happiness when making money. The livestock used for transportation can be used elsewhere. Meng Haoren considered saving the livestock resources. Time is the most important thing for living things. Wang Wei went straight to the point. He loved eating seafood. The reason why the train stops for a long time is related to the amount of goods loaded and unloaded. Oh, it doesn't stop. People go up to load and unload, swing the carriage, and connect the carriage. The closer the carriage to the destination, the more it will be connected at the back. After unloading, it will be connected to another carriage. The more carriages there are, the more time it takes. The more goods there are, the more carriages there are. The key is to organize the supply. Li Yi used the utensils on the table to demonstrate how to unload and unload the carriages. The three of them understood. They were waiting here. The local economy is prosperous and the organization is strong. This can be seen from the stopping time of the train. Meng Haoren felt the weight of the responsibility. The officials of Lantian County had to work hard. Collecting taxes, right? Wang Wei considered the problem of money. If you sell in Lantian County, you have to pay taxes in Lantian County. Or you can unload the goods and pay taxes. Take the tax receipt and go elsewhere. The taxes are stacked. Li Yi wondered if there should be a policy to refund the taxes. The whole batch of goods would be taxed. After distribution, the wholesalers below would pay taxes again. At the retail end, it was still the same tax. Even if the tax rate of 1 in 30 would become 1 in 10. A batch of goods was 100 CUN. The cost was 80 CUN, and the profit was 20 CUN. the 20 CUN profit would be 10 CUN to the court. Of course, the actual calculation was not like that. At the end of the sales terminal, the sales volume was 100 taels. In the middle and the front, less than 100 taels were collected as the total amount of tax. We will adjust the products and increase the manpower. We will see where we need to build warehouses. Wang Wei promised. As an official, one must do their job well. Where are the people? Zhang Sun Xian knew that the train could carry people. It depends on how many ships the barbarian merchants have docked. The barbarian merchants charge a lot for the tickets. It's 5 times more expensive than the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi originally did not think about barbarian merchants. He only thought that people would bring goods to sell or visit relatives. Tourists would definitely belong to wealthy families. After thinking about it again, would the foreign businessmen want to see Chang'an? Are you willing to stroll around Luoyang? The barbarians were rich, and their consumption would drive the local economy. It's not good for the barbarians to charge a high price for the tickets, right? No matter what, our Tang dynasty is still a great country. Wang Wei was afraid that outsiders would say that the Tang dynasty was not a country of etiquette, so he treated everyone equally. Mao Jie and I had the same idea, so I specially arranged for the carriage. The cushions inside are made of silk, and there are free meals and drinks. We will give the best service to the barbarians, and our own people will sit on ordinary chairs. The barbarians will spend 5 times more money and enjoy 10 times more service. Li Yi followed Wang Wei's words. Look, how to talk to Li Yi. Zhang Sun Xian blinked hard. She remembered that she had learned another skill of deceiving people. No, the skill of etiquette. Sure enough, following Li Yi was fulfilling. If she did not oppose Li Yi 2 years ago, how big would her family business be now? The key was that every time she tried to trick Li Yi, she was the one who suffered losses. Meng Haoran looked at Li Yi with that kind of gaze. Our Tang dynasty has gang rou. It's stable. He did not have any psychological burden to deceive outsiders. How much money could barbarians make from buying and selling goods? So, how to attract barbarians to Lantian County is the task of Lantian County officials. We have to be unique. What others have is better, and what others don't have, we have. For example, Lantian County has jade. Do you know how to fake jade? Do you know how to describe a flawed jade as a good jade? Li Yi looked around. Everyone shook their heads. How to do it? They had never learned it before. I have some ideas. I need to use other materials. If I want to make something old, it will take some time. For example, I can use 2 months to make an ancient jade that looks like 1,000 years old. For jade that is not crystal clear, I can add red veins like blood to it and turn it into a blood jade. Jade that is not good at the start, after processing, it will look oily and smooth. Li Yizhen gave you a few examples to open up a way of thinking. Zhang Sun Xian grabbed Li Yi's hand. Li Dongzhu, brother, uncle, although I am not talented, I have a filial heart. Master, I am not as good as you, wrong. You are an elder. Li Yi pulled his hand away. Can an elder order you? Zhang Sun Xian asked expectantly. What do you think? I said processing jade was an example. Li Yi wiped his hands and wanted to find water to wash them. Yes, I want to learn from this example. I don't need to worry about other things. I am a patrol. Zhang Sun Xian still looked at Li Yi. He dared to swear that he sincerely wanted to learn how to fake jade. Oh my god, Li Yi really hid it well. He actually has such a method. If I can learn it, Li Yi ignored Zhang Sun Xian and said to Wang Wei and the rest. I also have a high alcohol content. It is not stored in the cellar. It is close to 80% alcohol. You can use it directly. You can also use a roasted chicken. Serve it on the table, pour the alcohol and light it up. You can name it Phoenix bathing in fire. As for whether it is a phoenix or a phoenix, it depends on whether it is a rooster or a hen. Will it taste better if you light up the alcohol? Wang Wei smacked his lips. No, but the price will be more expensive. Follow this train of thought to provide services to foreign businessmen. We are the state of etiquette. Li Yi emphasized the 4 people in the state of etiquette. Everyone suddenly felt disgusted with these 4 people. No matter how they heard it, it sounded like a derogatory term. Seeing that they were thinking, Li Yi spoke again. After the poppy gourd is cut, keep the gourd. The foreign businessmen have a strong taste. Boil it in soup or braise some dishes. Delicious. Wang Wei smacked his lips again. Try not to eat it. We will use other seasonings. If you eat too much, you will get addicted. It will be uncomfortable. Forget it, I will do it in Zhuangzi. You are not allowed to touch it. Li Yi was worried that they would eat the poppy gourd as a dish. It was actually medicine. It's about time. Let's go back after eating. Li Yi saw that there was nothing left and stood up. Big Flower had a good meal and was brought forward by the young master and Big Master. The young master wanted to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. When they arrived, the cows were tied up in a shed on the shore. From today onwards, they would have extra meals. Everyone is here. I said I would be here for a few days and then go back. Li Yi saw the lineup outside and understood. Chapter 1674. In the hot spring behind Drunken Immortal residence, Princess Yongmu and the other noblewomen were also eating. The pool in the middle was not for people and was used to fetch water. The food was placed on a tray and floated on the water. It was the noblewomen's first time eating like this and it felt very refreshing. They had soaked in the tub of the hot spring before and could get water from here. They couldn't get water from other hot springs. Around the capital office, whenever there was a hot spring, it would be occupied by the imperial family. The capital office was too far away and they couldn't go there just to take a bath. There were many bubbles in the hot spring and they had a layer of small bubbles on their bodies. With a stroke of their hand, they floated on top. Princess Yongmu didn't care about this bubble hot spring. She had hot spring water from Huaqing Pool and heated it up again. Everyone ate their own food and didn't talk much. They didn't surround Princess Yongmu. Some of Princess Yongmu's female guards were also soaking, while others were strolling on the shore with weapons. Princess Yongmu's people were all around, playing music and singing. Xiaolan had just left and now ran back. She dived into the water and swam to Princess Yongmu's side. Princess, the 4 chancellors and His Majesty are all here. Princess Yongmu raised her eyebrows. Not seeing Li Lang for a day. He's not here to see Li Lang. His Majesty is here because he saw the chancellors come out. The chancellors are, Xiaolan blabbered on and on about all the information she got. In the end, she smiled slyly. Li Lang took in another disciple with a good memory. That's good news. The newspaper is the most important thing. If the commoners don't have the chance to read, that child might be mediocre for the rest of his life. Even if he learns when he grows up, he probably won't have any intelligence. He'll be busy with 3 meals a day and accept his fate. Princess Yongmu was happy and thought of education for all. For example, the commoners of the capital office, ever since they learned to read the newspaper, their energy was different from normal. For example, they shouted that the notice posted by the Yamen shouldn't be deceived. They hated that they couldn't correct the notice if it was wrong. Princess, if the imperial court wasn't rich and the Grief Field Square didn't have enough funds, that child might have died long ago. As Xiaolan spoke, she looked at the other noble ladies as if she was looking at money. We'll organize another event in a month or so. In the future, when the train is connected, people from Hunan can also go to Chang'an. Princess Yongmu understood what Xiaolan meant. The rich ladies were rich, and the money they earned was used on the people of the Tang dynasty. They pursued the feeling of being high and mighty, and they wanted to see the people of the Tang dynasty lead a good life. There was no conflict, and each of them took what they needed. Princess, we still have a mountain west of Luoyang. We can bring the people here there. Lan knew how much territory her family had. Pigs and chickens were still being raised in that mountain. There were many mulberry trees, and they were all short mulberry trees. Using the method of cuttings to breed roots and transplanting them, one by one, they would grow into a large patch, not allowing them to grow taller. It was easy to raise silkworms and harvest mulberries. The farmers in Zhuangzi took turns to be stewards. If there were any new planting and breeding techniques, they would teach the people who went there to learn. The local officials took good care of the forest. No officials had ever gone there to cause trouble. They were good officials. I wonder how the situation there is. I haven't received any letters for a few days. I should raise more pigeons and send them there. Princess Yongmu was very concerned about the place next to Luoyang. That was the base where Li Yi went to help deal with the locust plague. When the others took the imperial examination, he left. 42 students passed the first grade, but he was not there. Yes. I didn't know him at that time. Quick, quick, faster. The rain stopped, and the water washed it away. In Luoyang, Hunan, a group of people were riding horses on a road. More than 30 li south of the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain, a village called Xiaoluanan village was washed away by a mountain flood. After receiving the news, the 3 farmers in charge of the village quickly organized people to rescue them. The informant said that there was a big rock blocking the way. It rained heavily yesterday for the whole day. The sky cleared up, and the water on the mountain flowed down. The big rock finally couldn't take it anymore and rolled down, followed by the water. Fortunately, it was morning, and the people were not asleep. When they heard the noise, the people in the village quickly ran away. The people ran away, but the houses, pigs, and poultry were all left behind. The horses, mules, cows, and donkeys were all obedient and ran with them. After running to a high place, the people in the village rode on horses and reported that the village was going to Luoyang. Another group of people went to the mountain where the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain was. The third group of people went to the Yamen in Feishan County and told them that they didn't expect the Yamen to help. The Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people knew about the situation. As soon as the warehouse was opened, the ready-made packages were taken out and hung on the horses, and the hired workers went there. If the road conditions were good, it would take less than 20 minutes to drive there. Unfortunately, the road was not good enough. Even though it was wide and paved with stones, there were still potholes when it rained, including the mountain path up and down the mountain. When it was in the sky, they had to leave at dawn to carry the load. They would arrive outside Luoyang at noon, and it would be dark by the time they got back. This kind of road couldn't be driven by off-road vehicles. The people who were hired all had serious expressions. They usually filled the water, repaired the road, dug ponds, and planted trees. Every few days, they would receive military training. They would line up, walk in unison, march, carry weapons, and ride horses. The others also received military training, but it wasn't as frequent as them. They just needed to know the discipline. They earned more money and had a stronger sense of honor. They thought that they were the Li family's Zhuangzi mountain people. From the time they received the news to the departure, it took 5 minutes, including taking things and strapping the horses. Almost at the same time, the village led people to the outside of Hunan Prefecture. They didn't even go to where the Luoyang order was. If it was a big matter, they would go to the Hunan Prefecture's magistrate. They reported to the higher-ups. Zhang Shua, who was correcting official documents, heard about the situation and met the village chief. I am the village chief of Shao Nanluo village, Ma Jin. The village was washed away by the flood from Feishan Mountain. It's all over. The houses, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and the land are all soaked. The village chief shouted to Zhang Shua, but there were no tears. They had money and ran away with the exchange coupons. The money from the exchange coupons could buy 2 more houses, pigs, and poultry. The village chief didn't know what to do. They couldn't go back. The water was still rushing. The pigs were washed away, and the ducks and geese swam to the shore. They couldn't swim back up and were carried away by the water. Men, gather the people to discuss. Zhang Shua shouted. You guys discuss. Is there anything to eat? We need to fill our stomachs first. The village chief was angry. Hurry up and send people. When you first came, you posted a notice saying that there was a disaster and the houses were damaged. The yamen will repair them. What will happen to our village tonight? Sleep outside? There were many mosquitoes. Luoyang had a complete system of officials. If Li Longji was in Luoyang, he would bring people and directly take their positions. A large group of people came in a hurry. Was there a village that was washed away by the flood? This matter had to be dealt with quickly. If it couldn't be suppressed, there were people from the Li family Zhuangzi over there. Would they dare to kill people from the Li family Zhuangzi? Rolls and soup were delivered. There were people selling rolls outside. The village chief brought people to eat and drink. They had to eat their fill first before thinking of a solution. Organize people and go over immediately. The Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, Lang Zhong will lead the team. Check the situation and record the losses. Zhang Shua ordered. He didn't have the time to discuss. There's also black bread and salted vegetables. The village can't start a fire. The pot is gone. The village chief shouted. Chapter 1675. The villagers in the Li family Zhuangzi's group were also eating burritos. They didn't need to buy their burritos. In the mountains, there was a workshop working at night and food was provided 24 hours a day. The villager who reported the news first drank water in big gulps. Now, he ate 2 bites of the burritos and drank a mouthful of water from the pot. They left their horses behind and rode the Li family Zhuangzi's horses back. They weren't worried about their horses. These 10 villagers were in much better spirits than the village chief, Ma Jin. They had everything in the group. The highest-ranking official was called Li Guiheng. Originally, his surname was Gu and his name was Gugue. When he came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he followed his family's surname and had more than one word in his name. He waited until they reached the top of the hill and said to the villagers, "It's good that you're fine. Everything else is just a small problem. Think about it. Let's build a new house. We'll build a second story." "Yes, yes." A villager swallowed the food in his mouth. "How much will it cost?" "Not much. You know that there's a cement factory and a brick factory on the mountain. Didn't Magistrate Zhang say that if the house is damaged, the yamen will take care of it? They'll pay for the houses. We'll give you the cost price. It's enough to build a second story. Don't pigs and poultry have marks on them? It's better if they can survive and come back on their own. If they're picked up by someone else, they can ask. The land will be delayed. The good soil on the mountain will wash down and fertilize the fields." Li Guiheng tried his best to speak positively. He didn't want to make people sick again. What if the soil that washes down isn't good? What if there's a lot of sand and stones? Another villager still felt that it was better to have a fertile field. In the winter, you can clean up the silt. You're planting new indica rice, so you'll have to soak it in water. If you don't have enough livestock, I'll lend you some when plowing the fields. I'll give you some manpower to build the house. You'll take care of the food. I'll give you some chicks, ducks, geese, and piglets. They're not worth much. Li Guiheng continued to comfort them. Small poultry were the most worthless. Artificial incubation was equivalent to giving them a batch of eggs. We have savings. We can survive. After washing, we'll see if we can find anything. The villager was completely relieved. When the sun was far to the west, the group arrived. The water flow became smaller, but it did not stop. Apparently, there was still a lot of water on the mountain, and there was an opening here. 700 to 800 people stayed on the hillside. The older children brought the younger children to look for wild vegetables and fruits to eat. The adults used their hands to pick wild vegetables, and some even broke branches to weave things. The animals grazed on their own, so it was hard to tell if they were frightened or not. No one in the entire group cried. Even when their house was washed away, they did not shed a single tear. When the Li family Zhuangzi's caravan arrived, the villagers actually smiled. Come over and help set up the tent. Children shouldn't run around. Ah, you guys eat first. We'll set up the tent. Li Guiheng shouted and suddenly remembered that everyone had not eaten yet. The food was packed in large wooden buckets. Even the canteen, which provided food 24 hours a day, was emptied in one go and the canteen would cook again. There was a lot of food that had to be remade, and they still had to send it to the village. In summer, the food wasn't afraid of getting cold, as long as it didn't spoil. Children, elderly, women, and men lined up in order to get their meals. There were no stools prepared. Everyone stood or squatted to eat. It was too childish to be fed by adults. House-like tents were set up, and fixed ropes were tied around the stakes that had been smashed into the ground. The place where the windows were opened was picked up, and the screen was sewn there. It was hot in Luoyang at this time of the year. It was so hot that people couldn't stay in their houses and ran to the roof to sleep. For example, during Li Yi's time, some people slept on the sidewalk. There were also factories where the workers didn't live in the dormitory. They bought their own small tents and slept in the open space unless the factory installed air conditioning. The ground inside the tent was covered with felt, so there was no need to cover it with blankets. The most worrying were mosquitoes and bugs. If the bugs crawled in and bit people, they would get red and swollen. Lime was scattered around the tent to block the bugs and the screen to block the mosquitoes. 2 groups of people can still come before dark. After you finish eating, set up the stove outside. The people behind will send food and household utensils. Soup can't be sent, it's too heavy. Li Guiheng's arrangements were simple. As long as the people's emotions were stable, nothing else was a problem. The men who could work shoveled food into their mouths, chewed a few mouthfuls, swallowed, drank a few mouthfuls of soup, and worked. As they worked, they chatted and laughed, and at the same time, they cursed the heavens and the mountain gods. If it weren't for the mountain torrent and the ruins, it would be impossible to tell that they had suffered a disaster. There were only 3 people in the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave orders and occasionally rubbed the head of a naughty child. In the hearts of the villagers, the 3 of them were the stabilizing force. Their voices made them feel at ease. An hour later, the second group of people from the Li family Zhuangzi mountain arrived. They brought tables, chairs, iron pots, tools, and kerosene lamps. The sky was dark. The third group of people brought food, bacon, seasonings, rice, flour, clothes, and medicine to calm the nerves. The villagers helped them settle down. Several families lived in one tent. The surrounding toilets were dug out and covered with branches and thatch. Wooden buckets were used as vessels for purifying water. After settling the sand and stones, they took the water and boiled it to drink. There was no need for others to teach them about epidemic prevention. They all knew about it because they read the newspaper. Of the 3 villagers, 1 was on duty, and the other 2 were sleeping. They lived here. They needed 24 hours, and one of them had to be active. The villagers on the other mountain did the same. A village of nearly 1,000 people was no small matter. The horses rested and went back. They had to come back later. If Dongzhu was here, I guarantee that he would do better than us. A villager on the mountain was thinking about what was not done well. He told his companions. Don't compare yourself to Dongzhu. Anyway, we did our best. Dongzhu can fly. Can you fly? Another villager said. According to my conclusion, our organizational ability was not strong enough, our response was not fast enough, and our logistics arrangements were not perfect, another villager said. The other villagers nodded. Indeed, they still had to learn. They did not know that many countries in Dongzhu's era could not do what they did. At that time, some countries were still in a meeting 72 hours after the disaster happened. The leaders bragged in front of the media. The people there were suffering, but it did not stop them from bragging. After bragging, they told the voters to choose their party. We will bring you happiness. Don't worry. When night fell, the villagers took a bath and changed their clothes. The women who were on their period used clean sanitary pads. No one could sleep. Only the elderly and children slept soundly. The adults were in a state of excitement. A group of flying insects gathered around the kerosene lamp outside the screen. The temperature of the kerosene lamp did not spread into the tent, but the light warmed the heart. An even larger group of people was moving forward with torches. From time to time, there were sounds of paw, paw, and mosquito bites on their faces and arms. Don't worry. I personally brought enough food. When we reach the place, we will arrange a meal. Zhang Shua rode on a horse and spoke to Ma Jin. His subordinate suggested that he ride a roller coaster, but he refused. He was not afraid that the roller coaster would not be sturdy enough and he would fall. He was worried that the news of him riding a roller coaster would spread to Chang'an and he would fall from his position. He would not even have the chance to join the regiment. Xiao Yi was ruthless. He would probably say, "Why don't you ask someone to carry you when you ride a roller coaster when the people are suffering?" Chapter 1676. Ma Jin did not speak much along the way. Only when Zhang Shua specifically spoke to him did he reply. Thank you, Magistrate Zhang. The people of Shaluo village are extremely grateful. Ma Jin replied again. Zhang Shua felt a headache coming on. Why did these words sound so awkward? Are you sure you are thanking me on behalf of the villagers? There was no wind tonight. The torches swayed gently as the procession moved forward. Occasionally, there would be a crackling sound as insects flew onto the fire. Magistrate, don't worry. You didn't eat lunch or dinner. Just drink some water. This is called rapid disaster response. As soon as we know that the people are affected by the disaster, we immediately organize people to make arrangements. In a very short period of time, we have transferred large amounts of resources and manpower. The magistrate even personally went to the disaster area. The road is difficult, but it can't stop our determined pace. The night is cold, but how can it extinguish our enthusiasm? In the whole world, our Hunan province's logistical ability and reaction speed is definitely the best. Why? Because a doctor from the Ministry of Revenue came up and praised. Rest for a while. You will be busy tomorrow. Zhang Shua interrupted him. There are people in front with torches. Are they villagers? Someone with sharp eyes saw the light. Alert! The guard shouted. The procession slowed down. Someone in the procession stepped on the crossbow. Gradually, the light in front became clear. It was a torch, illuminating the cows, horses and donkeys below. We are the Hunan Province Magistrates' procession. Where are you from? Someone shouted. The other party shouted, we are from the Li family Zhuangzi on the mountain. The livestock of Shaluo village have to be sent over. Then we will take turns to send things back. Does the Li family Zhuangzi lack livestock? The procession shouted again. Shaluo village lacks fodder. If we don't bring them back, what will we eat? Just eating grass is not enough. We have to feed them with refined materials. Transporting refined materials is tiring. It is better to use manual labor. The other party shouted. Let them pass. Don't talk too much. Zhang Shua said. He was very dissatisfied. Let's go. It's so late to come over to take the livestock. The procession let them pass. Brothers, you have worked hard. With you here, the villagers feel more at ease. The procession passed by. After the procession left, the Ministry of Revenue's doctor spoke again. Magistrate, look. The Li family Zhuangzi's procession said that we can calm the people's hearts. Bah! Zhang Shua did not care about official etiquette and directly spat. Are you blind or are you blind? They came from that direction, which meant that they had already passed by. Have you asked the Li family Zhuangzi? It's too late, it's too late. We're too slow, too slow. Luckily it was the village that suffered the disaster. If it were two armies facing each other, we would have to be ambushed layer by layer. We can't even run away. They're just waiting for us to tire ourselves out. We're tired. After Zhang Shua scolded the doctor, he felt much better. He didn't feel ashamed. Competing with the Li family Zhuangzi in logistics? Do you believe that the Ba Shui Legion will crush you with their logistics? The Li family Zhuangzi was ready for battle at any time, while the Hunan prefecture was in a state of administrative operation. Their accumulated costs were not on the same level, and they had money. Ahem. Ma Jin coughed. Magistrate Zhang's team is not slow. 10 years ago, there was also a flood. At that time, there were more than 1,200 people in the village. My uncle was the village chief. He never thought that the government would arrive in time, so he thought of a solution himself. My uncle was tired and died of illness. After waiting for 11 days, a full 11 days, the bailiffs came, took a look, and left. Today, 10 years later, the village's population is less than 1,000 people. Fortunately, the Hunan prefecture's actions are not slow. The words that Ma Jin spoke the most tonight were memories and joy. You haven't seen the Li family Zhuangzi's speed. When I was in Chang'an, Xiao Yi didn't care about money. He always piled up emergency supplies in the storehouse. The Li family's troops had already set off before the news reached His Majesty's ears in any place that was affected by the disaster. It was the same at the Tubo border outside the capital. According to Xiao Yi's medical theory, he has a mental problem. He always looks like something will go wrong at any time. Zhang Shua shook his head. He couldn't describe his feelings. In any case, it was urgent. The Li family Zhuangzi was not at the front line. In short, Magistrate Zhang's speed is not slow. Dr. Zhou spoke the truth. Ma Jin comforted Zhang Shua again. At the same time, he approved of the Ministry of Revenue's doctor. This was because he was relieved. The Li family Zhuangzi's speed was very fast. The livestock was rushing back, which meant that his village was safe. Since that was the case, he should be a good person and not offend people. In the future, he would have to deal with them, right? Ha ha ha. That's good. The safety of the people is more important than anything else. Zhang Shua laughed. Of course, he knew what the village chief was thinking. The village chief's face was gloomy just now, but now he was smiling. If the Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't go over, would he still be smiling? The troops wandered to the place. Under the light, tents were set up in picturesque disorder. The night watchmen were feeding the resting livestock. The latrines were more than 100 steps away. Someone carried a kerosene lamp and walked to the latrines. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. Obviously, he hadn't eaten anything bad. Outside the tents, there were earth stoves. Some of the earth stoves were still wet, and firewood was being burned inside. The fire of firewood was a bit stronger, but it wasn't as fierce as the fire of coal. It was suitable for slowly drying the earth stoves. If large firewood was burned, it was possible that the earth stoves would crack. By gathering soft firewood, they could set up a large iron pot tomorrow morning. Zhang Shua watched with his eyes. He was analyzing in his heart. What did each detail show? As he thought about it, he laughed again. He didn't understand before, and this was something he learned from Li Yi. Zhang Shua didn't care that his troops were late and that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived first. It was more important that the villagers didn't suffer grievances. The Li family Zhuangzi had never disdained to compete with others for logistics. Was his troops slow? They weren't slow at all. It was just that they were next to the Li family Zhuangzi's territory. Xiao Yi didn't compete for credit. He just did his best. Whoever he led into the regiment would enter. Who would he compete with? That's great. Let's get another support team. The village will recover soon. Zhang Shua said with relief. Magistrate Zhang, should I go and wake them up now? Ma Jin looked like he was going to wake them up, but his feet didn't move at all. You're not satisfied with me being the Hunan magistrate? Do you have to get rid of me? Are you sure that the next Hunan magistrate can do a better job than me? Zhang Shua glared at the villager. You're too bad. The villagers are sleeping soundly, and you're shouting that I let you do it? Magistrate Zhang, you have to have a place to rest. Ma Jin smiled. Wait a moment. They're coming. They're the Li family Zhuangzi's men. Zhang Shua glared at Ma Jin again. Hello, Magistrate Zhang. There are 4 empty tents for emergency use. You can go there first. The others can set up tents 200 meters to the west. It doesn't matter how loud the noise is. Even if the villagers wake up and find out that new tents are being set up, they will still sleep soundly. The more people we have, the more noise they will sleep soundly. The Li family Zhuangzi's men who were on duty here bowed to Zhang Shua and began to make arrangements. Chapter 1677. The truth was just as the farmer had said. While everyone was working, the people living in the tents woke up. Someone told them that the Hunan prefectural magistrate had personally come with a large group of people. Those who had woken up fell back into a deep sleep. The baby cried and was then coaxed to sleep by the mother. There were always teams coming and going at night, but it didn't affect the villagers' sleep. Under special circumstances, some sounds could actually help one sleep. The sound of patrolling footsteps could be heard, waking people up. They knew that there were people patrolling. When they fell asleep, they would quickly enter a state of deep sleep because of relaxation and self-hypnosis. Under normal circumstances, entering a deep sleep state depended on the degree of fatigue and psychological factors. It had nothing to do with sounds within a certain acceptable range. In an environment of absolute silence, one could hear the sound of one's own breathing. It was even harder to fall into a deep sleep. There were no winged knights in the village. If there were a few hundred winged knights patrolling the area, even if they were a little louder, the villagers would still fall asleep. At the first glimmer of dawn, Zhang Shua slowly opened his eyes. He had slept soundly. None of the villagers had died, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. What time is it? Zhang said that he was the magistrate and needed to hold a court meeting. It's only 6:00. There's no meeting today. We're in Xiaoluanan village. Why don't you sleep a little longer? The villager of the Li family Zhuangzi who was sitting beside him spoke softly. He lowered his voice and used his chest to resonate. This was what he had learned in Zhuangzi. When talking to people who were sleeping or had just woken up, he should not use his head to resonate. That kind of sharp voice would stimulate the other party's heart. Ah, Hugh, wake up. You can't sleep anymore. You're not Xiao Yi. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and slowly sat up. He still felt a little disoriented and was unable to determine where he was. It was different from where he usually lived. He needed to retrieve his memories and adapt to the new environment. Go prepare a hot towel for your face. It's still a little cold in the morning, so it's not suitable to use cold water. The farmer looked at Zhang Shua's state and said, "It smells so good. Steamed meat buns?" Zhang Shua closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Li Yi had taught him this. This way, he would not suddenly suffer from cardiovascular disease due to light and nervous reactions. We have everything. Meat buns, fried eggs, congee with pork and century egg, fried rolls, youtiao, soy milk, tofu pudding, spicy soup, radish and tofu soup, bean rice, fried cakes, pies, wontons, and all kinds of side dishes. The farmer gave a simple introduction of the breakfast. Wasn't it affected by the disaster? Why did you make so many things? Zhang Shua felt confused again. If it wasn't for the disaster, we wouldn't be doing these things. We're tired too. The more powerful the logistics, the more relieved the people will be. The villager explained the reason. It was not like they were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The local people only had porridge for breakfast and pickled vegetables. Eating a few steamed buns was already considered a blessing. Only the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi, who was on the mountain west of Luoyang, could support the things they had done this morning. Although it looked cool, there was a cost involved. When a hot towel was brought over, Zhang said that he would apply it to his face. He breathed through the towel, and the steam entered his lungs. It felt very comfortable. The houses of the commoners have been washed away. Do you have any plans? Zhang Shua asked the villager when he went to eat. If Magistrate Zhang can't fulfill his promise, the Li family Zhuangzi will take full responsibility. The manor owner nodded, indicating that they could do it. Zhang said, "If you're so good, why don't you checkmate me first? I know you're rich. You're just a farmer, and you can easily use thousands of extra funds. You're holding me hostage. You're just as bad as Xiao Yi. Magistrate Zhang, don't be angry. You said that we'll build a new house for the people whose houses are damaged. You'll pay for the single-story houses, and we'll build a second story. There will be 2 platforms. There will be a platform on the first floor, and a platform on the second floor. It's convenient to dry the food. The commoners are the most important. I'll tell you the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi can provide everything. That big rock, it fell down and sprayed water from below. Spring water, hot spring water, can also be called warm soup. Our Luoyang already has warm soup. The rock previously blocked an opening. Do you want it? If you don't want it, then give it to the Li family Zhuangzi." As the villager spoke, he revealed a secret. The rock had been washed away, and there was actually a hot spring below. Ah! There's a hot spring. This isn't under the jurisdiction of the Li family Zhuangzi, right? Zhang Shua's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What jurisdiction does the Li family Zhuangzi have? Dong Zhu is wholeheartedly serving the country and the people. It's just a Zhuangzi. So what if I give it to you? Magistrate Zhang, if you want it, then I'll give it to you. I'll give the Li family Zhuangzi to you. Dong Zhu said that he has nothing, so why would he care? The villager said calmly without a trace of anger. Zhang Shua slapped his forehead, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. You'll pay for the house, and you'll take the hot spring. Zhang Shua was depressed. Even a villager could threaten and scare him. Fine, but Magistrate Zhang, you have to give us a reason. Say that you're the one who paid. The villager nodded. Giving a sweet date after giving a slap, right? Zhang Shua understood again. He would share some of the good reputation with him, and the Li family Zhuangzi would get all the benefits. Magistrate Zhang, you must be joking. What slap? If I give you the hot spring, you'll be giving it to Hunan province. You don't need it. Who will benefit from the hot spring in the end? An official? If an official takes the hot spring, are you sure the water isn't red? The villager didn't threaten him and told him the truth. If an official dares to covet the hot spring, it will be a fatal disaster. Will the villagers let him? If the Li family Zhuangzi says that this is a hot spring, the Li family Zhuangzi will take it. The villagers won't say anything. If the Li family Zhuangzi wants it, there's no problem. We can still benefit from it in the future. Fine, fine, fine. Let's eat. I want a reputation. You'll pay for it. It's useless for me to want a reputation. Zhang Shua was helpless and quickly solved his stomach problem. The villagers woke up one after another and took the toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towels provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to wash up. The baby was still sleepy and was being carried by his mother to drink milk. He drank milk first and thought about other things after he was full. The woman who gave birth on the yacht also breastfed her baby. The baby cried when he drank milk and was very uneasy. When he finally finished eating, he still cried. No matter how much he coaxed him, he wouldn't stop crying. Li Yi, who had just finished eating, received a report from the little robot and went to see the baby. The baby wasn't hungry, nor was he going to the toilet. No matter who held him, he would cry. Li Yi took a look and went out. After a while, he came back with a bathtub with wheels. Give me the baby. You go eat and sleep. Have a good sleep and massage him to sleep. Li Yi said to the baby's mother and put the baby in the bathtub. The baby cried and stopped. If he continued crying, he would choke on water. The baby opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, and his breathing became faster. After 2 minutes, the baby's breathing became stable. His small hands and feet were still moving. Li Yi's hand was supporting him below. Your emotions are unstable. You're nervous. The baby can't feel safe with you. People's emotions are contagious. You're on my boat. What's there to be anxious about? Li Yi finished dealing with the baby's crying and turned to the woman with wide eyes. Li Yi knew the situation. The greater the pressure in life, the worse the condition of the woman during breastfeeding. The baby would always cry. It was related to the biological magnetic field and endocrine system. Not to mention the baby, even if it was an adult, when the friends around them were in a depressed state, their good friends or best friends looked like they couldn't live all day, they would also be affected. Therefore, happy people had many friends and were willing to get along. The baby had no choice. To say something hurtful, the poorer and more stressed the breastfeeding woman was, the more her baby would cry and be affected by her emotions. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if the salesperson scolded you with a cold face when you were shopping? Chapter 1678. The child's mother did not leave. She stood at the side and grabbed both sides of her pants. She wanted to learn. The mother-in-law's method was useless. She could not coax the baby. Li Dongzhu was amazing. The child's father looked down at his son. When his son was born, his body was yellow. He was much better now. The nurse said that there was no need for any blue light. Will the child stop crying if I put him in the water? The father felt that he had mastered the trick. It depends on the situation. Don't put him in blindly. Hold him and coax him. After a long time, the baby will feel the high temperature. When you coax him, he will be swayed. The temperature of the water is relatively low. It will put pressure on the skin. The baby will not be afraid of water. It is only suitable for this period. Do not use it recklessly. Because of what? Is the family short of money? I named the child because of fate. Money is a small matter. In the future. Li Yi paused and looked at the family of 3. Are you afraid that the child will not belong to you? The three of them showed an awkward expression. The mother-in-law smiled. I don't want your child. However, I have the final say on how to raise him in the future. Your relatives will be here today. Li Yi said calmly to express his attitude. He was willing to name the child because he saw that the child was born on the yacht. See, I told you. Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi have many children. How can they steal our child? The mother-in-law forced a smile. Li Yi did not expose them. He was used to it. What kind of patience had he not seen before? The one who wanted to name the child was this family. They were also the ones who were worried that the child would belong to someone else. What does your uncle's family do? Li Yi changed the topic and asked the woman. He is an old clerk in Wanyan County. He has the same surname as my mother, Jia. His name is, the woman said as she straightened her chest. She was used to doing this every time she talked about this in her hometown. Her uncle was an official in Changpeng. He was amazing. After straightening her chest, she remembered who she was facing and quickly bent down. Jia Zhangqiu. Li Yi said a name. Li Dongzhu knows my uncle. The woman was surprised. Jia Zhangqiu, born in the 3rd year of Xianheng. 46 years old this year. He ranked 32nd in the 1st year of Shengong in Changpeng. Next year, he will be appointed as Sanyuan County's warehouse clerk. In the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, he will be transferred to Wanyan County's assistant. In the 5th year of Kaiyuan, he will be evaluated. Comment: the cashier is meticulous, the accounts are flawless, the sun does not rest much, the calculation is in the heart, the future view, promotion. The information that Li Yi mentioned about the woman's uncle, Jia Zhangqiu, came from the government. It's 46, Li Dongzhu. What does that mean? The woman only understood a little bit and didn't understand the rest. He's going to be promoted. The person who gave the evaluation said that your mother's uncle is doing a good job. While everyone else is resting, he's always working overtime. Let's wait and see. If it works out, he'll be promoted. Li Yi knew what the key point was. He wasn't talking nonsense. You can be promoted. Which official should I be promoted to? The mother-in-law glanced at her daughter-in-law. Since her uncle had been promoted, the family would treat her daughter-in-law well in the future. The next time she went to visit the in-laws, she had to prepare more gifts. What promotion? This. Li Yi pondered for a moment before saying, can I send him to another county outside to be a county magistrate? For example, Sanyuan County. If he has connections, he can directly become a county magistrate in Wanyan County. As for entering the government, that's impossible. He took the Ming Classics examination, which is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. His Ming Classics are much worse than the Grand Scholars, and his ranking is much lower. If he works in the local government all year round, he won't be able to adapt to the work of the government. Unless there's a new department. He can be transferred to the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue. After a year, he can be promoted again. If he has to be transferred 1 grade higher, there will be gossip. Li Yi's words had arranged Jia Zhangqiu's future. It was time to see which one he should choose. The family of 3 still didn't understand what he was talking about. Oh, it was a family of 4. The baby was still in the bath, and he couldn't be considered as a person. Li Dongzhu, which one do you think is good? The mother-in-law smiled and asked. Of course it's to enter a new department. Tax collection will be a big deal in the future. Now that I'm familiar with it, I'll need to work with other departments in the future. Li Yi started from his own point of view and entered the Ministry of Revenue. How much money is enough? The mother-in-law was nervous. She wanted to help ask. Money? Oh, you're talking about bribery? If you can't bribe your way in, won't you earn back the money in the future if you spend a lot of money? I won't allow it. Li Yi shook his head. Don't joke around. You're asking me about bribing officials? And the tax collection department of the Ministry of Revenue? Yes, 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 I won't bribe you. But, the mother-in-law didn't know what to say. When he comes, I'll put the child beside me during dinner. He wants to look at the child, and he saw the Minister of Revenue, Bai Gu. Li Yi wanted to laugh. If he wanted to look for an official, he couldn't arrange it. How could he interfere with such a high-ranking official? If he saw him, he could talk to him. The woman understood. I brought the child to eat together. If he looked for the child, old Bai and the others would naturally understand. When the time comes, everyone will ask. This is a small problem. Li Yi really couldn't explain it any more clearly. When people communicate, sometimes a small thing will show. Good, good, good. The mother-in-law was happy. No matter what, her daughter-in-law had a backer. She couldn't understand. The child was born by Li Yi, so why would he need a backer? Li Yi couldn't even arrange a small official for her backer. She felt embarrassed. Don't worry. Take the child back to sleep. Li Yi said as he pulled the sleeping baby out of the water. The baby's legs kicked twice, and his mouth moved. At this moment, the children of Shaluo South Village were also drinking milk and eating food. A sumptuous breakfast was placed there, and the villagers showed a pained expression. Manager Li, don't be too varied. It's already good to have rice, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Save the effort and let everyone rest. Ma Jin felt that it was a waste. It was enough to make one. If they could eat a hot meal in a disaster, what else could they ask for? Many people died in the flood. They ate grass and drank muddy water. How was this disaster? It was clearly a camping trip. It'll take a day or two. Go back and cook yourselves. The rice, flour, oil, and meat have already been sent. When the water recedes, see what else can be dug out. Li Guiheng waved his hand. If he didn't do this, how could he show the power of the Baishui Corps? The more difficult the situation, the more powerful the logistics, and the more frightening the enemy would be when comforting the people. I sent someone to take a look. Are you sure it's soup? Ma Jin nodded gratefully and asked about the situation under the rock. Someone found that there was steam floating there and suspected that it was soup. He told Li Guiheng, and Li Guiheng sent someone to investigate. It's a hot spring, and it's very hot. The Li family Zhuangzi wants it. Shaoluo South Village wants it too. It's open to the public. Li Guiheng didn't hold back. The village couldn't keep the hot spring. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. In the end, it became a place of the imperial family in Luoyang Palace and was managed by the supervisor here. Usually, they would rather stay idle than let others in. If they were found out, they would be killed. Can Li Dongzhu come to soak in it? We want to see Li Dongzhu. Ma Jin was relieved. He didn't want to give it to the imperial plantation. What if someone from the palace came to the village to buy things at a low price? Open it to the public and do business. Our Shaoluo South Village will have a good life in the future. Raise more livestock and poultry. Develop the hot spring industry and stimulate the local economy. Li Guiheng was prepared to operate according to the model of the drunken immortal residents in Lantian County. In any case, no one would dare to cause trouble. Chapter 1679. You want to buy chickens from Zhuangzi and sell them to others? We can give you a good price. It's cheap. Ma Jin lowered his voice. Chickens are a small problem. Find a place to sit down and eat. Let's talk while eating. Li Guiheng waved his hand. You want to sell chickens when there's a hot spring nearby. It was not cool in the morning as it was summer. Some villagers quickly finished their meal and found tools to dig the houses where the water level had receded. They looked at the furniture and the beams of the houses. Even if they wanted to build a 2-story building with cement bricks, they could build a big warehouse with the beams and side beams of the original house. Kitchen knives, plows, hoes, and other things in the house, no matter which household they belonged to, they would take them out and put them aside to be claimed. A few teachers in the village gathered together to eat and discuss the lectures after the meal. It was hard to bear the disaster, but people were fine. They did not need to eat, wear, and live. Their studies could not be delayed. The woman prepared to take over lunch and dinner and did not ask the Li family Zhuangzi to work. Luoyang is the eastern capital. There are many rich people in Luoyang. I plan to build a drunken immortal residence in the capital's Lantian County and hire people to soak in the hot spring. Li Guiheng raised the level and did not want to make a small fuss. The road needs to be repaired. It's about 30 miles. Should we make it into cement? Ma Jin considered the transportation problem. No, fix the place where the big stones were washed away. The big stones are placed there and do not move. Treat them as ornamental stones. The road is bumpy, and you are tired from walking. You can soak in the hot spring to relieve your fatigue. Our village will provide manpower as service staff. The men will serve the men, and the women will serve the women. No, the hot spring service staff will be found from outside. There are professionals. You can serve the dishes and make tea. Li Guiheng suddenly thought that it was easy for male service staff to have problems. They also had to find people to work in the local area. Business activities that could not stimulate the local economy were considered failures. Listen to Manager Li. Ma Jin was not familiar with this. He only knew that the Li family Zhuangzi would not lie to his village. Pigs and poultry will be provided as usual. You have to expand the breeding industry. Luoyang does not lack rivers, but in order to eat fresh fish and shrimp, we have to dig ponds and raise fish and lotus flowers. There's a road with cement from the water rushing down. Every time it rains, the rainwater will flow down and our pond will no longer lack water. Li Guiheng arranged things. This was what he had learned from the Li family Zhuangzi. After arriving at a place, they would make adjustments according to the specific local conditions. Disaster was disaster, and disaster was disaster relief. Then, through the series of discoveries in the disaster villages and the evolution of the disasters, a new way out was found. If there was a hot spring, they would use the hot spring. If there was no hot spring, they would use the gap. We have never raised lotus vegetables and fish before. Ma Jin was worried. Everyone was farming, raising livestock, poultry, and making handicrafts at the same time. We know how. It's simple. When the time comes, we can even dig up lotus roots and pick lotus seeds. Lotus leaves and lotus flowers are beautiful scenery. When we build ponds, we can see pavilions and corridors. Li Guiheng gave Ma Jin a look that said, "Don't worry." Ma Jin smiled. I forgot that you are from the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you know how powerful Li Dongzhu is? You're eating. He drank some water to calm himself down. Sigh. I'm getting old. If it weren't for Xiao Yi's health advice, I wouldn't be able to walk at all. Zhang Shua said that he was getting old and brought food over to eat. He was 52 years old this year. He didn't know himself, but he was younger than in history. In history, he was unlucky enough to be sent to Yuyang. There were all kinds of battles in the imperial court, and he was exhausted. History was changed by Li Yi. He was in good condition now. Yao Chong was gone, and he was the Hunan provincial magistrate. He had the opportunity to return at any time. Magistrate, you've worked hard. Ma Jin sincerely thanked him. Last night, he was anxious. When he returned, he found that the Li family Zhuangzi had arrived early. He looked down on Zhang Shua's team. After he woke up, he felt that he had wrongly blamed the Hunan provincial magistrate's team. They were not slow. Comparing them to the Li family Zhuangzi was bullying. The Li family Zhuangzi came more than 30 miles, and Luoyang City was more than 50 miles away. He went to report the news and wasted a lot of time. The magistrate personally led the team. If it weren't for the Li family Zhuangzi, the magistrate's team could have saved his life. His village in Feishan County was not an important place. Ma Jin thought about it and realized something. Did the government office in Feishan County send anyone? He shouted and asked the other villagers. The people around him shook their heads. They did not see anyone. Village mayor, the person who went to report the news, came back last night. He said that Magistrate Pang was gathering people and asked us to hide in a safe place. Someone knew some information. Ma Jin stood up and bowed to Zhang Shua. Magistrate, I have offended you yesterday. I deserve to die. Sit down and eat. Why do you have to be like this? If you want to blame someone, blame Xiao Yi. She taught the villagers to take care of this place so well. Zhang Shua was in a good mood. You finally said something reasonable. His face sank. Feishan County's Magistrate Pang Gu is indeed a good official. He even knows to ask people to hide in a safe place. Ma Cun Zheng, do you know what would happen if the same thing happened to the county magistrate like Pang Gu? Would he be severely reprimanded? Or demoted? Ma Jin said hesitantly. He felt that demoting was a severe punishment. What do you think? Zhang Shua asked Li Guiheng. He would be rewarded. He would be rewarded to report to the other counties. Together with the magistrate, registrar and lieutenant. Li Guiheng replied with a smile. Report? What report? Can't he not do it? Ma Jin did not understand. Report on what he did wrong. If he does not do it, his entire family will be exiled for at least 3,000 miles. Li Guiheng said with a smile. Caught. Ma Jin finally understood. They are in this county. As long as they are not dead, they have to reach the affected areas faster than the winged knights. After that, the winged knights would bring the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings and send them over. The local officials would then make the necessary arrangements. They would then take the items and begin the recovery process. When the winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's belongings arrived, there was no response from the local officials. This could only mean that they are gone. Reward them. Reward them. Li Guiheng was familiar with the process. It was fine if they were dead, but not if they were alive. Then. Pang Gu. Ma Jin looked at Zhang Shua. Let's see if he is dead or alive. If he is alive, I will also make him report. Zhang Shua wanted to be ruthless. I worked so hard to get here. What are you doing? Do you know how much I have suffered? What is my status? What is your position? After he finished speaking, he took a big bite of the meat bun. His cheeks puffed up as he chewed. The sound of his teeth grinding against each other could be heard. The other villagers did not know that a large number of officials in Feishan County would be replaced. They did not usually get to eat such good food for breakfast. Everyone ate happily. There was nothing to be sad about when their homes were washed away. They had to build new houses. They could use their savings to buy livestock. Soon, they would be able to return to their original state. The houses would be even better. Why were they not washed away last year? If they had been washed away last year, they would have already lived on the second floor. The children who could eat by themselves were also very active. Until the teacher's voice sounded, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, class will begin. Chapter 1680. Confucius said, to govern with virtue, for example, Beichen, where he resides, all the stars are there. Confucius said, poetry, 300, in a word. Hidden against visible, silent against noisy, willow shore against paradise. Warblers against yen friends, morning and evening against greetings. Fish leaping over swamps, crane riding on the shore, drunken courage against singing souls. Outside, we receive teachings from Fu, inside, we serve our mother. Various aunts and uncles, Confucius and Bai, Kong Hui brothers, of the same breath and branch. Making friends, casting points, sharpening rules. When the children of different learning levels in the village began to recite, the people smiled and worked hard. Zhang Shua drank tea. He had nothing to do. His presence here represented everything. This is the enlightenment of sound, written by Shao Yi. Oh, copied. When we went to Li family Zhuangzi, the first thing we heard was heaven against earth, rain against wind, continent against sky. It's called Li family Zhuangzi. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi was not as big as it is now. Shao Yi could not determine a person's life and death and career. Zhang Shua felt comfortable all over. The children's reading voices were pleasant to the ears. He began to recall and told Li Guiheng and Ma Jin. At that time, I had not entered Li family Zhuangzi, but I heard people talk about it. Sigh. Li Guiheng regretted that he had gone too late. Did you send someone to tell Li Dongzhu about this? Ma Jin could not participate in the conversation. He wanted to ask if Li Yi had been told about the village's situation. We sent the pigeons out early in the morning. The distance is close, and it won't take long to reach Zhuangzi. If Dongzhu has arrangements, he will release the pigeons raised here. Li Guiheng did not send anyone. When there was a disaster, he would release 2 pigeons at a time. Before releasing them, he had to take back the pigeons raised here. Otherwise, it would be easy to bring the chung and pigeons back. Did he say anything about me? Zhang Shua asked when he heard that there were pigeons flying. Of course he did. It's all thanks to the magistrate's overnight rescue, Li Guiheng replied. I was just worried. It's not a big deal. Seeing the people of Xiluanan village, everything was worth it. Zhang said that he was happy, and the words he said were official words. He didn't care that he was slower than the Li family Zhuangzi's team. Wasn't it normal to be slower? When I get back, I'll deal with the officials of Feishan County. They still haven't arrived yet. My tea after dinner is already cold. In fact, Zhang Shua only took 2 sips of tea. He mainly ate fruits. An hour after the meal, he ate the muskmelon and watermelon platter with toothpicks. The workers only ate a few mouthfuls of fruits after they finished their meal. They didn't have time to slowly savor the fruits. The children would only eat fruits during their lunch break. The children did not leave any space for their stomachs after breakfast. They would eat as much as they could. After eating their fill, they would go to class. After 2 hours, they would be hungry. After the break, they could still eat lunch. If the child only ate 2 meals a day, the child's growth would not be as good as a well-nourished child, especially in terms of height. The rain on the mountain gradually lessened, and more of the ground was exposed. The commoners dug carefully, not daring to go over immediately for fear of being trapped. Looking out, it was a complete mess. If this was a different place and time, the commoners would be crying because their homes had been destroyed. The villagers were chatting and laughing. How tiring it was to work so hard, so let's chat. Jia Zhengqiu was also chatting. He had applied for leave and brought his wife, son, and daughter over early in the morning. His niece was pregnant and came here with her mother and nephew's son-in-law. In the end, she fell sick halfway and gave birth on the cruiser. His niece had written a letter before coming, and his sister had personally written a letter asking them to take care of her. Uncle, this is a candied date. It's from the date tree at home. It was harvested last year and made with honey. The mother-in-law took out good stuff. Good, good. I like this. My grandnephew is so good-looking. Even when he's sleeping, I want to kiss him. Jia Zhengqiu already knew that the child would be named by Li Yi. His niece's name was Shi Miao. Her husband's surname was Xia, and her husband's name was Xia Hao. His mother's surname was Guan, and she was called Xia Guan. It was a pity that his sister did not come. He had to support her. He didn't want her husband's family to look down on his niece. The baby was sleeping. He was only 3 days old. He didn't know how to eat, sleep, poop, or cry. Uncle, Li Dongzhu said. The mother-in-law quickly got down to business. After she finished, she looked at Jia Zhangqiu with a look that said, "We've worked hard for you." Jia Zhangqiu was shocked. "I can enter the Ministry of Revenue. Fair transfer. Okay." He was in the Chang'an government service and knew how powerful the Ministry of Revenue was. The benefits were very high. It was so high that no one dared to accept bribes or corruption. The selection was strict and required one's character. When working in other places, one could not enter if there was a problem. Anyone who was selected would not be willing to be corrupt. This department represented glory. "I wanted to ask how much money I have to pay to enter, but Li Dongzhu said no," the nephew's son-in-law said softly. Luckily, he said it in front of Li Dongzhu. Otherwise, I would have found a way to pay him. Ha! Jia Zhangqiu was glad. He knew that there were more than 300 people who tried to get in by paying money. Not only did they not enter, but they were also demoted. "Uncle, are you going for lunch later?" The child's mother was afraid that her uncle would lose face. "I'm going. I need to think about how to answer when they ask me." "Xiao Miao, this is not about money. There are no Mingjinka people in the Ministry of Revenue." Jia Zhangqiu was excited. He was in the Mingjinka Department of Revenue. "Are they all grand scholars?" Jia Zhangqiu's son asked. Mingjinka, I passed the evaluation." "Same for grand scholars. But I have no chance to pass the evaluation," Jia Zhangqiu said with tears in his eyes. He was 46 years old. Ever since he became a small official, he had been cautious and conscientious. Finally, he was recognized. "Father!" Jia Zhangqiu's children shouted together. "It's okay. There will be a lot of things at home in the future. Meat, fruits, seafood, silk, houses." Jia Zhangqiu said that there were benefits. For those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, benefits were like a guillotine. For people like him, benefits were guaranteed. He was honest when he was a small official in the past. When he took on a heavy responsibility, he did not dare to make any mistakes. "Uncle, look at the child. Will others care about you? What if they don't talk to you?" The mother-in-law was worried. Jia Zhangqiu smiled and shook his head. "It's just an excuse. I believe that the Li family Zhuangzi's men are investigating my past. As long as I pass, everything will be settled." "Old Bai, what did you eat for breakfast?" "Old Bai, don't be like this. If I give you the child, can you teach him? Let me check your teeth." Li Yi went to look for Bai Gu. Bai Gu was in a fit of pique and his disciple was snatched away. He was very sad and very upset. That disciple was only 9 years old. Many 19 or 29-year-olds could not compare to him. When Li Yi spoke to him, he turned his head and looked away. He looked like a child. When he heard Li Yi talking about his teeth, Bai Gu turned his head. "I will eat porridge in the future. I don't want my teeth anymore. Eating porridge is not a problem. The problem is that I don't know if I should say this. 10 million renminbi is not a business income. It's a tax. I can't find anyone to discuss it with." When Li Yi saw that his teeth were not working, he quickly changed to another topic. "Xiao Yi, I have always known that your dental skills are good. Let me take a look later. Does the porridge taste good?" What's 10 million renminbi again?" Bai Gu instantly forgot his worries. He was not angry at all. What disciple? Anyway, he could not snatch him away. Quickly, let's talk about the actual benefits. Chapter 1681. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li Yi suddenly asked. 10 million in taxes. Don't try to change the topic. Bai Gu stuck to the issue of money. Old Bai, don't you think you are too narrow-minded? Money is just a currency. It's a medium. Cut the crap. 10 million. Bai Gu did not listen to anything else. He was determined. Selling seeds. The seeds I brought back from outside, such as tomatoes, kidney beans, rubber trees, sweet potatoes, sunflowers, etc. The export tax is 200%. Li Yi raised 2 fingers. 200%. You want to sell the good stuff to others? Bai Gu did not think about money anymore. He was angry. If I don't sell, can't others take it? The coastline is so long. If I sell it first, won't it be better than them buying it secretly? Li Yi retorted loudly. Look at the Japanese Empire. They can take anything away. Since others can smuggle it out, why should they buy it from you? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi like he was looking at an idiot. They smuggled the chili. If I don't release it, how can others steal it? Before mass marketing, I will sell it to them. Then I will market it. Li Yi gave an example. Chili is the seed of the Li family Zhuangzi. Outsiders can only buy chili powder and chili oil that cannot be grown. Can barbarians sell something worth 10 million in one go? Bai Gu was tempted. We can collect a few million in taxes with a 20% tariff. How is 10 million considered money? How much is my blood coral? I haven't printed money yet. I have to hurry. Li Yi knew the value of foreign trade. It was not like the Tang dynasty collecting rent. It was tiring to get 10 million. There is enough money. If others buy it, don't they think that it will be worthless after you release it? They can steal it. Bai Gu thought of himself as a barbarian and considered things from the perspective of a barbarian. Did they get the chili seeds? I assure them that my Li family Zhuangzi will never release any seeds in the Tang dynasty for the next 20 years. Otherwise, I'll compensate them tenfold. Li Yi said solemnly. He absolutely supported the spirit of the contract. What about the people of the Tang dynasty? I'm still waiting for your corn and potatoes. Bai Gu continued to ask. Later, we found out that there was a foreign merchant who actually dared to sell a large number of seeds to the Tang dynasty and reaped the profits. This allowed the Tang dynasty to grow more and more crops. I earnestly requested His Majesty to send troops to suppress them. We captured countless barbarian merchants and ruthlessly dealt a blow to the arrogance of these criminals. He also perfected the laws of the Tang dynasty and ensured the channels for planting and harvesting new species, setting an example for the Tang dynasty in other countries. Li Yi puffed out his chest and raised his head, speaking righteously and solemnly. Bai Gu swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and raised his hand to pinch the back of his neck. He had no choice, it was numb. And then? Bai Gu asked after pinching it a dozen times. Then, we had to strengthen the customs inspection. In order to protect the interests of the barbarian merchants, we had to carry out a detailed inspection of their teams. We had to increase the severity of punishment, strengthen the functions of the law enforcement team, and speed up the improvement of the laws to protect the rights of the barbarian merchants. We had to pay close attention to the implementation, push forward layer by layer, assign responsibility to the person, supervise the details, and fill in the gaps. Don't slack off, don't shirk responsibility, don't relax, don't compromise, don't. Shao Yi, take a break. This old man knows. That child Li Fuquan is suitable to be your disciple. This old man can't teach him. Because your dental skills are good, this old man's teeth are perfect. It's difficult to enter the realm of no teeth. Bai Gu began to rub his face with both hands. He didn't need to pinch his neck anymore. He even wanted to grab his heart to make sure that his conscience was still there. Bai Gu regretted it. He shouldn't have made things difficult for the child. The child's choice was right. He couldn't teach him. The difference was too big. In the future, if there were any talented children, he would have to send them to Xiao Yi's side to be taught. Old Bai, are we having fish for lunch? Li Yi asked again. Sure, let's have fish. Let's stew the fish for a while and stew the garlic meat. Bai Gu decided to use fish to replenish his energy. He had used too much of his brain power just now. The garlic meat is the protein of the fish. It's not fresh enough. That's fine. I'll pour out the fish soup and filter it with gauze. At the end, there will be fish jelly. When the fish is stewed, the soup will be saltier. The fish will be more flavorful. The fish jelly will also be delicious. Li Yi didn't expect Old Bai to know that the garlic meat would be produced when the fish was heated for a long time. From the looks of it, Old Bai had learned a lot from him. Okay, when the time comes, we'll leave the fish bones and bones. You can grind them and feed them to the livestock and poultry that need salt and calcium. Bai Gu had indeed learned and understood this. Stewed fish had salt. Whether it was horses, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, or geese, they all loved to eat it. Old Bai, the new tax needs to be promoted. Aren't we delivering a child on the yacht? It's a festive occasion. Li Yi saw that Bai Gu was no longer entangled with the matter of having a disciple, so he talked about another matter. He couldn't really laugh at the chancellors for not having a disciple. As for the money, it had nothing to do with the disciple. He had to say it whether Li Fuquan had a disciple or not. Yes, the new baby is born. Everyone is very happy. Bai Gu smiled. The baby was the softest existence in the hearts of ordinary people. When it was raining outside, the mother and child came to the yacht. Of course, they were in a good mood. The baby's mother's granduncle is also here. He's actually a secretary of the treasury in our Wanyan County. His name is Jia Zhengqiu. He was born in the 3rd year of Xianheng. Li Yi followed the topic and introduced Jia Zhengqiu. As long as there were official records of all the officials in the government, he knew about them. No wonder you have to evaluate all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. You memorized them all. Bai Gu didn't know this person. It doesn't matter whether I memorized them or not. It's fate that I can remember them at a glance. Li Yi smiled. He was a scanner. And then? Bai Gu once again felt that Li Fuquan was right to take Xiao Yi as his master. The master was only better than the disciple, not worse than the disciple. What's the big deal about memorizing dozens or hundreds of books a year? The evaluation of all the officials in the Tang dynasty every 6 months. Why don't you give it a try? Then when I was preparing lunch, I put the child's car beside me. In order to see the child, he accidentally entered the restaurant. Li Yi planned according to the script. Don't torture the child. I'll go and see. Bai Gu wanted to see this person. The evaluation was really good, not just because of Li Yi's recommendation. The reason why Li Yi didn't directly arrange a seat was to let others see if it was good enough. If it wasn't good enough, he wouldn't force it. If it was wrong, he would have to deal with it himself. Bai Gu strolled to the door and suddenly turned around. Are you sure you can collect 10 million coins in taxes? It's more, not less. When we talk in the future, 10 million coins is the basic unit. 10 million coins is about the same as 1 coin. You go and take a look first. When you come back, I'll think about the linkage between ship leasing and tax. We have to hurry up. Li Yi bragged. 10 million coins was 10 billion coins. In terms of purchasing power, 10 billion coins was a huge sum of money. You can't judge a person by yourself. You're just lazy. If it's your new disciple, how calculative can he be? Why don't you push it to someone else? Bai Gu muttered and went out to find Jia Zhengqiu. He didn't care about the dignity of the minister. If the person was good, he would arrange a job. If not, then forget it. Chapter 1682. Bai Gu originally did not want to see a small official, but Li Yi's connections and financial operations made him feel that even the most basic people had absolute value. Over here. Be quiet. The baby is sleeping. If you wake him up, he will cry. You are very annoying. Bai Gu caught the little robot while it was strolling with iced juice on its head. It could only lead the way. I know. Bai Gu picked up a glass of juice and said. He found the little robot very interesting. As long as he was on the ship, he could see robots wandering around at any time. He could stop one by waving his hand and talking. If he asked who was where, the robot would basically answer, unless his status was too low. If he asked where Her Majesty was, the robot would refuse. At the door, Bai Gu hesitated for a moment. As the door opened, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't be noisy, baby. I will take a look." Jia Zhangqiu was the most excited. He knew Bai Gu. The chancellors were always strolling outside. He stood up and said, "Bai Gu." "N." Bai Gu replied. He bent down to look at the sleeping baby and smiled. Half a minute later, he straightened up, nodded to Jia Zhangqiu, and walked out first. Jia Zhangqiu immediately followed. He was so excited that he could not even walk properly. Li Dongzhu is amazing. The child's father sighed. The chancellors, high and mighty, had personally come to look for a small official. Jia Zhangqiu's family was excited and worried. They were like people waiting for the results of the trial. They suddenly became silent. 20 minutes later, Jia Zhangqiu returned. His excited look disappeared and his face was solemn. The taxes of the Tang dynasty are taken from the people and used by the people. The tax officials are responsible for protecting the country and the people. They have a great responsibility. Uncle, is it done? The mother-in-law could not understand the meaning of Jia Zhangqiu's words and asked. It is not a level transfer. Give me a standard 8th rank official. Jia Zhangqiu said the result. Yes, standard 8th rank. He is old and cannot control people with a low rank. He has been handling basic affairs for many years and has a solid foundation. Bai Gu came back from the interview and said to Li Yi, who was reading and studying on his tablet. Li Yi might be able to scan and record, and he had a good memory, but when it came to technical knowledge, it was not enough to just remember it. He had to understand it thoroughly. He was reading a medical paper, and his head was hurting. When he heard the voice, he put down the tablet. The merchants of the Tang dynasty rarely had the ability to build large ships. It wasn't because they lacked money, but because they lacked talent. With so much money, you still can't find a craftsman who can build a big ship. Bai Gu took a sip of the iced fruit juice he was holding. It was no longer cold. The Tang dynasty doesn't allow people to build large ships privately. There are records of craftsmen who can build ships. No matter how much money you have to be alive to spend it. Li Yi reminded him. How could ships be built so casually? Did I build my own car to get me on the road? Bai Gu recalled that it was indeed impossible. He asked, what does it have to do with taxes? Controlling a ship is a technical job. You and I don't know how to do it. The people who control the ships are hired. If anyone wants to smuggle or evade taxes, the people who control the ships will be rewarded. Li Yi put away the tablet, picked up the paper and pen on the coffee table, and drew a simple coastal map of the Tang dynasty. Old Bai, look. We need more people to patrol the sea and catch smugglers. Li Yi drew a few lines and a group of dots. More people. Shao Yi, you know what I mean. Tell me. Bai Gu wanted to ask how much money would be needed to increase the number of people and the proportion of taxes. He thought about it again. If he could figure it out, Shao Yi must have known it long ago. At present, the Tang dynasty is in the stage of agricultural development. Although the Turks, Khitans, Shi, and Tubo also grow some things, they are mainly nomads. The foundation of agriculture is land. Coastal areas usually have more mountains, more water, and less land. All the rich places are in the plains. Shu has 2 plains. Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake are called the 2 lakes plains. Below the Yangtze River is the plains in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Our location is called the Guangzhong Plains. There are many plains in the Hebei province, but the population is small. I call it the North China Plains. The Khitans have the northeast plains in the Bohai Sea. We raise horses in the Hetao Plains. When Li Yi talked about agriculture and counting plains, Bai Gu didn't remember. He couldn't remember. There was too much. He only listened. The coastal areas with less land, such as Taizhou, Wenzhou, Fuzhou, and Xuanzhou in the Jiangnan East Province, have less land. With less land, there is naturally less food. Many people starve because they don't have enough to eat. If the patrol teams recruit people and give the people a way to live and hope for a better life, they won't rebel. The people who patrol the sea must know how to control a ship. If they can't, they can practice. If they can't, they can practice. When they practice their skills, we will expand outward through the sea in the future. With interests involved, there will be no lack of competition. Whoever controls the sea will be the final winner. Li Yi didn't mention how much taxes to invest. Money was easy to handle. His goal was to solve the problem of employment and train people for future naval battles. Bai Gu looked at the sea map. I know about air supremacy. Hot air balloons and hang gliders. This is sea supremacy. Others don't go out to sea and guard the land. What can you do? The coastline is long. Do you know where I will land? You don't produce and live. You deploy a large number of troops along the coastline all day long. When I go to other places to organize a fleet trade, 100 large ships will suddenly close to one of your places. Will you deploy your troops? After you deploy your troops, I will go to trade. When the trade is done, I will go to one of your places to pack my things and go back. That's true. Only a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. Who can guard against thieves for a day? Soldiers are cunning. What is false is true, and what is true is false. Bai Gu admitted that it was very uncomfortable to lose control of the sea and be in a state of war. Fortunately, he didn't think that everyone would do business peacefully and not fight each other. Even blood-related brothers would fight, not to mention people from different countries. When the railway is repaired, they will come to Chang and to play. We will let them see the yield of the seeds and my experimental demonstration fields before we sell the seeds. Li Yi replied to Bai Gu's 10 million question. When I was talking to Jia Zhangqiu just now, I compared the tax income of Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping. 10 million is too little. Bai Gu came back with a big appetite. 10 million is an imaginary number. If we can earn more, we will earn more. It depends on other people's needs and financial resources. If they don't want to farm, then our seeds are worthless. Li Yi laughed. Why are you so worried about this? It's not like we can decide how much money we will earn. If we don't farm, how can we earn 10 million? Bai Gu found the key point. The imaginary number can be more, but it can't be less. That's easy. For example, a foreign merchant can bring back a ship of potatoes to offset the tax. The potatoes can be sold for money and can also reduce the tax on other goods. If they would rather pay more tax than buy potato seeds and look for a place to grow potatoes, then we will increase the tax to the amount they are willing to buy. Li Yi gave another theory. If you don't buy the things I sell to you, then I will make you unable to earn money in other ways. He added, crops will change in different soils and environments. We can use this opportunity to see if there are any crops with better yields or tastes. Nature is very magical and can always help humans to find better things. Chapter 1683. While Bai Gu and Li Yi were talking, a group of people was listening to them in another big room. The small robot was broadcasting live. There was always broadcasting equipment in the room over there. The big room had the same equipment, but it was not as comfortable as the small robot. Li Longji liked to listen. Yao Chong was able to become the prime minister because he ran more than 300 miles to see him and chatted with him, gaining his approval. People who could become the prime minister did not need to study current affairs. They were all current affairs strategists, and the general trend of the world was hidden in their hearts. Until Li Yi came up, Li Yi not only knew the general trend, but also the small things. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I think the Tang dynasty's finances will be more prosperous in the near future. Zhang Jiuling congratulated. He also remembered the 10 million taels. Fear of war. Song Jing was more conservative. He wanted to focus on alleviating the people's livelihood in the Tang dynasty and avoid war as much as possible. According to Li Yi's plan, war was unavoidable, and it would be a waste of manpower and money. Su Yi rolled his eyes. We can make money outside. If we use 10,000 taels in war, we can earn 20,000 taels. The extra 10,000 taels can be used to repair roads and irrigation works. He calculated the economic benefits. As for the deaths in war, the better the weapons, the fewer deaths. There are indeed many people in the east of Jiangnan who live a difficult life. Even if they grow indica rice, they will only starve less for a few days. Li Longji was most in favor of increasing employment. Only by finding work could the rich people live a stable life. What kind of life did the people in the capital government live? It could be assumed that the daily expenses of an ordinary person in Fuzhou would be enough to feed them for half a month. This means that Shao Yi no longer puts the Turks and Tubo first. This is a good thing. Li Dan analyzed from another angle. Father is right. Li Longji agreed. At this time, a voice came from the robot. Let's go to Drunken Immortal House for lunch. I have to go out in the afternoon to look at the land. Old Bai, are you going back after lunch? Li Yi moved. Back. Bai Gu said affirmatively. I mean back. The court can't do without you. Li Yi emphasized. He did not mean back to the yacht. No, we're sad. We've been cheated. Who do you blame for being late? All of you are focused on the country's affairs. How can you have the time to teach children? What can you teach him? How to deal with people. You don't even know how to bribe people. How are you going to teach him? When has bribing ever been learned? Oh my God, Old Bai, do you know that the country and the capital bribe people? You can't bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty, but you can bribe the chiefs of other tribes. You've been bribing a lot, and you're talking about others. That's called bribery. If you want to bribe someone, you have to reap some benefits for yourself. What have I gotten? You got yourself a beautiful future wife. Hee hee. What I said had nothing to do with bribery. It was my personal charm. Why don't you stay one more night and leave tomorrow? I can't walk. My leg hurts. Ouch. It's sore. Old Bai, does your Ministry of Revenue's Tertiary Industry Department still sell vermicelli? If we sell it, we won't be able to make much money. If we stop, those people will lose their jobs. Zhuangzi has a new vermicelli press machine. It can press dumpling wrappers and wonton wrappers. It's handmade. It's more useful than the current ones. How about I give you a few dozen sets? Don't try to tempt me with a small profit. Do you think I've never seen money before? Let me show you. If you think it's good, I'll sell it to merchants. It's hard for the people in other places to make their own soup pancakes. Let me put it this way. If you can increase efficiency by 30% and make 10% more money, it'll be considered a success. The cost of labor is the cost of time. As for the cost of fatigue, the people of the Tang dynasty don't consider it. I'll sell one machine for 50 liang. You can pay in installments, but I'll pay a one-time tax of 30%. How much is the tax? One machine per town is enough. At least 10,000 units will be sold. 500,000 liang and 150,000 liang in tax. What if other people don't buy? According to 10,000 units, I'll give it to you in half a month. Shao Yi, if you didn't force us to stay, we would have gone back long ago. There are many things to do in the imperial court. It's hard to refuse your kindness. Let's make a deal. It's just one day. We must leave tomorrow. Don't say anything else. Thank you. Old Bai, you're giving me face. If you have a toothache later, come find me. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. 150,000 liang. Is it a lot or a little to buy you back? If we compare it to before taxes, the annual revenue is about 7 million liang. It's not a small amount to make a trip from Chang'an to Lantian County. Su Yi said with a smile. He knew that Bai Gu and Li Yi were just playing around. The key was that Li Yi could really come up with something. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be able to come up with 150,000 liang even if he worked himself to death. 150 million liang. How much food could he buy? How many sets of clothes could he make? He gave it out as a joke, but it was a real benefit. When we go back tomorrow, we'll come here as prodigies. However, prodigies end up being flattered and lose themselves. We're not fated to be together. Song Jing got over it. Just as Li Yi asked Bai Gu, what can you teach him? That's right. What can you teach him? The 4 books and 5 classics. Children can remember it after reading it once. Teach troops how to set up formations. I don't know how to do that. Teach people how to deal with things. Li Yi gave people benefits so easily. If you want to teach children to be upright and love people like their own children, how strong are Li Yi's principles? As for other knowledge, forget it. I'll learn from Li Yi. What about Her Majesty? Su Yi saw that he had to go back. What about the key people? I'll stay for 2 more days. Li Longji didn't want to leave. The smart equipment on the yacht was too advanced and comfortable. Anyway, he didn't have anything important to deal with. Unless there was a war somewhere, then he had to ask Brother Yi first. Seeing that noon had arrived, Li Yi looked at his second disciple. The swelling on Li Fuquan's left calf had subsided a lot, and the skin around it wasn't so dark anymore. There was still blood, and the open wound had oil strips for drainage. The wound didn't heal and needed to be replaced. Master. Li Fuquan looked at Li Yi. Come with us to eat. Don't stay in the room all the time. I'll bandage your leg. Li Yi began to work. He didn't need to leave his disciple here to test his mood. The child was still young, injured and excited. His mental state was unstable. He didn't need to go to Drunken Immortal House to eat. He could just ask them to send the food over. Li Yi wanted to take Li Fuquan out for a walk so that they could improve their relationship. Thank you, Master. Sure enough, Li Fuquan was very happy when he heard that he could go outside. Li Yi let his second disciple off the boat. There was a large group of guards around them. The warm noon sun meant that it was very hot. Li Fuquan was only wearing underpants. He squinted his eyes to block the sun. Li Yi put on a pair of sunglasses for him, then turned around and put one on his eldest disciple. The surrounding houses were all winged knights. They couldn't lose the high ground. It wasn't far from the pier to Drunken Immortal House. Drunken Immortal House wasn't receiving guests today, so the noble ladies continued to stay in the hot springs. Princess Yongmu was giving out leather bags and membership cards. Each person had a set, and they were all free. The membership card would allow them to enjoy a 5% discount when spending money in Drunken Immortal House. Miss Li, I heard that there's Li family Zhuangzi's land nearby. Why don't I go take a look in the afternoon and buy some fruits to eat? A noble lady wanted to go out and show others her new bag. Traveling was the most appropriate time. Chapter 1684. Free boiled rice, steamed eggplant in soy sauce, salted beans, and green onions in soy sauce. If you think you won't get heatstroke, there's mutton soup, steamed rolls. Outside the Drunken Immortal House, a long stall was set up in front of other shops. The people in the shops were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. They wanted people to sit in front of them to eat and see if they could promote something. The people who had free time came early. They were told in advance that Li Yi would be having lunch at the Drunken Immortal House and would not be open. According to his usual behavior, Li Dongzhu would give people things wherever he went. The people brought their own bowls. Usually, it was a big bowl that could hold 3 liters of water. They didn't need it during meals. After eating, they would pack more than half a bowl of food and bring it home for their families to taste. The bowl couldn't be full. It would spill on the way. The mutton soup was packed in advance so that it wouldn't be so hot after eating. It was convenient to carry the bowl. The people didn't deliberately come to take advantage of them. They could afford to eat at home, even better than this. They also knew how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. They wouldn't be poor with just one meal. There was a small amount of mutton and lamb offal in the mutton soup. When cooked together, there was more soup than dry ingredients. If they didn't fill the mutton soup, they could fill a big bowl with boiled rice. They could pile the cold dishes on top of the rice and bring it home. On the second floor of the Drunken Immortal House, one could clearly see the situation below through the glass window. Someone pushed a cart over. There were more than 10 big bowls on the wooden planks of the cart. You don't know what's good for you. Bai Gu didn't care how much Li Yi spent. He felt that how could people be like this? Neighbor is working and can't come. Please bring something back. Li Yi knew the situation. The people couldn't bring a pile of bowls. Wouldn't it be more convenient to bring a jar for his family to eat? Master, should I drink mutton soup or mutton soup? Li Fuquan was hungry after smelling the mutton soup. You've eaten boiled rice. The little girl corrected her junior brother's wrong idea. He dared to drink mutton soup. I eat steamed eggplant mixed with garlic. I like it. Li Fuquan took a step back. You can't eat raw garlic. Don't count on soy sauce. The little girl corrected him again. Then what can I eat? Li Fuquan looked wronged, but his eyes were clear. He noted it down so that he could remind others if they were in the same situation in the future. I've plucked some plantain and dandelion leaves for you. Wash them clean and dip them in the sauce. Don't eat the salted beans. If you eat too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable and you'll fart too much. The little girl was in charge of looking after her junior brother. Everything had been arranged. Xiao Yi, did the Li family Zhuangzi sell a lot of glass? Have you finished deducting the tax? Bai Su knocked on the glass window. Can't I file my taxes at the end of the year? The taxes couldn't be calculated on a daily basis. The taxes of the capital and Hunan prefecture had to be reported on a monthly basis. This is considered a big deal. If I report it to you every day, it will be a waste of manpower. Why don't I give you some money first and wait until the end of the year to see how much it is? Li Yi mumbled. Sure. Bai Shu agreed immediately when he heard that he had to take it first. Interest will be calculated for the money given in advance. It will be calculated according to the normal interest rate of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi rolled his eyes at Bai Gu. You want to collect money in advance? Are you dreaming? In the past, he never paid the electricity, water, gas, telephone, and other fees in advance because these companies didn't give him interest. He always waited for the other party to send a reminder. After that, he would have to pay the late fee. That way, he could earn interest for the extra time. When he met the electricity company, he felt that the electricity company was being immoral. In the Tang dynasty, there were still people who dared to scheme against him. What a joke! You can do it at the end of the year. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't lack your money. Bai Gu was unhappy when he heard that there was interest. If Xiao Yi paid 10 million yuan, the final tax would only be a few 100,000 yuan. Wouldn't the interest of 10 million yuan be more than the tax? You want to cheat me? Humph. No way. There is indeed a lot of glass tax this year. After deducting the money given to the generals at the border, there is at least 4 million yuan in tax. Henan, Shu, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Suzhou, Khitan, and Bohai. Businessmen bought a lot of glass for windows. Even if you are angry and smash it, the Li family Zhuangzi will still replace it and bring back the broken glass. Li Yi gave a figure. He sold the glass for more than 15 million yuan. Businessmen bought the glass and transported it to different places. The Khitan and Bohai were calculated separately. If it was broken, they will replace it for free. Bring back the glass and see if it can be repaired. It doesn't matter if it can't be repaired. If a piece of glass is broken in a distant place, wait for the caravan to bring it back to the Li family Zhuangzi. If the glass in Chang'an is broken, wait. Usually, new glass will be installed in a month. If you are willing to smash it, wait for a month. All in all, the Li family Zhuangzi lost a lot of money, right? Su Yi calculated the cost. Now, a piece of glass that is 1 foot square and 5 centimeters thick is 100 yuan. After a few years, it will be 100 yuan. After a few more years, it will be 5 yuan. Smashing a piece of glass will take at least a month. There will be one less piece of glass in a month just for 5 yuan. I will loan this 100 yuan at the lowest interest rate. When the glass is worth 5 yuan, how much money will I earn back? The Li family Zhuangzi's glass manufacturing process is always improving, and the cost is getting lower and lower. Li Yi calculated the economic account for Su Yi. He did not lose money, so he can spend as much as he wants. The people who bought the glass lost a lot. Song Jing thought about it more simply. The people who bought the glass will enjoy it. If they use the glass to plant greenhouses, the profit will be enough to offset the loss of the glass's depreciation. Especially in the Khitan and Bohai, the winter is colder than here. How much are the vegetables in the glass greenhouses worth? Li Yi did another calculation and looked at Song Jing with a questioning look. Did you throw away the economics book again? I didn't think about it so specifically. Song Jing quickly explained. He did not want to join the group. Li Yi could argue with Li Yi about other things, and even deliberately find trouble for him. Li Yi silently endured it, but when it came to big things, Li Yi would take action. For many goods, the value is not the cost, but the use value and additional value. The people who bought the bicycle enjoyed the envious looks of the people around him, and he gained a psychological satisfaction. This is the additional value of the bicycle. He rode the bicycle to save time and convenient transportation. This is the use value. He used the bicycle to attract businessmen to talk about cooperation and earn more money. This is also the additional value. The value of Li family Zhuangzi lies in the brand value. Others can use the brand of Li family Zhuangzi to increase their value. Li Yi explained again, but he was not happy. In theory, he did not need to explain this matter alone. The soup is here. Drink the soup. When everyone was embarrassed, the waiter served the mutton soup. Zhang Jiuling was the youngest, so he said. Xiao Yi, Li family Zhuangzi's purpose is to build the brand. Bai Gu was not in a hurry to drink the soup. He wanted to ask more questions. Li family Zhuangzi's purpose is to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. The specific control method is to set the price and set the industry rules. What's the use of the brand? The reason why the price of the entire capital government is so stable is because of Li family Zhuangzi's control. Li laughed. You all still have to learn. How many times had my country suffered? This was a lesson in blood that was etched into his bones. Chapter 1685. The mutton soup was very pungent. In summer, people were reluctant to feed the sheep grain, so they always gave the sheep grass to eat. Li Yi scooped some pepper into the bowl and poured some vinegar to suppress the smell. He didn't care about the price of pepper. If he couldn't even bear to part with this price, then what was the point of living? Hoo-ha slurp 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 hulu hulu. The little girl was watching her junior brother drink the mutton soup, and her voice was not soft. Li Fuquan looked at the rice in front of him. Look at how pitiful you are. I'll give you a braised pig trotter. Eat it. The little girl stopped joking and took out a pig trotter. The pig that had been raised for a year and a half had big hooves. It was more than twice as big as the pork that Li Yi sold in 6 months. During Li Yi's time, pigs were raised with lean meat as much as possible. In the Tang dynasty, pigs were raised with fat. The fatter, the better. This was what the people wanted. Thank you, senior sister. Li Fuquan was very happy. Before he went to find his master, he was still a little proud that he was powerful. It wasn't until he met his master that he realized how knowledgeable and talented his master was, that he was sure that he still had a lot of skills to learn. Next was senior sister. How did senior sister know all the things that he had learned? He was just a little older, wasn't he? More than a month later. He knew the things that he had to memorize, and senior marshal sister guaranteed that she knew them. As for the other things, senior marshal sister knew them, but he didn't. How was he going to learn how to read a person's pulse? Recuperate well. In 10 days at most, I'll let you eat spicy hot pot. It's delicious. Did you change the position of the gauze? She shook her head and pressed on the 4 incisions. There was a small piece of gauze there. After pressing, she felt relieved. Her master's skills were really good. Senior sister, I want to study medicine. Li Fuquan suddenly said. If you want to learn, don't tell me. Master has taught me that if you advise people to learn medicine, they will be struck by lightning. If you advise people to raise pigs, they will be punished. If you advise people to invest in stocks, they will be in the king of hell. If you advise people to write, they will have bad luck for 10 lifetimes. The little girl didn't dare to agree, because this matter was too big. What do you mean by speculating in stocks and writing novels? Li Fuquan did not understand these 2 terms. I don't know. Master just blurted it out when he was drunk that day. He's crying. I feel like he has all 4 of them. He's crying so sadly. Don't tell anyone. After the little girl finished speaking, she warily looked towards where Li Yi was. Seeing that her master was chatting with someone, she patted her chest in relief. Senior sister, why are you telling me this? I've just entered the school, and I haven't offended you. Li Fuquan wanted to cry. This was an undeserved calamity. If anyone were to spread this out in the future, he would be suspected. Eat, don't talk so much. The little girl picked up some dandelion leaves and bitter cabbage leaves, dipped them in the sauce, and stuffed them into her junior brother's mouth. Bitter. Li Fuquan said vaguely. Is it as bitter as the medicine soup? If you don't eat it, I'll brew some medicine for you when we get back. The little girl glared at him. It's sweet. Li Fuquan frowned as he swallowed the porridge and gave his senior sister a smile. Hurry up and eat. If you want to learn medicine, tasting medicine is much more uncomfortable than this. It's like chicken poop turning white or golden juice. Aya, let's not talk about it anymore. It's not good to learn medicine. You can only be happy when you see the patients get better. After the little girl finished speaking, she drank the mutton soup. This time, she didn't make any sound and was very quiet. Senior sister, have you tasted those things before? Li Fuquan knew that it was written in the book. Do you still want to eat? The little girl glared at him. Yes, I don't feel bitter anymore. Li Fuquan understood that this little senior sister had experienced it before. He also ate the wild vegetables. If he didn't die from eating, he could go to the mountains and eat anything. They don't scoop the bottom of the mutton soup, and they scoop the top. Li Longji looked at the situation below and sighed. The commoners came over and used big bowls to hold the soup. They really just held the soup. They didn't scoop the meat and didn't touch the fat. This way, it can be cooked for a while longer. The people who come later can still scoop it. It will be cooked until night time. Even the intestines of the sheep will be cooked. The poorest commoners in Lantian County can kill a sheep at any time and treat them to a full sheep feast. They came over to join in the fun. One day, all the commoners in the Tang dynasty will be able to do the same. The prerequisite is that the techniques of raising sheep improve and the crop production increase by several times. Li Yi didn't pity the commoners of Lantian County. When the locals took the soup back, they would add meat and cook it again. For example, if there were many people in the family, there would be a bowl of rice and a pile of other dishes at night. It was not good to eat too much staple food at night. Yes. Li Longji reacted. Lantian County was rich, richer than most of the commoners in Chang'an. Brother Yi was mining here. Brother Yi, if His Majesty badmouths you in Lantian County, what do you think the commoners will do? Li Longji suddenly asked. Bai Gu and the others stopped what they were doing. They were frozen. They will cry. The Tang dynasty finally stabilized. Who was the one who tried to sow discord? If there's no other way, then clean up the emperor's side. Li Yi looked at the frozen chancellors. Xiao Yi, didn't you say you were going to treat my teeth? Bai Gu came back to life. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji laughed again. This answer was perfect. Brother Yi, your mind is really sharp. Li Longji rubbed Li Yi's head. Third brother, all the strong passes were broken from the inside. Pang Tsong and the crown prince are in Handan. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Li Longji solemnly clasped his fist. He knew the meaning of Pang Tsong and the crown prince are in Handan. 3 people make a tiger. He was not a muddle-headed emperor, and Brother Yi was not an incompetent son-in-law. The crown prince was angry, and Pang Tsong was helpless. Perhaps it was not that 3 people make a tiger, but he used this opportunity to alienate Pang Tsong, who knew about his predicament as a hostage. He was afraid that Pang Tsong would spread some things. This person was the king of Wei Xiang, the son of the king of Wei Hui. He went to be a hostage, and the consequences were not small. But Pang Tsong was not Brother Yi. Pang Tsong was ignored and could not do anything. If Brother Yi found out that the commoners of the Tang dynasty were having a hard time, the king of Wei Hui valued Pang Wan and looked down on Sun Bin. Brother Yi was not Pang Wan, nor was he Sun Bin. Why did he say that? Oh my God. Third brother, you want to know about His Majesty's prestige among the commoners, right? I am not sure about the commoners in other places, but the commoners in the governor's office hope to maintain the current status quo. The more stable the upper class is, the more solid the middle class is, and the more the lower class supports them. Propaganda is the most important thing, for example, the newspapers. Li Yi was talking to Li Longji, but in fact, he was talking to the other officials. Some lines must not be crossed. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji scratched his head. Report messenger pigeons. Hunan Prefecture Woyang's Feishan County's Shaoluonan village collapsed due to a flash flood. Houses were destroyed, farmlands were gone, livestock were drifting, and sand and stones were piled up. The winged knights ran up and shouted. They were from the Li family Zhuangzi. The pigeons had to fly to the Li family Zhuangzi and not to the yacht. The pigeons were going home, not to report halfway. Everyone stood up. It was raining here, and it was raining in Luoyang. But the rain did not stop there. How many people died? How many people are missing? Li Yi and Li Longji asked at the same time. Sand and stones piled up, the commoners moved first, no lives were lost, the old and the young survived, the army mobilized, arrived at the village in half a day, the prefectural magistrate, the officials gathered, the rocks moved, the hot springs came out, the messenger, the winged knights, read the letter. The Li family Zhuangzi's manager, Li Guiheng, wrote it. The words used were a mess. If he did not have the ability, why did he write it in such a way? Li Yi scratched his head and said, bring it over. I still have to teach them. At such a crucial time, they still have the time to write this. The most important thing is that they write it properly. Li Longji and the rest sat down again. They were not in a hurry. If a villager from the Li family Zhuangzi dared to play with words, it meant that the situation there was stable. Which villager went there? It was quite cute. Chapter 1686. Southwest of Luoyang, there is a Feishan County. The local village is called Shaoluonan Village. After the rain, the water from the mountains gathered and rushed into the village. The Li family Zhuangzi's men went over. Magistrate Zhang was very fast and set off as soon as he received the news. As for the local people, none of them died or were injured. It is quite good. I will make arrangements later. Let's eat. Li Yi finished reading the letter and kept it in his pocket. He then introduced it to everyone. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by hot springs? Bai Gu did not care if the couplet was good or not. He grasped the key words. According to the context, the magistrate's father, the officials converged. The mountain rocks moved, and the hot springs were out of the world. What does it mean? It means that Zhang Shua, Zhang Daoji, brought the officials to the place accompanied by the stars. This action, even a hard-hearted person would be moved. It was like soaking in hot water in the cold winter. What is this called? This is called loving the people as if they were their own children. That's why they can travel through the night. The officials of Hunan province are going all out. Think about it. When was there a disaster in the past where the local officials were so fast? You all eat first. I will go and make arrangements. We cannot let the people of Shaoluonan village suffer. Li Yi said as he got up to leave. His hands were naturally hanging by his side, not touching the pocket where the letter was kept. Xiao Yi, don't go. Bring the letter over. Let's read the rest. You haven't finished speaking, right? Bai Gu felt that something was wrong. I am just a farmer. I am too long-winded. My literary talent is not good, and I like to pretend. There is nothing else. Li Yi quickened his pace. We are prepared to stay for half a month. We are not leaving. Su Yi put down his chopsticks. Li Yi stopped in his tracks and turned around. It has nothing to do with you guys. It's just a hot spring. It's just a hot spring. There's a big rock blocking the mountain flood in the past. This year, it didn't block it and fell down. Behind the Drunken Immortal restaurant is the hot spring. Now that when Tian is bringing the customers there, it is not good for us to go. When they are done, we will go. It is a small matter. Third brother, look. Isn't it? Forget it, I'll give it to you. I won't hold third brother up. Just now, I said 4 million in taxes, right? Li Yi wanted to pass the letter to Li Longji and ask Li Longji to block it. He thought about it again. No, after Li Longji finished reading, would the ministers know? The mountain rocks are moving, the hot springs are dusty. Where the soup imitates, drunken immortal residents scar. Luoyang was rich, and the royal family was respected. But if there was a flow of heat, it would be hoarded. Our side will monopolize it, and the money will flow freely. The villagers at the bottom of the lake will pay tribute to Zhuang Wei. Bai Gu continued reading and then laughed. Xiao Yi, how many years have you studied in the countryside? You're really good at teaching. These 4 sentences are good. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and gestured with his eyes. Did you discover a new hot spring in Luoyang? Old Bai, let's talk about Li Guiheng. I'm from Zhuangzi. I know him too well. He loved to fantasize. For example, when he saw an ant, what was he thinking? He wanted to raise a lot of ants to help transport supplies. He also thought about tying a fish with a rope, a big fish, and letting the fish run with the boat. Oh, this can actually be done. What did I say just now? Yes, fantasizing. When he saw a little boy peeing, he thought it was a hot spring, so I also fantasized about whether the hot spring was taxed or not. How much? Luoyang. The other hot springs were all occupied by the imperial family. There was only one. Bai Gu did not care about what Li Yi was saying. Finally, the hot springs. How much would it cost you to manage the hot springs a year? Third brother, you have to talk to His Majesty. Why did the imperial family occupy so many hot springs? Look, old Bai is confused and is starting to fantasize. Li Yi was not clear about the situation of the hot springs. What could words describe? Brother Yi, I think His Majesty is also afraid of the Minister of Revenue. How can I help? Li Longji was in a dilemma when he saw Bai Gu's glowing eyes. That's true. Li Yi realized that Li Longji was being supported again. Old Bai, hot spring water is not as valuable as glass. Li Yi could only remind Bai Gu that he had paid a lot of taxes. 2 different things. Do you mean that you can kill a person after saving a life? Bai Gu went online. Senior sister, a hot spring in Luoyang belongs to our Zhuangzi. Do they want to snatch it? Li Fuquan whispered to Feng Qingdai. They just have nothing better to do. Master is just having fun with them. It's like children scolding each other. After one child scolds the other, he covers his ears and runs away. The other child. Will he cry from anger? Because he did not scold back. If children are like that, adults will use knives. There is only life and death. There is no right or wrong. Only bystanders can point fingers and say who should not do what. When the same thing happens to you, it's hard to say who shouldn't do what they say they shouldn't do. Then will they fight? For Zaifu beat master. Senior sister, untie the rope around my leg. Untie what? The Zaifu do not know that I can suddenly attack. When they hit master, I will rush over. My fingers will pierce their eyes and I will bite their throats. I will shake my head and tear their throats open. Li Fuquan's arms began to move. Although he was small, he knew how to be fierce. No, no. Junior brother, don't worry. I often see them play like this. I won't fight, I won't fight. I acknowledge you as my junior brother. All right. You are Master's good disciple. Master did not use his lifespan to save you in vain. It's good that you have the heart. The little girl quickly held her junior brother back. She did not want to cause trouble. On the other side, Bai Gu read the letter over and over again. He chuckled from time to time like a fox that had stolen a chicken. It's not clear if the hot springs can be soaked in. Some hot springs are poisonous and can kill. Li Yi poured cold water on him. Bai Gu suddenly stopped laughing. Can't you see the one in Luoyang? It can probably be used. We need to collect water samples and send them back for testing. If the temperature is low, it won't mean much. If the temperature is high, we can circle the core area, such as the pool at the back. Li Yi thought about it. There was a problem with the hot springs. The plants in the area should have been different from other places. I'm looking forward to it. After winter, I can soak in it. Bai Gu was thinking about it. When you were the magistrate of Hunan, you did not soak in the soup of Luoyang's Wenluo workshop. Li Yi felt that Bai Gu should not be so excited. When Bai Gu was the magistrate of Hunan, there was a hot spring in Luoyang. It was said to be exclusive to the royal family. Or it was the best place, such as the source. There was a hot spring river in Luoyang. How could the river be exclusive to it? Not allowing others to go to the river. From the source downwards, the lower the temperature. Other places can't compare to your Zhuangzi's. No matter which soup of the pure flowers palace on the mountain, it is not as comfortable as the one behind the drunken immortal residence. Bai Gu looked at the others as he spoke. Everyone nodded. Right, the pure flowers palace was too restrictive. It was a problem with the environment. The royal family emphasized grandeur and solemnity. The drunken immortal residence's hot springs were natural and relaxing. Soaking in the pure flowers palace's hot springs was a favor. Usually, Her Majesty would not allow it. Only here could one truly relax. The Wenluo workshop's hot springs were awkward for the royal family to use, and it was not good to soak in it with the commoners. Chase the commoners away. Chapter 1687. Perhaps it was the same cloud that rained from the imperial governor's office to Hunan province, and then to the sea. It changed direction and drifted towards the Japanese Empire. A fleet of ships was covered by clouds. Rain poured down, and the wind was similarly not small. Fortunately, everyone was experienced, and the ship was sturdy enough. The sails were still adjusted and did not lower. Seeing that they were about to reach home, the Nanda family was anxious. They were short of food. After hiring people, they had to feed them. The fleet's lineup was much larger than the team that communicated with the Tang dynasty. Usually, the Japanese Empire would send hundreds to thousands of people and 4 ships to communicate with the Tang dynasty. For example, Abita Nakamaro and Sandame Daichi brought things and information back to the Japanese Empire. They also sent 4 ships. This time, the Tang dynasty replenished the large ships in Hunan province. They did not want the small ships anymore. They gathered a total of 30 large ships and a large number of people to go to the Japanese Empire together. They were ready to do business and bring things back. Copper, silver, and gold with low purity. Previously, Lan Bao also brought pearls. This time, he did not want pearls, unless the quality was especially good. Li Yi wanted things to issue currency. Pearls had a shelf life. The people at the seaside in the Tang dynasty would fish for medicinal pearls. They did not need the Japanese Empire. Li Yi wanted to eat the dried abalone in the Japanese Empire. Unfortunately, the Japanese Empire's dried abalone production was not good enough. The main problem was the abalone. Hokkaido was not under the control of the Japanese Empire. Fresh abalone was more often eaten in other places. How could fresh abalone be transported? Lan Bao and Minanda Kazuko sat in the cabin and looked out through the window. There was a long windowsill outside the window. There was no glass on the window. The windowsill helped to block the rain. Even so, raindrops still blew in. The ship swayed, and the tea on the table rose and fell. Minanda Kazuko's expression was calm. She blinked from time to time. Lan Bao was very excited. He was probably happy. When we go back, the family can eat their fill. The ducklings have just come out. A few of them died, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Lan Bao drank some water. It did not matter if it was cold. Minamata Kazuko turned her head and smiled. In the future, the area around the Minamata family will belong to the Tang dynasty, right? I don't know. It depends on what Li Dongzhu thinks. It's easy for him to destroy a country. Japan didn't have its current territory from the beginning. The emperor will be the strongest. Lan Bao did not lie. He lied to Minamata Kazuko that the Tang dynasty would not be like this. From Lan Bao's point of view, Minamata Kazuko was his family, not a member of the Minamata family. The Nantian family should be very happy to be able to live like the people of Chang and in the Tang dynasty. Minamata Kazuko did not have much loyalty to her own country. The lives of the people were not good, and they were always at war. She learned from the Tang dynasty and divided the country. Then, the big and small clans would fight for positions. In addition, there were also bandits who roamed about everywhere. Many of the common people did not have surnames. They learned from the Tang dynasty's renting system, but they did not give eternal land. Once the people died, the land would be taken back, even if it was the land that they cultivated themselves. Everyone did not like to farm. There were all kinds of runaways. It was said that there were fewer runaways in the Tang dynasty now. Why should he guard such a country? It had nothing to do with him. It's fine if it's just a place. If the whole of Japan wants to be like Chang'an, dream on. Our Tang dynasty can't do it. Lan Bao pursed his lips. Only the Minamata family could do it. Li Dongzhu was supporting them. There are coal mines in the Tang dynasty. There are also petrolatum that can be turned into kerosene and gasoline. It can be smelted and used better. This time, I brought a lot of books. I have to prevent others from learning them. Minamata Kazuko started to think about her family. After the envoys collected things, they also sent them to Pingcheng. There were also the envoys' families, such as the Tingyuan family, the Abe family, and the Shimoto family. The common people in other places could not learn them. When they brought them back to the Minamata family, they enjoyed better treatment than in Pingcheng. Li Dongzhu said that there are coal mines in Japan. He did not provide the location. The coke on our ship is useful. Don't burn the cement. Next time, when we ship the cement over, Dongzhu will teach others how to burn the cement. It will be difficult for others to burn wood. Lan Bao wanted to laugh. The technology of the cement factory had been made public. Unfortunately, it was useless. Even if they burned wood in the kiln, the cement would not be good. They still had to grind it into powder. There are ships. There are 3 ships docked at our dock. The Minamata family hurried in and shouted. He was anxious. He thought that someone had come to attack his family. He did not know what was going on in his family. Woo woo, the bugle horn sounded, followed by a series of intensive drumming. Dong 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 dong, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The small flags on the flagship were pulled up. The combination of the flags was different. Looking through the binoculars, the other ships began to disperse. The ships in charge of the battle charged forward and adjusted their sails. The transport ships circled behind. The navy of the Tang dynasty ran to the deck with crossbows and hooks, ready to jump at any time. The people in charge of the jump were bare-chested. They had a shield in one hand and a long-handled axe in the other. The winged knights found a high position to set up their single-shot flintlocks. They were responsible for sniping. Lan Bao was still sitting by the window drinking tea. No one can beat our team now. These 30 ships can block the army of Ping City and Beijing on the shore. They can't go out to sea. The Minamata family is fine. They have hired many people. They are just afraid that someone will betray them and lead the enemy to attack. Of course, Minamata Kazuko was not afraid of a naval battle. The 30 ships were the warships of the Tang dynasty. She just did not want to see the Minamata family members die when they came ashore. Their children fell to the ground and the rain mixed with blood flowed. We are on the same side. The flags of the Tang dynasty have been raised on 3 ships. The flag of the Tang dynasty is bright yellow with a dragon embroidered on it. Someone reported. Force them to go over. Lan Bao was in a better mood, but he was afraid that the other party would play tricks. In fact, how could 3 docked ships fight a naval battle? Even if 300 ships docked at the dock, it would be useless. They could only be beaten. Fortunately, it was a rainy day. Just wait for it to become a sea of fire. As they got closer, some people stood on the shore while some stayed on the ships. They were not armed. A group of people standing on the shore shouted in unison, Lan Bao, don't look at the guns. It's me. Ask them who they are. Lan Bao was depressed. He did not know them. Who are you? The people on the ships shouted. Zhang Ruibwa from the Zhang family in Jinjiang, Chuanzhou, the people on the shore shouted. Doc. Why did the person Li Dongzhu mention come here? Lan Bao was completely relieved. If there were really enemies, they would not know so well. The ships docked one by one. The people with weapons surrounded Zhang Ruibwa and the others. The others sent the piglets, chicks, ducklings, and geese down. The patriarch of the Minamata family was also on the shore. He and the surrounding Minamata family members looked at the big ships excitedly. They did not even open their umbrellas. Sir, are you well? Lan Bao greeted his father-in-law. When he was in dire straits, his father-in-law took care of him. Lan Bao, you and Hezi are back. They are all big ships. The patriarch Minamata Ineu was happy. He must have exchanged a lot of food. Small ships are easy to capsize. Big ships are more stable and can carry more supplies. This time, we brought back some extra things. Together with the livestock and poultry from before, we will have a lot of meat to eat soon. Lan Bao introduced and turned to Zhang Ruibwa. Why are you here? I came to take a look. This will be the safest place in the future. Zhang Ruibwa was happy. He treated this place as his overseas base. Chapter 1688. Zhang Ruibwa didn't know about this place before. He only heard about it from others when he was trading in Pingcheng. He said that after taking a detour, the Nantian family had good things from the Tang dynasty. The daughter of the Nantian family was married to someone from the Tang dynasty. The businessman who told him looked envious, as if it was a great honor to be connected to someone from the Tang dynasty. He wanted to come over and take a look. Who was smuggling? Did they pay taxes? He just arrived 4 hours ago and was shocked. The Nantian family had flags, the Tang dynasty's flag, and the Li family Zhuangzi's flag. They were also called the Tang dynasty's Royal Overseas Favor Group. They were on the same side, their hometown, and the feeling of home. While they were chatting, someone guarding the ship reported that there were many ships coming. He went out to take a look. The ships were turning around and suddenly, a ship approached quickly. It was obvious that they were going to set sail. He had no choice but to raise the flag given by Li Dongzhu. Then they went home. The Nantian family rushed out to help unload the goods. They could be drenched by the rain, but the food couldn't. Zhang Ruibwa approached Lan Bao and whispered, "Your father-in-law wants to use 2 trade routes. He asked if he could come here often." "It's okay. Any caravan from the Tang dynasty can come. The price of the goods can only be high, not low. The opposite is true for the goods." Lan Bao didn't blame his father-in-law. He was also worried about being monopolized. But this father-in-law was probably not very smart. Which caravan from the Tang dynasty dared to compete with Li Dongzhu? Father-in-law, I brought you new good tea from the Chang and Li family Zhuangzi. Lan Bao went into the house and presented the gift first. He couldn't order his father-in-law around or look down on him just because he was from the Tang dynasty and had a high status now. I just told Zhang Ruibua that we can use another trade route to sell things to the Tang dynasty. Some of them can be sold at a high price. This time we can make more money, but he didn't agree. Nantian Ineu whispered to Lan Bao. He doesn't dare to agree. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Dongzhu can do this business. Li Dongzhu offers a high price, so he can just deliver the goods to him. If he sells them himself, he won't be able to get a higher price, and it will also waste time. Lan Bao was doing the father-in-law's job. Don't think too much. How are the people in the past? Manamada Ineu asked. Okay, I didn't feel wronged. When I came back, Li Dongzhu brought a group of children to send me off personally. That scene, sigh. Lan Bao sighed and ordered people to continue moving things over. These are delicious mushrooms and toad oil. Eating toad oil can make you live longer. This is called royal jelly. Speaking of royal jelly, I brought back 50 hives of bees. Taking care of them on the road was even more tiring than raising pigs. Once the temperature got high, I had to spray them with water and bring more honey to feed them. If our own people eat bees, the Tang dynasty will also buy them at a high price. Also, Lan Bao introduced the extra things he brought back: carrots, spring onions, bean worms, distilled yeast, grapevines, watermelon seeds, test strips. Manamada Ineu grinned as he listened. His family will have a good life in the future. The people of the Manamada family who had gone to the Tang dynasty were instructing their people to work. At the same time, they were telling their people what they had seen and heard. Horses are pulling carriages on tracks. What's a track? It's a place where the wheels are wide. It's fast and cheap. Just drink hot soup. It's free. A small piece of copper can be exchanged for a big loaf of bread. Bread is something baked with wheat flour. At night, there are lights by the roadside. They're not torches. They're lamps. I brought them back. There's also diesel. When it gets dark, I'll show you. There are many people at night. There's no curfew. Robbery? Who dares to rob? The patrol team will be there later. You can even eat meat. You haven't eaten braised pork before. I brought back canned food. Today, it's distributed to the people. Oh, it smells good. My shoes are broken. Look at the roofs of other houses. Some have straw sandals. Take them down and walk. How can I change? I don't want to change. Let's go. They are giving it to us. There's all kinds of food. I can't tell. There's too much. The children all go to school to study. Their clothes are beautiful and clean. You can't drink their wine. You'll get dizzy if you drink too much. Don't worry if you don't have money. When we get to the place where we eat, you can get a bowl of soup that's free. Drink it. Someone will bring you food. We'll stay in a building at night. There's no place to stay on the road. There's a house by the roadside. Go in and sleep. There's many people living in one house. It's free. They drink hot water. When it's hot, let the hot water cool down. They won't get sick. We bought things ourselves. He gave us money. We brought back a lot of money. We'll use this money in the future. We don't need copper coins. It's heavy. The best place? Of course it's the Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi. There's someone flying in the sky. A big ball flies up in the sky. There's a basket hanging below. It stays in the basket and flies. I saw Li Dongzhu. When we left, he brought the children to send us off. They sang and danced. Move quickly. Those who hold the curtains, don't be distracted. This is flour. Cover it well. Those who went told others. Those who didn't showed a look of yearning. There's nothing. Eat, drink, and stay for free. How is that possible? Who would work when there's such a good thing? Everyone doesn't work and just goes to eat. Someone didn't believe it. Free soup, black bread, and clothes. What's the point of living if you don't have it? Eat meat. Meat has to be bought. Those who went despised him. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. Father-in-law, try this can of chestnut chicken. We have chestnuts. Let's raise more chickens. Lan Bao took out a can of chestnut chicken and a screw-on enamel jar. It was full. After opening the seal, it was gone. The enamel jar was mainly used as a precious utensil. A large plate of chicken thighs was poured out from the jar. The chestnuts from last year were preserved until now. It was very precious. Lan Bao, I want to eat it too. Zhang Ruibo was hungry. It was the taste of the Tang dynasty. Here's a pair of chopsticks and a bamboo can. Your people can eat it. Lan Bao understood. When he came here, he was very sad and homesick. 20 is enough. We'll each have a taste. Zhang Ruibo was embarrassed to ask for more. He was going back soon. This time, he would go straight to Chang'an, sell his things, and buy things back home. Chang'an had everything. He could also meet Li Dongzhu. Namida Ineu used his chopsticks to pick up the chicken and chestnuts. Delicious. The food in the Tang dynasty is really different. After 2 bites, he put down his chopsticks. Lan Bao, someone robbed us. Caught? Lan Bao asked naturally. Robbing here? How many people came to rob? Did they want to die? They robbed on the road. They robbed people who came to sell their things. They even killed people. Some people were lucky enough to escape here. Our people went there and couldn't find them. Namida Ineu shook his head. He was depressed. People came here to exchange things and had to risk their lives. Who would come here in the future? Lan Bao frowned. He was not afraid of people coming here to rob. How should he deal with them on the road? It was useless to report to the authorities. Zhang Ruibo swallowed a chestnut. Someone came here to discuss business. Other families? Yes. Someone from the Jishou family came here. His family wanted to go to the Tang dynasty with us to buy things. I couldn't agree. Namida Ineu said a family, Jishou. It's his family. Send someone to spy on them. Zhang Ruibo said confidently. Lan Bao nodded. Yes, that's right. It was the Jishou family. Chapter 1689. The Jishou family has as many people as we do. Someone from their family is an official in Ping City. Ineu Mineta lowered his head and sighed. Zhang Ruibo said resentfully, Lan Bao is also an official. He's a 5th-grade official in the Tang dynasty. This business doesn't belong to your family but to the Tang dynasty. Does the Jishou family have more people than the Tang dynasty? The navy of the Tang dynasty and the winged knights are here. Beat them up. Will it start a war between the 2 countries? Ineu Mineta was still worried. War? 2 countries. Zhang Ruibo was stunned. Lan Bao rubbed his temples. Father-in-law, Japan, no, the Japanese Empire doesn't dare to fight the Tang dynasty. If they do, they'll be destroyed. He had been calling them Japan since he came here, but now he changed it. Yes, if the Japanese Empire fights the Tang dynasty, it'll be like an egg hitting a rock. In fact, as long as I'm willing, I can go back and gather people to destroy the Jisho family. Zhang Ruibo agreed. He looked as if he was awesome. He was not lying. He would go home and find people, bring good weapons, and hire ships. If ships big and small came here, he would attack them directly. The quality of the weapons and the physical fitness of both sides was different. Now that the Japanese Empire was short of food and meat, how could they fight with people who ate meat every day? Father-in-law, leave this to me. Lan Bao took over the job. Whoever dared to destroy the Tang dynasty's plan would be destroyed. After that, he got up and went out to find people. The person he found was Jiang Chuan, the battalion commander of the 200 Winged Knights. Jiang Chuan came because he was familiar with the sea route and also to understand the situation in the Japanese Empire. In addition, he held a live fire drill to intimidate the guards hired by the Mineta family and tell them not to have any evil thoughts. He took the team for a stroll to check on the guards. After looking, he felt that it was a waste of his talent to come here. The navy of the Tang dynasty was enough to perform. The guards were short and thin. When they looked at him, there was respect and fear in their eyes. If the two sides really fought, the other side would definitely run away. They would not be able to organize and would be afraid before the battle. Looking at the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi, even though he knew that he was stronger than them in some aspects, he still didn't dare to look at them with a provocative gaze. The bodyguards of the Li family Zhuangzi were prepared to die at any moment. They were proud to die in battle. What he saw now, he. Jiang Chuan brought his brothers out for a stroll. He didn't appear to be arrogant at all. He was very calm and even smiled in response to the humility of the Japanese Empire. He was one of them. What if he got scared? He couldn't possibly stay in the Japanese Empire forever. Who would protect his base? Old Jiang, why are you walking in a straight line? Do you want to refresh yourself? Someone beside Jiang Chuan giggled. You'll feel refreshed just by swimming in the ocean, and you're still walking straight? Why are you talking about such useless things? Jiang Chuan glared at him. The seawater is too cold and the waves are too big. It's easy to choke on water and lose your body temperature too quickly. I'm afraid you'll fall sick. The person who spoke mumbled and continued walking. Now, their clothes were all soaked. Their military boots were also soaked, and some water had even seeped into their pants. Lan Bao asked around and ran over after finding out the location. Old Jiang, there's something. The person who traded with us. Lan Bao walked side by side with Jiang Chuan and explained the situation. We'll rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, find someone who's familiar with the area and we'll go out and take a look. Jiang Chuan understood immediately. Someone was causing trouble and he had to deal with it. He wasn't worried about whether the two countries would go to war. If they fought because of this, it would be easy to deal with. Would the pigeons be able to fly back? If they couldn't, he would have to send someone to inform them. If they could, Li Dongzhu's ship would arrive in a few days. Let's go. Brothers, go back. Bathe, eat, and sleep. It's time for work. Jiang Chuan shouted. Then, he ordered, everyone, get into a tight formation. Yes. The others responded and quickly got into formation. A 10 by 20 formation was completed in an instant. At ease, attention, turn back, run, let's go. Boom, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 200-man team ran, rumbling. Lan Bao wiped the rain off his face and looked at the hired guards. The guards were stunned. He muttered as he walked back, you guys are hired thugs. You can't compare to them. They are the strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the soul of the army. The winged knights ran all the way back to their camp. The people on the way were stunned. The people Lan Bao brought back looked very powerful. At night, the rain stopped. Lan Bao was busy giving orders. The main thing was that they couldn't open the beehives. They had to wait until tomorrow morning. According to Li Dongzhu, they had to spray water before opening the beehives. They had to find a place with flowers. If it was too far away, the bees would get lost easily. It would be fine after a few days of familiarization. Minamata Ineu had hot pot for dinner. It was a spicy hot pot. He asked his daughter, "Are there many soldiers like that?" 100,000, they are actually cavalry. Each of them has 3 horses. Minamata Kazuko reported the number 100,000. 300,000 horses. How much do they eat in a day? Minamata Ineu's voice was very soft. He didn't dare to think about how to raise so many soldiers. There are also more than 200,000 soldiers of the 16 guards, who are slightly weaker than them. There are also hundreds of thousands of soldiers deployed at the border. Li Dongzhu, who we contacted here, can afford to raise them himself. However, they are the soldiers of the Tang emperors. He has hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. They are raised by him. When needed, they can become soldiers. Minamata Kazuko already knew that her father wanted to find another person to cooperate with. She warned her father not to think too much. Minamata Ineu was at a loss. He held his chopsticks and froze on the spot. After a while, he lowered his voice even more. Why doesn't he become the emperor himself? He doesn't want to. He thinks it's too tiring. He wants to be the emperor's son-in-law. He likes to come up with ideas. Minamata Kazuko wanted to laugh. She went out with Li Yi's team. Li Yi and the Tang emperors were acting together. She had never seen such a thing. Minamata Ineu shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. If he had the strength, why didn't he become the emperor? Just like now, when his daughter was not married to Lan Bao, she could not eat with him like this. Now, he wanted to eat with his daughter because his daughter's status was high. Thinking of her status, he looked at his daughter and asked, "You suffered there, didn't you? Where did you eat when others were eating?" "We ate together. I ate with the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the prime minister. Princess Yongmu and I are very close. She gave me a lot of good things. I brought back perfume and soap for my mother and other people. There were also things for women. They were pure cotton." Minamata Kazuko knew what her father meant. She did not suffer in the Tang dynasty. Ah! Minamata Ineu looked at his daughter in disbelief. "You ate with the Tang emperors? What did the Tang emperors eat?" "They ate whatever they wanted to eat. Like the hot pot now, the mutton needs to be frozen first before being cut into slices. The tofu needs to be frozen too. When it's boiled, it's full of small holes." Minamata Kazuko began to introduce the delicacies of the Tang dynasty. She also liked to eat the food of the Li family Zhuangzi. Minamata Ineu quickly ate 2 mouthfuls. He was hungry. After eating, he sweated because of the spiciness. Are the Tang emperors fierce? It's not the same. When they talk to the ministers, they act one way. When they talk to Li Dongzhu, they act another way. The prime ministers are more interesting. They always want to find trouble with Li Dongzhu, but they always fail. Minamata Kazuko said it as if it was a normal thing. Chapter 1690. For some reason, for a moment, Ineu Mineta felt that he was not qualified to eat with his daughter. "Father, let's eat. I brought back a lot of saltpeter. It can be used to make ice cubes that are not too hard. It is usually a mixture of ice and water. If you want to lower the temperature, it will consume too much saltpeter. It is not cost-effective. After the saltpeter is made into ice and dried under the sun, it will become saltpeter again. It can be used to freeze meat and slice it. Mineta Kazuko cooked meat for her father. There was a shortage of meat at home, and the whole of Japan was short of meat. After serving her father, she suddenly remembered something and ran away. After a while, she came back with a big glass bottle. She also brought back a small wine cup. Father, Li Dongzhu gave you ginseng deer antler wine. Drink a small cup a day. It is good for your health. You can't drink too much. In the future, we will collect antlers or live deer. Li Dongzhu said that we have a lot of flower deer here. Try not to take the antler from the head but from the horn. Mineta Kazuko talked about antler while pouring wine for her father. Can we raise deer? We can catch wild deer and raise them. Mineta knew that there were many deer and antlers were needed in the Tang dynasty. What he didn't know was that antlers could be used to make wine. He thought it was just other herbs. He also didn't know that there was wine with such high alcohol content. After drinking a mouthful, he drank a third of the small cup. His throat felt like it was stuffed with something. The smell of alcohol came out from his nose and made him dizzy. He had drunk a few times before and didn't have so much strength. The way to make wine was to steam the rice, chew it in the mouth, and spit it into the vessel. After fermentation, it would become wine, turbid wine. There was no need to chew all of it. Only a small part was enough. Just like making wine, some microorganisms and bacteria were stepped in to participate in the fermentation. Some people grew grapes in the same area, and some people's wine was good. It was probably because of the athlete's foot. How is this wine made? Mineta waited for him to recover and asked the wine. I don't know. Only the Li family Zhuangzi has it. But I know other ways to make wine. This time, I brought back the distiller's music to make wine. The distiller's music can't be spread. Our country has little food, so we shouldn't make wine. But rich people like to drink. Since the big clans can afford to waste food, why don't we exchange wine for food with them? No one had told her about this. She had figured it out on her own. She had learned a lot of things and thought patterns from the Li family Zhuangzi. I know. Mineta expressed his understanding. He stared at the big bottle again. Do you want to take this back? Yes, it's a glass bottle. If you buy it, it's very expensive. There are glass plates and bowls, and the porcelain made from them is also very beautiful. The children at Zhuangzi Elementary School were carrying plates and bowls. If they accidentally broke them, they would be shocked. Timid people can be scared to tears, especially little girls. Minamata Kazuko flicked the bottle with her finger. I'm going to get beaten up. I shouldn't have let the child carry it. Mineta naturally thought of the consequences. He's afraid of getting scalded or hurting his fingers. No one hit him. The Li family Zhuangzi did it himself. He doesn't care. Minamata Kazuko shook her head slightly. She had seen children being scolded before. Children use glass bowls to carry soup. It's hot. When they leave, they will let go. Adults come over and scold them. Don't use glass bowls to store hot things. If you can't keep it, throw it far away. What if you fall and burn your feet? Look, are you hurt? If the child cries, your hands will hurt and you will be shocked. Remember, use trays in the future. Aren't you afraid of spoiling the child? Mineta expressed his confusion. It has nothing to do with spoiling. It's just money. Minamata Kazuko picked up the mung bean sprouts on the boat and boiled them in the pot. Before 5 a.m. the next day, the 200 winged knights went to the toilet, ate egg pancakes, pickled vegetables, and wild vegetable soup. Then, they took their weapons and tactical backpacks and set off. It was dawn, and the dew was very heavy. The guide was from the Minamata family. His name was Minamata Fan. He was the best at surviving in the wild in the family. At the same time, he had good stamina. Most importantly, he could speak the Tang dynasty's language. He could communicate in the Tang dynasty's language, but he was not very fluent. So now, everyone was conversing in the Japanese Empire's language. The people from the Winged Knights all spoke the language. Sometimes, the people who are robbed have to see what they bring. If they bring copper with them, they will be robbed directly. If they bring iron ore, they will be robbed when they return with something. The people who bring iron ore are willing to exchange stones for ironwares. Stones with half iron can be exchanged for half and half of ironwares. It's like exchanging 50 kilograms of stone for 50 kilograms of half. When Minamata Fan was explaining, he felt that the example he gave was not good. How to calculate? It was too difficult. 1. 56 gene, 1/64th of the weight of iron or 1/32nd of the weight of iron. The Winged Knights closest to Minamata Fan gave the answer directly. Right. Let's not talk about 100 gene. That's 320 gene. 5 gene. About the same. Nantian Fan had used the most convenient method of calculating by folding the numbers. This was something that everyone in the clan was capable of. Yes, it's fair. We didn't take much advantage of them, another Winged Knight said. 100 gene of iron ore with 50% iron in exchange for 1 gene of ironwares was not a loss. Iron ore needed many steps to be turned into tools. Bringing 100 gene of 50 grade iron ore in exchange for 1 gene of hose or kitchen knives was a profit for the people who sold the iron ore. If he did not come here and went to other places, he might not even be able to exchange for 1 gene of ironwares. Iron was different from iron. Very poor coarse iron could be exchanged for 1.5 gene. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, the cost could be controlled to 1/15th of the cost. 100 gene of 50 grade iron ore could be exchanged for more than 6 gene of finished products, and they were made of very good pig iron. If it was the kind that was exchanged, he could exchange for 10 gene, a difference of 5 times. If it was steel, why would he look at steel? How did you calculate so quickly? After 5 minutes, Minamata Fan realized that the ratio of his data was the same as that given by the Winged Knights. He calculated it himself, but the other person just opened his mouth and said it. I'm used to it. After playing many games, you can do it too. But you definitely don't want to play that kind of game. The past is unbearable to look back on. In the bright moon, the most comfortable days are always yesterday. Let's go and teach them a lesson. How dare they snatch Dongzhu's things? They must be tired of living. Let them know what a nightmare, no, a regional level of difficulty is. Jiang Chuan spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Their journey was more important. After walking for 2 hours, Minamata Fan was tired. He pointed at a place. They usually rob here. Shall we ambush them? Split up and search. Jiang Chuan suddenly ordered. The team spread out and entered the forest in groups of 4. What about me? Don't leave me behind. Minamata Fan did not want to stay alone on this road. Follow me, hurry up. Don't talk. Jiang Chuan waved. Okay. Minamata Fan agreed and covered his mouth with his hand. The Winged Knights loaded the bullets into their guns, but they did not release the muzzle. 2 of them held bows and arrows in their hands. One used a tactical saber to open the way, while the other used binoculars to observe. Minamata Fan took out his saber and carefully followed them. He thought that an ambush would be enough, but he did not expect to take the initiative to look for someone. This was different from what he had imagined. What if they were ambushed? Chapter 1691. The dew gradually dispersed, and sunlight slanted into the forest through the gaps in the branches. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, birds flew up from time to time, and the occasional birdsong added a trace of vitality to the forest. Nantian Fan's clothes were soaked. He looked at the winged knight's clothes and felt that they were also wet, so he did not say anything. Chirp 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 chirp. Caw. 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 Jiang Chuan made a sound with his mouth, and the surrounding birds chirped. Nantian Fan was filled with curiosity. Why are you mimicking birds? Let others think that there are birds here. 2 hours later, Jiang Chuan put his finger in his mouth. The surroundings returned to silence. Open your bag, there's a fishing net inside, Jiang Chuan said to Nantian Fan. When Nantian Fan came, he was asked to carry a tactical backpack. He did not know what was inside and whether the backpack was too heavy. Fishing net. Nantian Fan found the zipper and learned to pull it open. Sure enough, there was a fishing net. Jiang Chuan and the others had already taken out the fishing net and were looking for grass and twigs on the ground. There's a thread inside. Learn from us. Jiang Chuan began to tie the grass, leaves, and branches onto the fishing net. With a deft snap of his fingers and a light flick of the knife in his hand, a few blades of grass or leaves were tied to the fishing net. The other 3 did the same, and their movements were practiced. Nantian Fan didn't know how to play anymore. It took him a while to tie one up, and then he clumsily used a knife to cut the thread. 4 people had finished processing a long fishing net, but he hadn't even finished 1/10 of it. Everyone came over to help him again, and their speed increased. Follow us. Find a place and lie on the ground. Cover your body with the net and look outside through the net. Don't make a sound. Jiang Chuan began to look for a place and chose a spot. The 2 winged knights lay down one after the other, facing each other in the same direction and covered the fishing net. Nantian Fan's jaw dropped. There's actually such a good method. We can't see anyone and the ground is damp. It's much better than lying in the snow. We won't meet anyone today. Tonight, we'll stay here and not go back. The journey is long, and it'll take a lot of energy to go back and forth. After saying that, Jiang Chuan lay down, adjusted his posture, and stopped moving. What do you want to eat? There are wild beasts and mosquitoes in the mountains at night. Nantian Fan wanted to go back. He was afraid of spending the night outside. Lie down and don't make a sound. I'll tell you when we're eating. Jiang Chuan signaled with his eyes. So be it. We're all humans. If you're not afraid of hunger, I'm not afraid either. Nantian Fan found an excuse for himself. He felt that he had an advantage. He belonged to the Nantian family and had good stamina. In the past, he carried a basket with more than 50 kilograms of iron ore. He walked from morning to night and only ate a little. The rest of the time, he drank water. He was no match for the warriors of the Tang dynasty when it came to killing people. But in terms of endurance, he should be much stronger than them. He lay down with a sulky and competitive heart. He opened his mouth slightly and breathed without making a sound. He wanted to see who would be the first to lose control. Time passed, and the sun moved to the middle of the sky. The birds that had been scared away came back. On the other hand, the wild beasts that had run away did not wander around here. Obviously, they knew that this place was dangerous. When I saw you under the setting sun, the red color on the horizon was so beautiful. Even though the wind was a little cool, the flame in my heart never went out. A person carrying a large basket walked over with light steps, singing as he walked. Nantian Fan, who was about to fall asleep, opened his eyes wide and looked through the gaps in the leaves. He wanted to remind the other party to be careful, but he held back. That person sang as he walked away, and the song disappeared. That's the person who's going to trade, Nantian Fan said in a low voice. That's the Pathfinder. He'll be back in a while. Get ready. Jiang Chuan gave a different answer. I've seen that person several times. They always trade in a group. Nantian Fan looked as if he knew the situation better than Jiang Chuan. He's going to snatch other people's ores to trade. There's only a few stones in his basket. He's just putting on an act for others to see. He's afraid that the Nantian family's team will come here. How do you know? You can see through the basket. You can walk with a big basket of stones on your back. Aren't you panting when you sing? Ah. Right. Catch him. Nantian Fan reacted and his voice became louder. Shut up. Oh. 20 minutes later, the person from before returned. He stopped singing and walked faster than before. There was a relatively flat area in front of the road. More importantly, there was a small river that was more than a meter wide. He put down the basket and looked for a leaf. He placed it in his mouth and blew. The sharp sound traveled far. Not long after, another 7 people ran over with baskets on their backs. When this person saw them, he carried the basket and walked forward. He was also very fast. The 7 people came near the river, placed the baskets, and took out wooden bowls to drink water. Nantian Fan's heart raced. He knew them. They were people who had traded for ironware. With his IQ, he understood everything. These people had killed and snatched things, brought things to trade, and were now putting on an act. Soon, there would be people who really wanted to trade. These damn people. Just as he thought, about 10 minutes later, 8 people walked over with baskets on their backs. Every step they took seemed very heavy. The 8 people who came later bent their backs and leaned forward. Their arms naturally drooped, and their steps were not big. Similarly, their legs were not high. Nantian Fan's palms were sweating. He carefully rubbed his hands on his clothes and grabbed the hilt of his knife. In his eyes, there was no law. If others wanted to kill and snatch goods, how could the Nantian family survive? When the people who came later saw that there were people here, they were first vigilant. When they saw the baskets, someone came forward to talk and look at the baskets. Not long after, the 8 people were relieved. They placed the baskets at the side and drank from the river water tiredly. The 7 people who came first seemed to have rested and were about to leave to tidy up the baskets. The people who came later seemed more at ease and were even chatting and laughing. Nantian Fan panicked. He saw someone take out a crossbow from the basket. He turned to look at Jiang Chuan and urged him with his eyes. Hurry up, he would die if he waited any longer. It's too far away. It's not me, Jiang Chuan explained helplessly. Where else? Nantian Fan was tormented. Ah. Aya. Down the field. Ah. Io. The 8 people who came later heard the commotion. Nantian Fan was stunned as he held his binoculars. He didn't see where the attack came from. He only saw that some of the 7 people had arrows in their throats, some had arrow shafts in their eyes, and some were clutching their chests. 5 of them were definitely dead. How could they be so accurate? The 8 people didn't know the situation. They shouted and ran into the forest on both sides of the road. Clearly, they knew that this road wasn't safe, so they walked together to embolden each other. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, 7 people would be attacked. They were probably finished. There's one more. Nantian Fan thought of the person in front of him in shock. Caught them. 8 people. Kill 5 and leave 3 alive. The 2 alive here are the ones who have a say in this team. Others always act according to their expressions, Jiang Chuan said calmly. There was no nervousness in his voice. Chapter 1692. Don't step on me. Aya, I'll give it all to you. Don't kill me. A voice sounded from the side. It was a conversation between two people. People came out of the forest one after another. 2 injured people screamed and were taken away separately. The remaining 5 twitched and were killed by the winged knights. They shot their throats, eyes, and hearts. They wouldn't die in a short time. Of course, it was impossible to save them unless they were shot in front of the Li family Zhuangzi hospital. Those who were shot in the throat might be saved. Li Yi couldn't do anything about those whose eyes went into their brains and hearts. The 8 people behind them came out, trembling and crying. They were willing to give away the oars. The winged knights with fishing nets on their bodies gathered one after another. Some people turned around and went back to the path these people came from. Bang! A winged knight kicked over the basket in front of him. Very few oars, wooden planks, knives, and ropes fell out of the mine. The others kicked over other baskets. They were all the same. Some of them had dried meat and rice balls in them. In addition, there was a crossbow next to them. It seemed to be telling them something. The 8 people who were crying were stunned. They sobbed and looked at each other. Then, they looked at the people holding weapons and wiped their eyes to stop their tears. They realized that the people who really wanted to kill them were the people who came before them. The people who came after them took care of them. There were too many people who came after them. What were they wearing? They couldn't see anything in the forest. Jiang Chuan and the others walked over. He looked at the things. Let's rest for a while. There's food. After eating, you guys can go to the Nantian family. Yes, it's someone else's food anyway. Let's eat, Nantian Fan agreed. I've seen you before. You're from the Nantian family, one of the people who was saved said to Nantian Fan while holding back his sobs. Nantian Fan. I know that someone is blocking the road, killing, and robbing. My Nantian family's son-in-law came back from the Tang dynasty and sent people to arrest them. Nantian Fan wanted to brag, but he felt that it was too shameless. The Nantian family's business is our business. Jiang Chuan had a good impression of Nantian Fan. He didn't drag them down. You guys, who are you? Another person sobbed heavily. The Tang Emperor's private army, the Winged Knights. Jiang Chuan puffed out his chest, and the others followed suit. Feather Forest? The first person to speak analyzed. The wings of the country are as flourishing as the forest. The arrows were like locusts, and the bow and the horse were one. The moment we appear will be the moment the incident comes to an end. Jiang Chuan lifted his chin slightly, his face full of pride. It's accurate. 7 arrows for 7 people. The arrows lay on the ground, the arrowheads stained with blood. The rescued people looked at the winged knights in awe. Yeah, how can it be so accurate? Nantian Fan was also puzzled. Those who aren't qualified won't be able to enter the winged knights. That's how they were selected in the beginning. Unless you have a special ability, no one can compare to you. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he squatted down and picked up an arrow. He knocked it on his bow and half-turned his body to release the arrow. One of the birds that had just flown over from the sky was directly hit by the arrow. Aya! Nantian Fan shuddered in fright. He looked at Jiang Chuan again and could not stop swallowing his saliva. If this arrow was aimed at someone, how do you train? Nantian Fan wanted to learn. 99% of the time. Once you're familiar with it, you'll get 1 point of talent. A winged knight beside him gave the answer. Does that mean anyone can train? Nantian Fan thought that he had found the light. That 1 point of talent is the most important. If you train with your life, you'll be able to shoot birds like the battalion commander. On the battlefield, the difference between life and death depends on talent. Another winged knight said something that made Nantian Fan very sad. Train well. In a battle formation, it's not talent that matters, it's discipline. Jiang Chuan glared at his own people. Give others hope. Why are you telling the truth? Alright, I'll go back and train. How much does it cost? Nantian Fan's ambition was instantly extinguished. Archery required money. Every time he shot an arrow, the arrowhead would have to be remade. There were also the feathers at the back. Moreover, archery was a strenuous job. He had to eat well. In the future, you'll have a lot of money. Ensure your strength first. You guys eat. I still have salted vegetables here. Brothers, take out some salted vegetables. Let's wait and continue to deal with the situation. Jiang Chuan opened his backpack and took out a small enamel cup. He unscrewed it. Inside were salted vegetables. The 8 people who were rescued went to drink water and wash their faces. 2 of them took off their pants to wash. They were so frightened earlier. After washing their pants, they wrung them, shook them, and put them back on. They didn't have underwear. After all, they were all men. The linen pants were wet. It wasn't very comfortable to wear. You guys aren't eating. We have 2 meals a day. We already ate in the morning. Among the 8 people, the one who had the most say was embarrassed to eat by himself. I still have things to deal with. I'll write a letter. When we reach the Nantian family, you can give it to Lan Bao or Nantian Kazuko. Jiang Chuan took out a pencil and a small notebook. He wrote a bunch of words and symbols that others couldn't understand. After the nervousness, the 8 people were in a state of exhaustion. Their bodies were numb, especially their arms. They felt weak. They were hungry. After eating in the morning, they carried a large basket of stones along the mountain path to consume their calories. They broke off tree branches and dug out the bark. They used it as chopsticks and ate the salted vegetables. This vegetable is delicious. The person who washed his pants earlier liked the texture and taste of the salted vegetables. There's sesame oil and shrimp oil inside. Marinate it first, then stir-fry it. Finally, it's the finished salted vegetables. Someone from the Winged Knights kindly explained it. In any case, the other party wouldn't be able to learn it. As they spoke, the Winged Knights dragged the 2 injured people back and bandaged their wounds. Their mouths were gagged, their hands and feet were tied, and their eyes were blindfolded. Battalion Commander, we've questioned them separately. The answers are the same. The Yoshimura family gave the same answer as the previous one. They said that there's someone behind them and that the things they stole are all there. The person in charge of the interrogation reported the situation to Jiang Chuan. It wasn't the Yoshimura family, but another family. Jiang Chuan nodded and pulled Nantian Fan to the side. Which family is the Yoshimura family? The Yoshimura family only has 300 people. How dare they? Nantian Fan guessed the outcome of the interrogation. Then, he said, the Yoshimura family and the Yoshimura family were said to be one family a long time ago. Later, they separated and had conflicts with each other. It's about 40 miles away from the Yoshimura family. Then it's the Yoshimura family behind it. As long as they have the same interests, conflicts don't matter. The opponent is more cunning. Jiang Chuan directly confirmed that it was the Yoshimura family that was behind it. What should we do? Nantian Fan agreed with Jiang Chuan's analysis, but he was still in a difficult position. He hadn't solved the final problem. Go back and think about it. We want to capture those people and the things. If only Dongzhu was here. He's a scammer. Oh, no, he's intelligent. Jiang Chuan missed Li Yi. In the Li family Zhuangzi, only Li Dongzhu could scheme against others. Were the families of the Tang dynasty powerful? Didn't they still have to fork out money and send people to work according to Dongzhu's wishes? Seeing the fat meat in front of them, if they didn't rush in, there wouldn't be any left. If they did, they could talk about the future in the future. Oh! Nantian Fan couldn't think of a solution, but he wasn't afraid. This time, the Tang dynasty had sent a lot of troops. His Nantian family couldn't win, but others could. Should he grit his teeth and get rid of the Yoshimura family? Chapter 1693. The 8 of them ate slowly. The winged knights tasted the rice dumplings and dried meat. The dried meat smelled fishy, and the rice dumplings were rancid. However, the people carrying stones ate with relish. Obviously, they didn't get to eat meat on a daily basis, let alone such good rice dumplings. Wasn't rancid normal? You guys usually eat well. You can't eat such things, right? Nantian Fan felt that the winged knights couldn't adapt to harsh environments, such as eating. Ha! Jiang Chuan laughed and didn't answer. We just said that it doesn't taste good. It's different from whether we can eat it or not. The person next to him couldn't help but say, we'll eat. Forget it. He didn't want to say anymore. His eyes were filled with tears. Nantian Fan looked at them suspiciously, indicating that he didn't believe them. One of the winged knights got angry. He picked up a rice dumpling and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it with his military boots, twisted it, and raised his leg. A few people next to him used their hands to dig out the rice dumplings mixed with mud and threw them into their mouths to chew. From time to time, they smeared sand and mud with their saliva. Is it good? Jiang Chuan asked. Delicious. It's too fucking delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such a comfortable meal in my life. The winged knights answered as they ate, their eyes filled with determination. You guys. Nantian Fan felt disgusted. How could they eat it? Just now, they said that it didn't taste good. Now it's changed. Our first choice is to complete the mission. Our second choice is to help complete the mission and survive. Even if we'll die after 3 days after eating something, as long as we can complete the mission within 3 days, we'll eat it. Who would want to eat something bad when there's good food? Our individual soldier rations are very fragrant. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he also squatted down to dig out some rice dumplings and threw them into his mouth. Their purpose here was to intimidate the Nantian family. This was their mission. None of you are human. Nantian Fan finally knelt. How could they eat something so dirty just because they said something? The 8 people eating also looked at the winged knights with an indescribable gaze. How should they describe the resolute faces of these people from the Tang dynasty? How did you do it? Nantian Fan felt his stomach sour. It's the will of the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu said that a real soldier is gentle to the inside and tough to the outside. Jiang Chuan spat out another mouthful of sand and said lightly. All of them can do it. Nantian Fan looked at the winged knights around him. Those who can't won't come with the ship. Jiang Chuan brought the Tang dynasty's navy along. The navy of the Tang dynasty also had a hard time. Sometimes, they couldn't eat good food on the ship. When they lacked fresh water, they had to eat raw fish. As long as there were enough fish, they could replenish their water supply by chewing the fish meat. They could persevere for a short period of time, and they could also drink urine. If they brought fresh water on board, it would start to stink after a long time. However, it was still a good thing. In order to survive, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Battalion commander, they're back. Someone holding a pair of binoculars shouted from a nearby tree. Eat slowly, there's no hurry. Someone will go with you to the Nantian family later to help you carry your things. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to the 8 of them. Yes, yes. The 8 of them hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so they tried to chew as much jerky as possible. They also took other people's wooden bowls to drink water. There were 7 bowls, and they took turns. They were grateful. At the same time, they hoped that these powerful people would clean up all the robbers. In the future, they would be able to transport stones to exchange for things safely. They carried a basket of stones in exchange for 2 caddies of iron. The items were valuable. A group of 25 people were brought over. They carried baskets on their backs, and they didn't look light. All of them were tied up with ropes, and some of them had bruises on their faces. The winged knights at the side waved their blades. Whoever looked around, they would stab their buttocks with the tip of their blades or hit their heads with the flat of their blades. Battalion commander, the baskets are full of iron weapons that they robbed. They're preparing to transport them away. They're not bringing them back to the Yoshimura family. There are 2 horses behind them. This person isn't from the Yoshimura family. We don't have time to interrogate him. He's too stubborn. Bring him back first. They also have a big pit there. The pit is full of people they killed. There were indeed horses behind them. The horses weren't carrying anything and looked very relaxed. 20 brothers, go back. The rest of you, go ahead and ambush them. Those who go back, tell Lan Bao to bring the letter back. Give this person to me. Jiang Chuan looked at the person who was being dragged back with ropes. This person didn't want to walk. He would rather be dragged. His body was full of injuries. As he spoke, he called 2 people to drag this person into the forest and gag him. After the 8 people finished eating, another 20 minutes passed. Jiang Chuan returned, still dragging the person. The gag was taken away. He shouted weakly, "Give me a quick death. Give me a quick death. Don't kill my family. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." Nantian Fan looked at him and felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly had he gone through to make this person, who was being dragged all the way here, speak? I said, we promised to destroy the Yoshimura family. We'll let the ordinary children and women go. But once we find out that someone is from his family, we'll slowly torture them to death. Jiang Chuan kicked this person. The winged knights fetched water from the river and poured it on this person. Ah! I said, let my family go. This person shouted. Jiang Chuan took out a handful of small black pieces from his backpack. They were the size of soybeans. He pinched 2 of them and stuffed them into this person's mouth. Eat them. You live, your family lives. If you die, I'll torture them. Eat, alive. This person swallowed hard. The winged knights came over to feed him water. Someone even bandaged his wounds. What did you feed him? Nantian Fan was curious about everything. It's medicine for pain relief and refreshment when you're injured or too tired. You can't take it usually. You'll get addicted if you take too much. Jiang Chuan explained. He turned to the others and said, according to your numbers, the 20 people at the back will go back. Don't talk too much. Yes. A group of people answered. They were at the back. They didn't fight to stay. Li Yi didn't allow such a situation to happen when he was teaching. If he told you to go, you should go. Even if the people who stayed behind died, you had to go back alive. Then, you could think of a way to take revenge. Don't waste time arguing. When the time came, you wouldn't be able to leave. Get ready to set off. Jiang Chuan ordered. The stones on the backs of the 8 people were distributed to the others. The 2 horses were left behind. The horses were in good condition and could be ridden. The winged knights went up to try riding them. The horses were very quiet. It was obvious that they had been ridden before. However, they were now used to transport goods. The reins weren't right, and there were no saddles or stirrups. The winged knights took off the clothes of the dead people, cut them into strips with a knife, and weaved them into the lining of the saddle. A rattan basket was dismantled and weaved into a hard saddle and stirrups. The reins were changed so that they could be used as cavalry. What was the use of 2 cavalry? It depended on how they performed. Actually, without a saddle, stirrups, or reins, the winged knights could still ride a horse. The things weren't done, so the returning team left. "You're not going back?" Jiang Chuan asked Nantian Fan, who stayed behind. "My mission is to go with you guys." "I choose to complete the mission first," Nantian Fan said, mimicking Jiang Chuan's previous words. "Let's go together." "Actually, it's not that tough. We brought food. It's not raining, and we still have firearms to use. It's tiring on a rainy day. I'm always afraid that the bullets will get wet." Jiang Chuan smiled. This person was interesting. Chapter 1694. Another ship is back. Get ready. At the Minamata family's residence, everyone cheered and rushed forward as a battleship returned from fishing. A big iron pot was set up with boiling water inside. The fish caught by the ship were eaten first and the internal organs were removed. Some fish could be pressed with a blanket and dried under the sun. A little salt was added. If the fish were not pressed, it would definitely stink. The prawns were thrown into the pot and cooked before being spread out to dry. There was no need to add salt. It was fine to eat it bland as it was meat after all. Fishing on a large ship was satisfying. There were a lot of fish in one ship. The children at home stopped going to class and came over to help. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. The children did not mind eating more fish. They liked the current atmosphere. The adults were working hard. The more the merrier. "Father-in-law, our people should try to eat fish. Eat less staple food. Leave the staple food." Lan Bao stood at the dock and spoke to Minamata Ineu. He brought a lot of people. It was not easy for him to transport some food. What if it was eaten by his own people? When everyone went fishing, they could eat protein and less carbohydrates. They could also eat wild vegetables to replenish their vitamins. The nutrition was still balanced. The smile on Minamata Ineu's face never disappeared. Even when he saw the children fall and cry, he could still laugh. "When you were in the Tang dynasty, you had these people protecting you?" Minamata Ineu also felt safe. "What's the big deal? We live in the Li family Zhuangzi. The defense there is so good that no one can break in. The emperor of the Tang dynasty also does not return to the palace." Lan Bao did not think that the sense of security now was a big deal. The Li family Zhuangzi had many surveillance cameras. There were even hot air balloons floating in the sky. During the day, they used binoculars and night vision devices. Minamata Ineu did not ask for the same treatment. "It's already very good. I'm relieved that Kazuko is with you. Can the salt pan be kept a secret?" Minamata Ineu asked about the salt pan. He did not know that salt could be dried. The capital already knows about it. "We don't need it here. They don't know the key technology. Our people just don't tell anyone." Lan Bao did not want to teach them the technology of drying salt. However, he could not prevent it. The people of the Japanese Empire would write letters back when they saw salt drying at the beach. The people of the Tang dynasty couldn't possibly hide their salt just to guard against others, could they? Fortunately, drying the salt seemed simple, but there was a technique involved. There was only one layer of window paper. "Let's see if we can poke through it. Wait for a few more days before you leave. When we have more salt, catch enough fish for us and we'll salt them." Minamata Ineu discussed with his son-in-law. "Father-in-law, it's still early. The boat needs to be full before we can return. There are some sea vegetables to dry. When the time comes, we can take them away. Dongzhu loves them." Lan Bao knew the importance of salt to the Japanese Empire. Although the Japanese Empire was surrounded by a lot of sea, there was still a shortage of salt. The Japanese Empire learned from the Tang dynasty, or perhaps from the previous dynasties, and boiled the sea for salt. They did not accept the money from the Japanese Empire. They were more willing to accept the Kaiyuan Tongbao from the Tang dynasty and barter for other things. Kaiyuan Tongbao was very popular. Other than official contacts, there were still some private people who went to the Tang dynasty to buy and sell things. Kaiyuan Tongbao was foreign exchange. The people of the Tang dynasty recognized it. In addition, there was a small amount of exchange coupons. There were not many of them. Some were brought back by the envoys, and some were exchanged after they learned about the situation in the Tang dynasty. What's so good about those things? Can they be exchanged for food? Minamata Ineu did not think that the sea vegetables were valuable. Use the exchange coupons. I brought 1 million coins worth of exchange coupons. Keep it and exchange it slowly. Our weapons have to be made well. Lan Bao looked around like a thief and said in a voice that only two people could hear. The two people were Minamata Ineu and Minamata Kazuko. Minamata Ineu's breathing quickened. 1 million coins worth of exchange coupons from the Tang dynasty. Should he recruit soldiers and buy horses to take down Pingqing capital? How to spend it? Recruit warriors to fight. Minamata Ineu was about to say it. Father, spend it slowly. Don't fight others, don't ask for imperial power. Minamata Kazuko knew her father too well. Oh, don't fight. Li Dongzhu is really rich. Does he still have money to spend? He gave out 1 million coins in one go. Minamata Ineu did not dare to think about this number. It was too huge. If there was no Li Yi in the Tang dynasty, the annual revenue would be 7 to 8 million coins. What about the Japanese Empire? It depended on the size of the territory, the population, the economic development, and the stability of the society. If the Japanese Empire had 1/10 of the income of the Tang dynasty, they would have organized a navy to attack the Tang dynasty. The normal monthly expenses of the Li family Zhuangzi was equivalent to the annual revenue of the Japanese Empire. The taxes paid by the Li family Zhuangzi was not something the Japanese Empire could imagine. Li Dongzhu went out to the sea and brought back 40 million coins worth of goods. He is not short of money. Minamata Kazuko said as she went to help her father. That's good. I will spend it slowly. I will not fight Ping City. Minamata Ineu finally said his thoughts. As for 40 million coins, it was the same as 1 million coins to him. He did not faint. At this moment, he felt that he was giving face to the Empress. He would not fight if he had money. He was only thinking about money and did not think about politics. There were many people who raised private armies and fought for benefits around the Japanese Empire. If someone wanted to use money to move them, why not just rob them? There were 100 warlords. On average, each warlord had 1 million coins. Together, it would be 100 million coins. You suddenly appeared and said that you have 200 million coins and want to rule. The warlords would discuss and send their troops to fight you. Everyone would divide the 200 million coins according to their strength. Lan Bao and his wife looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They really did not want to fight with their father. Father-in-law, everyone wants to eat the fruit candy. Don't keep it. It will spoil after a long time. Lan Bao changed the topic. He saw the children working hard to help and remembered the candy he brought. Rock candy could be stored for a long time, but fruit candy could not. Isn't it better to sell it for money? Minamata Ineu felt that it was better to exchange it for other things. Father, what is the purpose of selling it for money? Isn't it to let the Minamata family enjoy the good things? Minamata Kazuko persuaded her father. If he did not enjoy it, what was the use of having more things and money? Give it to the children and the family. Minamata Ineu followed her advice. He was not knowledgeable, but he knew that it was right to listen to his daughter. At the start, when Lan Bao came over, he just wanted to make use of him. It was his daughter who insisted on looking for Lan Bao. In the end, Lan Bao was different now. Father-in-law, I also brought a popcorn machine. It can pop anything. Millet, rice, yellow rice, sorghum. Lan Bao gave a new way to earn money. Others did not have it. If they exchanged 5 kilograms of rice for 2 kilograms of popcorn, they would definitely be happy. 2 kilograms of rice was just a few handfuls. After the popcorn, you would not even be able to buy 10 handfuls of rice. The key was that it tasted better than rice and could be used as a snack. He brought a popcorn machine and would pop a few pots for everyone to try. He added some sugar and it would be sweet. Yes, there is good food. Minamata Kazuko loved to eat all kinds of popcorn. There was also rice, yellow rice, millet, sorghum, and rice that was glued together with sugar. That thing was magical. The people of the capital office would always bring it to various places. Chapter 1695. The Tang dynasty's navy needed one thing for all the fish caught by the ships: swim bladders. No matter what fish's swim bladders were, as long as they were available, they would be taken out to dry. They would be treated as medicine and given to the Li family zhuangzi. The swim bladders of Chinese bahaba fish were the best, equivalent to wild ginseng. The swim bladders of other sea fish were garden ginseng. Wild ginseng had the most saponins, and garden ginseng had the least. In fact, there were other things. However, according to the modern medicine of Li Yi's time, there was no answer, so there was no data. For example, things that were burned contained harmful substances, and eating them was not good for the body. However, in Chinese medicine, this thing could scrape and clean the intestines. It was like swallowing leeks immediately after eating something sharp. Modern medicine did not support it, and it should be treated. Then, they would find a way to remove it, including surgery, instead of protecting the intestines with leeks because it was unscientific. Li Yi did not care about others now. Who could restrict him or blame him? He collected whatever he wanted. If he said it could cure diseases, then it could be cured. The swim bladders were kept and taken back to the Tang dynasty as medicine. There were also chicken breasts, which were used to treat stomach problems. Even the medicine shops of the Tang dynasty wanted them. In the Tang dynasty, who killed chickens and took them out to wash and dry? The children of the Minamata family who had fallen and cried just now wiped their tears and continued to help. They had agreed that if there was candy, they would be fine even if they fell. They had to give them candy, or they would cry to death. Bang! The popcorn machine's sound echoed, and a pot of sorghum rice appeared. Come and eat. Minamata Kazuko called the children in the family. She added some sugar, heated it up, and released it in an instant. The sorghum rice had a bit of sweetness without any saccharin. Li Yi did not want to exchange for it, but he also did not want to waste time making it. Wouldn't it be better to use the technology of making saccharin to make other things? A large group of children put down their work and ran over. Some of them called Minamata Kazuko sister, some called her aunt, and some called her aunt. There was also one child who was the best. He called Minamata Kazuko niece. Of course, it did not matter what they called. The key was that there was delicious food. The children all wore the same style of clothes. There were differences between boys and girls, but there were no other changes. The Minamata family made it, and they were rich. In the past, as the clan leader, Minamata Ineo had to consider the interests of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the clan leader and would be replaced. The Japanese Empire had always been like this. Some of the retainers would even betray their masters in the end. It was the same as the Sima family of the Three Kingdoms. There was nothing special about it. As long as one had enough power, the throne would be theirs. At this moment, Ineo Mineta had a connection with the Tang dynasty because of his daughter. No one could shake his position. Amidst the joy, several people were imprisoned by him. As for those who wanted to usurp his position, he had to endure it until his daughter and son-in-law arrived with the fleet of the Tang dynasty. Ha! The food amplifier was indeed a good thing. The children were arranged to sit on small benches, and each of them had a small bowl in front of them. The popcorn was placed in the bowl, and the children obediently ate it with their hands. They were reluctant to grab a handful and stuff it into their mouths. Eating a bowl of this popcorn can indeed save a lot of food. Namida Ineu pinched a piece of sorghum rice and ate it. He felt that it was fine. He still didn't understand that popcorn couldn't add additional substances. Father-in-law, the amount of food is the amount. It has nothing to do with the size. Lan Bao also grabbed a handful to eat. Father, the 1 million exchange coupons are not directly given to the family. The family will pay according to the amount of things they bring out. Mineta Kazuko was afraid that her father would think that all the money belonged to the Mineta family. This was not the case at all. If the money was used to buy things, it would still belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. Namida Ineu nodded. I know. We use exchange coupons to buy and sell things in the family. If outsiders are willing to buy, we will also give them exchange coupons. When the Tang dynasty brings things over and sells them to us, we will know how much they are priced. If we send things over, the family won't know how much we exchange for. We are afraid that we will be cheated. Namida Ineu already had a plan. He was relieved now that he had brought back a lot of food and could even fish. How could he not know how many things the Mineta family had? How could he exchange these with others? He ate another 2 grains of popcorn and looked at Lan Bao. Lan Bao, have you reported to the capital of Pingcheng? You are an official of the Tang dynasty. No. Dong Zhu said that when the officials of the Tang dynasty go outside, they will only be approached by others. There is no need for them to go there personally. Lan Bao seemed very arrogant. He had been influenced by Li Yi. Namida Ineu looked at the warships by the sea and felt that it made sense. The capital of Pingcheng should send someone here. It was not official business. They were just buying and selling things. The children stopped eating. They could not bear to eat too much. They did not have many snacks in the past. Mineta Kazuko ran over to give out candy. It was fructose wrapped in glutinous rice paper and the outermost layer was fringed paper. There were also paper, ink, and brushes for practicing calligraphy. There was also another piece of paper and pencils. There were also some beautiful books printed by the Li family Zhuangzi with pictures, pinyin, and a box of dictionaries. The purpose was to let the people of the Japanese Empire learn the culture of the Tang dynasty and identify with the Tang dynasty. The people of the Japanese Empire did not know that this was a cultural invasion. Even the people of Pingcheng were proud to learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. If they wanted to write a poetry book, they would write it according to the Tang dynasty. They did not understand it themselves, so they wrote according to the Tang dynasty to save time. Therefore, even during the Song dynasty, the Japanese Empire still yearned for Chinese culture. In the Yuan dynasty, it was always destroyed by the wind. The Japanese Empire discovered that we had the protection of the divine wind. In the Ming dynasty, they began to invade the coastal areas. The influence of this culture lasted for many years. Li Yi knew about the situation and would definitely promote it. He also prepared to let the people of the Tang dynasty learn the culture of the Tang dynasty wherever the Tang dynasty team went. The children were sensible. They quickly washed their hands and came to line up to get their school supplies. They cherished the opportunity to learn the language of the Tang dynasty and go to the Tang dynasty in the future. Namida Ineu watched from the side and said to Lan Bao, "There are more people who can speak the language of the Tang dynasty in the clan. There are fewer people who can write the words of the Tang dynasty. It's okay. The winged knights can teach. The winged knights can speak the language of the Japanese Empire." Lan Bao was not worried. The winged knights were amazing. Good. Good. Namida Ineu was happy when he heard that. This meant that the winged knights would stay here for a while. He was afraid that others would cause trouble for the Namida family. If that happened, the Namida family would have to go to war and would not have time to develop. He needed to be stronger. So strong that others would not dare to target him. Father-in-law, let's try to sell as little food as possible. If others want to exchange things, other than iron, we can also give them dried fish. Lan Bao was more worried. He was afraid that his father-in-law would forget to exchange everything. The Japanese Empire lacked food. It was not easy to ship food to the Tang dynasty. As for fish, the Tang dynasty's navy would eat more. He also planned to catch more shrimps and shellfish and make them into dried products. He would bring them back to the Tang dynasty. How many years would it take to fill 30 ships with kelp, seaweed, iron, copper, silver, and gold? I know. Don't give food to others. Eat it yourself. Don't eat it yourself. If there's meat, eat it. Namida Ineu continued to nod. He was actually better than Lan Bao. He would save as much as he could and wait for the harvest this year. Chapter 1696. Kill. Kill. Poof, poof, poof. Ineu Mineta and Lan Bao walked to the camp of the Tang dynasty's navy. The navy did not live in houses. They set up tents and arranged themselves according to the formation. Some of them were resting, some were fishing, and the rest were training. Some of them wore helmets and were shooting arrows. The arrowheads were blunt like iron. They were shot from several directions. It was quite painful to be shot. Those who were half naked had bruises on their bodies. Those who were shot tried their best to dodge and block with their arms. They moved quickly. They did not stand still. They wanted to attack. Even with weapons, they had to run within 15 seconds for 100 meters. The others used long-handled axes to chop wood and firewood. They mainly practiced their strength and accuracy. The purpose of using the axes was to destroy the enemy's mast. They would chop people first and get close to the mast to chop the mast. As long as the enemy's ship lost power, they could throw away the axes and swim back to the warship. The axes were worthless. They were temporarily left for the enemy. Some of them held ropes and swung around. They held ropes in one hand and knives in the other. They were used to defend their ship. The enemy jumped over to help them in the narrow area. A group of people were watching. The samurai, hired by the Mineta family, were very conflicted. These soldiers of the Tang dynasty were too powerful. Would their wages be reduced? They were counting on this money to support their families. Life was tough. Ineu Mineta also thought of the mercenaries' worries. Lan Bao, should we reduce their wages? We should let them move their families here and give them more money. Their families are not here. They are easy to be used. They will not fight to the death when they are in danger. Lan Bao shook his head. He disagreed. It was better to fire them. Otherwise, they would cause trouble. If their families come, it will be another expense. Ineu Mineta was reluctant. Their families have to work to earn money. The Mineta family will be a social economy in the future. They produce things and trade with each other. This way, they can earn more if they work less. Those who can work but do not work can't. Those who have vested interests are hard-working people. They will automatically uphold this rule. This is how classes are created. Lan Bao told his father-in-law what he had learned. Ineu Mineta was confused. What was it? Fortunately, he was not conflicted and asked, will there be things to do when there are more people? Farming, seafood processing, mining, smelting, learning how to build ships, sailing. As long as there are people, there's nothing to be done. As for Li Dongzhu, he sent an additional 100,000 people to him. The next day, he began to arrange them into various positions. I've learned a little from the Li family Zhuangzi, so I can handle the current situation with ease. Lan Bao's words didn't sound like he was being modest. Instead, he was praising the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll talk to them. Ine Mineta did not dare to look down on the Li family Zhuangzi. He was rich and could easily take out 1 million yuan worth of Tang Dynasty's exchange coupons. Double the salary. If it's less, they won't think it's worth it, Lan Bao reminded. Good. Double it is. Ine Mineta gritted his teeth and agreed. When he spoke to the warriors, the mercenaries, who looked very weak before, suddenly had a different aura. They all agreed to bring their families here. There was food here, as well as trading ships from the Tang dynasty. The land at home would be taken away when they died. It was worthless. When the food was harvested, the whole family would move here. They would sell the house and see who would buy it. They just needed to give something. When they moved here, they would build a new house. Look at the fish. It was free. The whole family couldn't finish the fish in a year. The warriors patted their chests and promised Ine Mineta that they could protect the Mineta family. If there was danger, they would rush in first. After the others expressed their loyalty, Ine Mineta and Lan Bao went to the bee farm. Lan Bao said to his father-in-law, "We have to train more people who can fight." "I know. When others come, we can't do it. They will beat us and take our land. Then they will cooperate with the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty just wants someone who can cooperate with them." Ine Mineta had already thought about it. If it was someone else, would the Tang dynasty refuse? Lan Bao shook his head. The other officials of the Tang dynasty may think so, but Li Dongzhu won't. Li Dongzhu said that he will cooperate with the Mineta family. If the Mineta family is beaten, Li Dongzhu will send troops as long as the news is sent back. At that time, there will still be people in the Mineta family. Li Dongzhu will support the people of the Mineta family. If the Mineta family is destroyed, Li Dongzhu will destroy others. Owner Li said that not just anyone is qualified to discuss terms and conditions with him. Whoever touches his designated collaborators is provoking him. Isn't it enough to make money? Ine Mineta didn't understand. Money? Li Dongzhu doesn't lack money. Li Dongzhu said that no matter if it's a person, a family, or a country, without principles, they will die. Lan Bao once again talked about the content taught by Li Yi. It was equivalent to Li Dongzhu's words. Yes, we can't compromise. I am the patriarch. I must lead the Mineta family to become stronger. The people of the Mineta family are being bullied outside. I must fight back. The people who come to the Mineta family to do business are being robbed. I must ensure their safety. Ine Mineta waved his arms vigorously as if he had been stimulated, trying to strengthen his belief. The winged knights will take care of this matter. Lan Bao was embarrassed to look down on his father-in-law. The Mineta family wants to protect the trade route. Bring your weapons out. It's the same as fighting. The winged knights are the army. They are responsible for killing. Did they bring enough food? Ine Mineta realized that he had said too much. There is food in the forest. The winged knights are best at surviving in the wild. Give them a sword and they will take care of the rest. Lan Bao smiled. There are so many birds, wild animals, fruits, and snakes in the forest. How can the winged knights go hungry? As they spoke, there were beehives in front of them. The bees flew out to look for flowers and honey. In this part of the Japanese Empire, the winters were not very cold, but it was not warm either. Due to the latitude, it was slightly warmer due to the ocean currents. In winter, it was more rainy. Further north, it would start to freeze. Further north was not part of the Japanese Empire's current administrative region. In summer, it was hot here. The flowers bloomed better. There were 50 beehives of bees. Each beehive had 8 spleens. They were used for transportation. It depends on the situation here. If there were more flowers, they could change the beehive and add 2 more spleens. If there were less flowers, they could extract 2 more spleens. Father-in-law, normally, the bees live by themselves. It has nothing to do with humans. They don't work for humans. However, for reared bees, humans help to maintain a sufficient number of bees. At the same time, it is better for the bees to bloom. It forms a relationship where humans are active and bees are passive. So, don't touch the bees on your clothes. When Lan Bao was explaining the bees, his father-in-law saw a bee on his clothes. He reached out to catch it with 2 fingers. The ending was fixed. The bee paid the price with its life. Lan Bao's father-in-law's hand swelled up faster than a mosquito bite. Lan Bao quickly picked up his father-in-law's hand and used his tongue to lick his fingers. He felt the bee sting and sucked it. At the same time, he squeezed out the bee venom. Chapter 1697. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Ineu Mineta was touched. He had more than one daughter, Mineta Kazuko. However, this daughter was the prettiest. She was different from other children since she was young, mainly because she was disobedient. Other sons-in-law couldn't be compared to Lan Bao. Especially when Lan Bao was with his daughter, he would always hold his daughter's hand. When he ate with others, he would eat with them and even pick up food for his daughter. Now that he was stung, his son-in-law's reaction speed was very natural. Bah! It's okay. It'll hurt for a day. It'll be fine tomorrow. Lan Bao spat his saliva in disdain. Although he gave the needle, it didn't mean that he liked to suck the old man's finger. It was like someone was bitten by a venomous snake. It was best if there were more people and each of them sucked once. When sucking, they would salivate more and spit it out quickly. If there was a mouth ulcer, don't participate. It had nothing to do with hobbies. It was purely to save lives. What about the bee? Ineu Mineta was still thinking about the bee that stung him. It will die soon. Bees are different from wasps. After stinging, the intestines will be left. Lan Bao looked at his father-in-law's finger and gave it away. It's a pity. I shouldn't have caught it. Ineu Mineta was a little sad that he had killed the bee. There are many bees. Soon, a new one will appear. Let's go and look at the poultry. I hope someone is willing to bring the chickens, ducks, and geese here. Lan Bao didn't want to continue staying here. What if there was some information left on his father-in-law and other bees came to sting? The probability was small, but it was theoretically possible. Some women in the Mineta family were taking care of the poultry and piglets. The piglets were easy to handle. They just needed to be fed. The poultry needed to learn how to survive and find their own food. The free-range chickens even dared to take care of small snakes. There were low-flying dragonflies, caterpillars, toads, centipedes, earthworms, worms, spiders, rats. Chickens usually ate things based on their size. If the size of a chicken was less than 1/5 of its size, the chicken would think about how to eat it. The free-range chickens would stay away from maggots. The old hens even dared to fight with eagles. They were stronger than ducks. Geese and Chinese rural dogs, also known as mongrels, were not afraid of eagles. The free-range chickens needed to learn survival skills. Minamata Ineu obviously didn't want to continue being stung by bees, so he followed his son-in-law to look at the poultry. The people from the Tang dynasty that Lan Bao hired at a high price were in charge of taking care of the original poultry and raising the artificially hatched chicks. It was very difficult. On this occasion, the poultry would begin to hatch. The newly hatched ones would be stuffed under their bodies at night. Usually, the feces of the big chickens, ducks, and geese would be diluted with water and sprayed on the artificially hatched ones. He couldn't give them too much. If he gave them too much, they would realize that something was wrong. Some of them had already started to take care of the young ones, so they took the opportunity to place a few artificially hatched ones in other people's teams. The best-case scenario was unhatched poultry. If a group of hens didn't have their own nest and watched other hens take their chicks out, they would be willing to take a group of chicks sprayed with their feces. The rooster's attitude towards the hens was different. The hens with chicks were more taken care of by the rooster. When catching a small snake, the rooster would give priority to the hens with chicks. The same principle applies to ducks and geese. The keepers were busy. The hens were pecking at the chicks, so they quickly changed. If no one wanted the chicks, they could only be raised by others, but they would still be released. The hens would take care of their own chicks. The chicks that no one took care of would run into other people's groups. After being chased out, they would find another group to continue. In the process, the chicks gradually grew up and learned the same skills. There was a small man-made lake in a river here. The ducks and geese each led their own teams to swim in it. The artificially hatched chicks were put in, and they followed behind, quacking. When the ducks returned home, they chose a team. The ducks didn't know how to count, so they couldn't remember if there were more or less chicks. "How is it?" Lan Bao asked the person in charge here. "There's one thing that's better. When it rains, the rain is more useful for covering up the smell. In addition, when it rains heavily, the poultry will be worried that their children will be in danger, so they will take special care of the children. In a new nest and frame, the poultry are still adapting to the new environment, so it doesn't matter how many children there are. Give them a similar smell, and they will accept it." According to Li Dongzhu, there were no hens, ducks, or geese with their own nests and children. According to Li Dongzhu, their bodies will secrete something extra that urges them to find and snatch children for themselves. At present, there are less than 100 chickens, ducks, and geese rejected. In 2 days, all of them will be in. This includes using intimidation methods. When the female chickens, ducks, and geese face danger, they are the most protective of their chicks. The person in charge explained the current situation. A large number of chicks had been found, homes, and the remaining ones continued to be arranged. He made it sound simple, but in fact, every step was a skill. How could someone who didn't even know how to hatch chicks and ducks could find mothers for them? "I'll give you the processing fee when we go back." Lan Bao thanked him. Professionals were professionals. "We're from the Agriculture Temple. We're here to see the situation. Your side is very stable, so we're not afraid of exposing ourselves." The person in charge smiled and waved his hand. They pretended to be hired, but in fact, they were from the official department. "So, there are still people from General Gao in the team?" Lan Bao was smart. The Prime Minister had sent people, so what about the eunuchs? "We don't know. We're just doing our jobs. If there's a problem, we'll go to Li Dongzhu and accept punishment." The person in charge shook his head. "Your job is to see the situation. Then raise livestock and poultry." Lan Bao was not angry. He was not a high-ranking official. His official position was from the Tang dynasty's Imperial Family Overseas Grace Mission. He was not from the Li family Zhuangzi. Collect crops in the Japanese Empire and compare them. Look at the time. If you have more time, cultivate them. When you go back, bring the seeds and seedlings with you. The person in charge said what he was going to do. Raising livestock and poultry was just a matter of convenience. Namida Ineu was listening at the side and felt confused. There's actually a spy here. Since that's the case, you all can help to teach others and let others collect the crops. It will be faster. I won't give you any extra rewards. Lan Bao felt a little angry. The person I found was actually arranged by someone else. It doesn't matter. We will be rewarded when we go back. Do you think the Zaifu will be assured when you go out to sea and look for others? We are the most reliable. The person in charge did not care about money. If Lan Bao was not here, he would not expose his identity. Give me a good magnifying glass. I will bring my father-in-law to have a look. Lan Bao stretched out his hand. He did not prepare a magnifying glass. The person in charge took out a magnifying glass from his sleeve pocket. This is for you. We brought the optical microscope given by Li Dongzhu. Then I will give it to my father-in-law. A magnifying glass will not affect the skills of both parties. Lan Bao took the magnifying glass. He knew that there was no microscope. He heard that it was very difficult for the Li family Zhuangzi to make one, and it required a lot of precision. Father-in-law, I will bring you to see something. Use this. Lan Bao turned and said to Namida Ineu. Chapter 1698. Manamida Ineu tried to stay close to his son-in-law. He had a natural sense of inferiority towards the officials of the Tang dynasty. They said that they were from the Tang dynasty and listened to the orders of the Tang dynasty's chancellors. That was amazing. Fortunately, his son-in-law was able to withstand it. He never felt that the Manamida family controlled this area and that others had to listen to him. When facing the Tang dynasty, he naturally lacked confidence. Father-in-law, the people behind us in the Tang dynasty are the ones who have the final say. The chancellors can't. Lan Bao sensed his father-in-law's inferiority and was afraid. After all, they are officials of the Tang dynasty. We should not offend them if we can. Manamida Ineu did not know the real situation and was afraid of conflict. Lan Bao was helpless. He could only bring his father-in-law to use the magnifying glass to look at things. This thing was interesting. It could shine on ants and burn them to death. It could also shine on paper and make it burn. As long as it was a sunny day, the magnifying glass could be used to make fire. It was very simple. Manamida Ineu played with it like a child. The magnifying glass was too interesting. Lan Bao accompanied Manamida Kazuko, who came back after giving out things. They did not mind. In the Li family Zhuangzi, this thing could be used by anyone. Manamida Kazuko was a little sad. Her father was inexperienced. Lan Bao held her hand and looked like he was wholeheartedly with her. In fact, Manamida Ineu was not bad. At least he had someone to explain to him. If it was Li Yi's time, during the reform and opening up, how many officials would kneel down because of the identity of an overseas company? If someone casually registered an overseas company in Li Yi's country, the local officials would kneel down and lick their boots as if they had seen their ancestors. When other people spoke in a foreign language, the officials felt that they were inferior. Then, they would be cheated in all kinds of ways. After being cheated, they would find excuses for themselves, saying that it was the pain of the development of the era. Later on, the officials would speak in a foreign language. Who would try to cheat them again? Where did you register your company? Do you have a patent? Is there a stain on your reputation? What is your debt ratio? What are you using as collateral? Reputation. What reputation? I will check your reputation. This trick would not work. The officials had to be young and knowledgeable. If it weren't for Lan Bao and Manamida Kazuko, Manamida Ineu wouldn't be as good as Li Yi at that time. Only the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty has such a good thing, right? Manamida Ineu played with the magnifying glass for a while and didn't want to return it. Yes, they're on the ship. They're in the box. There's also a test strip and binoculars, but I can't just let anyone use them. Minamata Kazuko held her father's arm, feeling sorry for him. Her father's education was limited. She was always disobedient when she was young, but her father had acquiesced to her behavior time and time again. The other sisters all found husbands and became wives according to the current rules. She was indignant, but her father didn't say anything. Then, she met Lan Bao. She took a fancy to him, and her father supported her. Her father's knowledge was much worse than hers, but her father didn't need knowledge when treating her. He just needed to pamper her. The Nantian family had nothing to do with him, but his father was a good father to him. When she got married, Lan Bao didn't give her any betrothal gifts. Only the technology was given together with other people. The money that Lan Bao received didn't belong to him. Her father didn't ask for betrothal gifts. When she went to the Tang dynasty, her father secretly gave her some money. She didn't use the money. Her mother-in-law actually knew Li Dongzhu. She didn't need the betrothal gifts that she didn't ask for before. We do. Mineta Ineu didn't know what his daughter was thinking. He was just happy. Father-in-law, we do. If I wasn't in a hurry, I wouldn't ask them for it. It's not worth much. Oh, in the Li family Zhuangzi, it's not worth much. Basically, everyone in the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty has one. They use it to find different crops. We'll also need to find more in the future. The two systems don't overlap with the agriculture temple of the Tang dynasty. They can't control me. I'm an independent team. After Lan Bao finished speaking, he ran to the nearby reeds and picked a few cattail sticks. He took them back and handed them to Mineta Kazuko and Mineta Ineu. This thing is also delicious. It's considered medicine. But we can't sell it in the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty doesn't lack it. Lan Bao said with a smile. He finally understood his father-in-law's personality and behavior. He always wanted to make money. We eat it as food. But we don't eat it anymore. There's food. It's not hungry. The children like it. Those people are, as Mineta Ineu spoke, he saw a group of people coming over. Some of them were carrying baskets, while others were at the side. The winged knights are here. They caught the people. Mineta Kazuko looked over and instantly got the answer. The winged knights usually didn't use their swords. They were very peaceful. If they didn't take off their clothes, no one would know that they had lumps of meat on their bodies. Of course, her husband was not bad either. He was a blacksmith. He didn't wear any clothes. Just looking at him made her legs go soft. At night, the number of people doesn't seem right. Could it be? Mineta Ineu was very worried. There were so many people when they went, but too few came back. Let's go and take a look. Lan Bao walked over first. When the two sides met, there were more than 20 people carrying things and carrying a few people. The other 20 winged knights and 8 people were watching from the side as if they were guards. Where are the others? Lan Bao didn't care about the people being detained. He was worried about the winged knights. 20 of us came back. The rest continue with the operation. There are 28 people here. 27 of them are from the Yoshimura family and 1 is from the Yoshimi family. The 8 of them were normal people who came to deliver things. They were almost killed. The Yoshimura and Yoshimi families worked together to kill the people who came to do business with us. Look at the things in the baskets. They are preparing to gather enough and transport them to Ping City to sell. The leader of the 20 winged knights reported to Lan Bao. Those who were carried couldn't take it anymore. Are there any casualties? Lan Bao didn't care about others. We didn't. 5 of them died on purpose. When they attacked, they wanted to kill 5 of us. It's not like you don't know our capabilities. There are also 2 horses. We changed the reins, added saddles, and stirrups. We went ahead to ambush them. Hurry up. After the handover, we still have to go back and replenish our supplies. The leader of the winged knights was ready to leave. They were asked to come back according to their numbers. Who said they couldn't go back after they came back? The people in front didn't rest. They just had to repack and catch up. The journey wasn't far. We were almost killed. Fortunately, someone helped us. Their arrows were too accurate. They killed 1 person with 1 arrow. They said they were soldiers of the Tang dynasty. The leader of the 8 stood up. He was very excited. Put the things down. Don't tire yourself out. These people are injured. Take care of them. Lan Bao looked at the people with bloodstains on their bodies. They were already caught. What was the value of dying? They could only work if they were alive. Bao Lang, let's set the pigeons up again. Minamata Kazuko was very calm at this moment. She sent another batch of pigeons. The previous batch didn't mention the specific situation. It was a bit far from here to Chang'an. In fact, it was just the distance of the sea. After crossing the sea, the pigeons would look for food and then fly again. Who said that pigeons couldn't look for food halfway? Pigeons weren't stupid. If they couldn't fly anymore, they would stop to look for food. Chapter 1699. Let's go. The 8 of you follow us. Don't let the others surround us. Lan Bao instructed sternly. The winged knights reacted quickly and brought them to other places. What's wrong? Ineo Mineta asked softly when he saw his son-in-law's serious expression. We can't act immediately. Both sides are in the dark now. Let's wait until we catch more people from the Jisho family and get enough evidence before we announce it. Lan Bao looked at the 8 people who were rescued and said to his father-in-law. What's the difference? Ineo Mineta had never experienced such a battle. He could fight, but not war. We'll get rid of the Jisho and Yoshimura families at once, including the officials from the Jisho family in Pingcheng. We'll swallow up the 2 families and make them our own. Lan Bao knew that the families in the Japanese Empire didn't have much fighting power now. They could only gather a few hundred people. It was easy to annihilate others, but difficult to find an excuse. Unless they agreed to wage a huge war against the Japanese Empire. Dongzhu obviously didn't plan to conquer the Japanese Empire now. Dongzhu didn't seem to care about the Japanese Empire. The Tang dynasty's focus was on the Turks and Tubo. It seemed that Dongzhu valued the Abbasid Caliphate more and wanted to train many naval forces to bypass them. Keep it a secret. Ineo Mineta understood and looked at the 8 people who were rescued. Father-in-law, don't kill them. Keep it a secret and ask them to stay for 2 days. Lan Bao felt that his father-in-law wanted to silence them. Don't kill, don't kill. Ineo Mineta smiled. Ineo Mineta said, they saved a lot of ironware and want to send it to the officials from the Jisho family in Pingcheng to pave the way for promotion. Lan Bao suddenly turned to look at his wife. In the Tang dynasty, I used to talk to Princess Yongmu, Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, and the others. Ineo Mineta smiled shyly. Ah. Lan Bao understood. Those women, even if they didn't deliberately study anything, they would casually talk about open strife and hidden strife. His Majesty had many women, but why were only a few of them allowed to live in the Li family Zhuangzi? Especially that Xiao Lan. Other women had palace maids and eunuchs to keep each other in check, but Princess Yongmu only had Xiao Lan to manage everything. Kazuko, you should learn more from Princess Yongmu and not scheme against Li Dongzhu. Lan Bao said to Minamata Kazuko helplessly. Minamata Kazuko still had that shy look on her face. I know. There's also Xiao Lan. Learn from her cleverness. She treats Li Dongzhu just as well. She doesn't scheme against him. Lan Bao reminded again. She doesn't dare to scheme. Minamata Kazuko was no longer shy. She smiled. Don't touch these ironware. Put them away and don't move them. There are fingerprints on them. If necessary, we can retrieve them. The leader of the winged knights who had returned pointed out that there were so many iron weapons. He must have his ways. The winged knights needed to know how to do reconnaissance. Under certain circumstances, it was normal for them to quickly obtain someone's fingerprints. Everyone moved the weapons carefully. Those who were caught were locked up and those who were injured were taken care of. Jiang Chuan threatened the Jishou family and told them that they would definitely beat the Jishou family and torture their family members to death unless they cooperated. Those who would rather die than say anything were afraid. If their family members were gone, who would they keep the secret for? Many lives have been sacrificed for these things. Minamata Ine sighed. Lan Bao knew how to forge and smelt iron, especially silver and copper. He was very capable. That's why we have to develop productivity. Only when productivity is improved will people stop fighting over ironware and use them for other things. Lan Bao joked. Fights never happened because of specific things. You don't want iron? Is this iron not good? Minamata Ineu wanted to use iron to exchange for money. It's not worth much. Li Dongzhu helped find many iron and coal mines in the Tang dynasty. Even people in remote areas can exchange 5 caddies of eggs for an iron kitchen knife. Lan Bao shook his head. If they didn't want iron, they would have to refine it again. The iron in the Japanese Empire was not good now. It was difficult to melt iron and even more difficult to smelt iron. They had to use bellows to blow the iron until it turned red. If they wanted to melt iron, they could use it to burn firewood. On the other hand, copper, silver, and gold had low melting points. If they wanted to smelt iron, it was best to turn the firewood into charcoal and blow the wind. As for the smelting technology in the Tang dynasty, they didn't need charcoal anymore. Minamata Ineu revealed an envious look. The Tang dynasty didn't even want to exchange iron. It was very difficult for them to get iron. Who didn't know that iron plows were better for farming? Bronze plows were also good, but they didn't have them. There are many ironware in the family. After lamenting, Minamata Ineu found something to be proud of. Now, the Minamata family had iron kitchen knives, iron sickles, and iron pots. There were even more iron weapons sent by the Tang dynasty. They couldn't bear to use those good bows and arrows. The iron arrowheads were better than the iron of kitchen knives. There was also a steel knife. Look at his own iron knife. Every time he cut the iron knife, there would be a gap. The 20 people of the winged knights started to pack things for the people in front of them. Most of them were hardtack. They also took a break. After a while, they would have to force the army to hurry on with the journey. What's the use of the cloth strips on the legs? Minamata Ineu didn't understand the situation. It reduces the varicose veins on the legs. It won't be so tiring to walk. We can also bring 2 more sets of ropes. The cloth used to bind the legs is of good quality. It's strong and durable. Lan Bao had learned it before. When he explained it to his father-in-law, he couldn't bear it. When the winged knights wore leg bindings, it meant that they had to hurry on with the journey. It was tiring. Horses. Bring our horses here. Minamata Kazuko shouted. How could they not provide anything when they saw others rushing on with the journey? Yes, yes, yes. Horses. We have many horses. Let's exchange. Minamata Ineu reacted. 16 horses were brought over. These were the so-called many horses. There were also 2 old horses that couldn't be entrusted. For the Manamata family, 16 horses were enough to look down on the other families in the whole country. 14 of the horses could be ridden. They were cavalry. Cavalry was very powerful. If the situation permits, we will directly deal with the Yoshimura and Yoshimura families. We will carry the arrows and supplies. When the winged knights saw the 14 mountable horses, they were very happy. The saddles and stirrups were all equipped. Obviously, Lan Bao had taught them a lot. Including the 2 mountable horses in front, 16 horses for the winged knights, to fight against the Japanese Empire. Next time, bring over 100 horses. We will flatten the surrounding area. Lan Bao joked again. If the winged knights were equipped with horses, it would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. You want to fight? Manamata Ineu took it seriously. The Tang dynasty also lacks horses. They won't bring them over. But here, if we have the chance, we can exchange for horses and raise them. Lan Bao waved his hand. The people of the Tang dynasty couldn't even afford livestock. How could they send over 100 war horses? It's not easy to exchange. It takes a lot of iron to exchange for a horse. When we exchange for a horse, it will be thin and weak. The family will also provide good food. Manamata Ineu felt regretful. The 16 horses at home were treasures. Use food and fish to exchange. As long as we can exchange for a horse, it's worth it. Manamata Kazuko had an idea. The fish could be caught while the Tang dynasty's ships were out at sea. The horses were in the sea. They were seahorses and couldn't be ridden. Chapter 1700. It's here. Take turns to rest. In the forest, Jiang Chuan led the team to their destination. Some of them sat down on the spot while others went into the forest to keep watch. The remaining people searched for things with Jiang Chuan. Nantian Fan followed beside Jiang Chuan and studied hard. Nantian Fan looked exhausted. After the battle, he was in a fatigued state. If it was just traveling, he would still have plenty of stamina. Looking for grass to eat? I know a few that can be eaten. Nantian Fan saw Jiang Chuan sniffing the grass and thought that he wanted to eat it. If you're going to spend the night, you have to prevent mosquitoes from biting you. Let's see which grass can repel mosquitoes. There's wormwood. Not bad. Jiang Chuan found a few types of grass and began to collect them in large quantities. Dry them and smoke them. Nantian Fan knew that grass could smoke mosquitoes. Squeeze out the juice and smear it on your body. Won't others notice if you light it up? Jiang Chuan taught Nantian Fan the way of survival. Not many of them can come out, right? Nantian Fan believed that 24 people and 8 people were all that the Yoshimura family could send out. There was only one Yoshimura family that could still send people. Never place your hopes on the enemy making a mistake. Treat the enemy as an existence like you. Only then will you not suffer. Jiang Chuan continued to teach Nantian Fan. These were all lessons learned in blood. Some of his brothers had been careless and died in the battle in Songzhou. What was the use of more compensation? Family members hoped that their loved ones could live. If they died because they were not prepared, it would be such an injustice. You guys are amazing. Your family members get a lot of food, right? If one person is a soldier, the family can get 7 bushels of rice a month? 8 bushels. Nantian Fan noted it down and began to inquire about the treatment of the winged knights. For example, the people hired by the Nantian family were given 4 bushels of rice a month. The hired people ate at the Nantian family. How could the winged knights not get 7 or 8 bushels? The winged knights wouldn't do it if they gave less. Carry it. Jiang Chuan bundled the grass he had collected and handed it to Nantian Fan. He collected it again. Some of the things we get from our family are fixed, and some are unknown. The fixed ones are 30 caddies of meat, 5 caddies of oil, 20 bushels of different grains, 5 caddies of salt, a bolt of silk, 3 bars of soap, 1 bar of soap, and a pack of 20 candles. He did not know how many of them were given by Dongzhu, by his brothers, or by His Majesty. Under normal circumstances, it could be fixed at 2 times or more, sometimes more than 5 times, depending on the situation. Most of the items were converted into money and brought back home. Only soap, toilet water, and candles were given as gifts. Oh, ink and paper. I'll give you these two too. My family needs to learn. Bang! The grass that Nantian Fan was holding fell to the ground. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Hold it tight. Jiang Chuan picked up the bundle and passed it to Nantian Fan. Are you still recruiting? Give me half, no, half of half, and I will go. Nantian Fan was tempted. The treatment was too good. You can't do it now. You're dragging us down. For example, there is a group of people on the grasslands to the north of us, the later Turks. If they organized 200,000 cavalrymen to attack the Tang dynasty, the generals and soldiers of the Tang dynasty at the border would not dare to attack without permission and could only defend. His Majesty was unhappy and sent us out. We will mobilize 20,000 people to defeat the 200,000 cavalrymen and then chase after them. The result will not change, and there is no possibility of us losing. Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, you are far from enough. Can you defeat 200,000 cavalrymen with 20,000 of you? 200,000. Nantian Fan did not dare to imagine how large the scale of 200,000 cavalrymen would be. He felt that he would be scared away by 200 cavalrymen. 20,000 versus 200,000, how was he going to fight? 1 against 10. Our weapons are good, and we are fast. In that case, each person has to ride 4 horses. Jiang Chuan explained. Don't misunderstand. It's not like you can punch and I can kick. 1 against 10, we can't win. The Tang dynasty is too rich. Nantian Fan was depressed. He had seen toilet water, soap before. To be precise, his family had them, but they could not bear to use them. The clan leader did not allow them to sell them. If they did not use them, they would just leave them. Whoever sold them would be chased out. How could a family live without their family? Aren't we together? We came over because we have something good for you. We're giving you food. Many people of the Tang dynasty do not receive such treatment. Jiang Chuan comforted Nantian Fan. Don't hurt him. It's not easy. That's right. Our lives are better now. Nantian Fan was instantly happy again. They were on the same side. Speaking of which, Kazuko was still the best. She had found a good husband. In the past, so many people wanted to marry her, but she had always rejected them. Some people in the clan even said unpleasant things. Now, who dared to say anything? It's about time. Let's go back. Jiang Chuan gathered another bundle of grass and turned to walk back. I also want to go to the Tang dynasty to take a look. This time, many people in the clan are going over. Our family is saving on food. Nantian Fan walked briskly. His stamina had recovered, and he was full of energy. No one from the Nantian family outside is returning to the clan. Jiang Chuan asked around. If there were, they might be used by others. They've all entered the clan. Back then, they left because the previous clan leader was not good enough. Everyone lived their own lives. Ever since Lan Bao brought benefits, those who did not return would be thought by others that the Nantian family had abandoned them. After that, they would definitely be bullied. When they return, they will only listen to the current clan leader again. Nantian Fan understood this aspect. Before Lan Bao's arrival, many people from the Nantian family had left. It was something that belonged to the previous generation of the clan leader. Seeing that their lives had improved, the people who had left returned one after another. Hence, there were situations where the children were young and had high seniority. Are they easy to manage? Jiang Chuan continued to ask. They're obedient. Lan Bao treats the clan leader well. The clan leader's other sons-in-law used to be arrogant just because they had a little more food. Lan Bao would always bring things to the clan leader and speak respectfully. When others look at Lan Bao, they might not be afraid of the clan leader, but they don't dare to make Lan Bao angry. Nantian Fan's meaning was that Lan Bao had performed well, so the clan members could only respect the clan leader more. Our Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. When our Dongzhu first met Lan Bao's mother, he treated her like his own mother. I am old, 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 I am young, I am young. From the overall perspective of the Tang dynasty, Jiang Chuan did not stand out from Lan Bao. He told Nantian Fan that Lan Bao was just an ordinary person. Does your Li Dongzhu have a wife? I have a younger sister. Nantian Fan's eyes were filled with hope. Our Li Dongzhu married a princess. Do you think our Tang dynasty lacks women? Jiang Chuan dispelled the thoughts that the other party shouldn't have. With your looks, you have a younger sister. Nantian Fan lowered his head again. He was so sad. When they returned to their resting place, the others had also picked grass and were sorting them. There were also people who picked up many edible mushrooms and opened them to dry on the ground. We can't start a fire. Mushrooms will be poisoned if eaten raw. Nantian Fan was not interested in mushrooms. Dry them and bring them back. Let's see which ones are delicious. In the future, when others pick mushrooms and dry them, we can load them onto the ship and sell them to the Tang dynasty. Jiang Chuan did not look down on Nantian Fan at all. He gave the answer as soon as he asked. They did not have to eat them now. The mushrooms would become lighter after they were dried. It was worth it to bring a ship back to the Tang dynasty to cook. Chapter 1701. Nantian Fan looked at the mushrooms again, and his expression suddenly turned gentle. This was good stuff. He could exchange it with the Tang dynasty for money. Why didn't he feel that they were so good-looking in the past? Now that they were exposed to the sun, they were still so charming. Commander Jiang, can we really exchange them for good stuff? Mushrooms don't fill our stomachs. We cook them as vegetables. Nantian Fan wanted to confirm. Yes, we can buy them when we go back. Our people can pick as much as they want. Jiang Chuan promised. Wasn't it just collecting dried mushrooms? He had the right to decide. Nantian Fan threw his sister to the back of his mind and recovered to full health. It was so magical. There were a lot of mushrooms. In another month, there would be even more mushrooms. His own people would find it troublesome to pick them, so he would exchange them with others. Mushrooms in summer are not as good as those in autumn. If the people want to pick them, then let them. Lantian County, Drunken Immortal Residence. Li Yi was reading a newspaper. To be precise, he was looking at pictures. There was a page in the newspaper with pictures of the mushrooms that were out in the current season, the kind that could be eaten. The people took the newspaper to pick the mushrooms. If there was something that wasn't in the picture, they wouldn't touch it even if they saw it. Even if there was a small chance that such mushrooms could be eaten. Princess Yongmu stayed by Li Yi's side. The noblewomen were led to the mountains and villages. They changed into casual work clothes. They didn't wear skirts or carry bags. Their hair was wrapped in headscarves, looking like peasant women. According to Li Yi, this was called getting close to nature and detoxifying. After they came back, they would soak in the hot springs and the effects would be doubled. I asked for an extra print. The price of the newspaper hasn't changed. With an extra picture, the cost will be higher than the selling price. Princess Yongmu acted on her own initiative and gave the order to the Li family Zhuangzi printing house yesterday. Wen Tian, you are too thoughtful. The price doesn't matter. The safety of the people is the most important. The people will keep this newspaper well. Li Yi was happy. His future wife could take the initiative to consider things. It was worthy of praise. He didn't want a vase or a fertility tool. Women should have their own independent thoughts. For example, Wu Zetian, Empress Xiao, Empress Lu. Princess Yongmu was indeed happy. She turned to look at Li Yi's new disciple. Fu Quan is very hardworking. He didn't forget to read when he was recuperating. Anyway, he has already eaten. Don't worry about him. Qing Dai will accompany him. Li Yi had seen this long ago. When they returned to the yacht, this disciple was looking for books to read. He was very hardworking. Princess Yongmu nodded and suddenly asked Li Fuquan, Fuquan, why do you study? Once you learn the skills, you can help the Tang dynasty to shock the four barbarians and let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Fuquan put down the book, thought for a moment, and answered naturally. Don't you want to take the imperial examination after you learn well and then compete with the sons of the rich and powerful families in Chang and for women? Princess Yongmu suddenly asked a very realistic question. Can such a person be a prime minister? No, there was no need to talk about being a zhangfu. Could he be a provincial governor? Could he be a county magistrate? I am an orphan. I want to live a good life. I have seen a lot of children who are orphans like me living a bad life. If I have the chance to work hard, I want to rush to the top and then help the people like me. Li Fuquan's gaze revealed a determined expression. He was working hard to study, not to compete with others for free. He wanted to change himself and change the lives of other people like him. Otherwise, if he worked hard to take the imperial examination with the idea of competing for free, in the end, he would be nothing more than a corrupt official. Junior marshal brother, I am the same as you. I am studying for the glory of the Tang dynasty. Although we are only 9 years old, you can do it. The little lass expressed her support. Her junior marshal brother was not studying to compete with others for women in the future. It was also not because he wanted to jump out of the Sorrow Field Square because his life was not good. It was because her master had said before that a person's desire was endless. Today, because your life is not good, you are working hard to change your life. However, if your heart is not righteous, tomorrow, you will still feel that your life is not good enough, because there will always be someone better than you. When you pass the imperial examination and become an official, what can you use to ensure that you will not be corrupt? Studying can change one's life, but the purpose of studying should not be to be unambitious. Otherwise, even if you pass the imperial examination, you will be useless. Did the soldiers at the border also work hard to compete with others for women? Selfish people should not fall into enemy lines. Both of you study hard. I can't teach you too much, but you can take what I have learned. Li Yi saw that his two disciples were in a good mood. They were both good children. Needless to say, the eldest disciple did not have many years left to live, but he still worked hard to learn medical skills, just to save more people before he died. At least the second disciple seemed to be doing well for now. He still had to continue observing. The rewards he received were all given to the Sorrow Field Square, so he passed so far. Li Lang, let's eat mushrooms tonight. I want to eat a full mushroom banquet. Princess Yongmu made a request when she was happy. Me too. Xiaolan immediately agreed. Okay, let's eat. There are fewer people. Hee hee. Li Yi said with a sneaky smile. Bai Gu and the others went back. They were sent back by Li Yi with 150,000 yuan. With them here, how could they ask the second disciple to show up? It would be awkward, but it would not matter in a few days. Tao Hong, who was at the side, turned and ran downstairs. She found someone to collect the mushrooms and see if there were any dry mushrooms on the ship. Li Longji was taking a bath. The noblewomen had left, so he was taking a bath with the other women. The noblewomen had never entered the spot he was taking a bath in Indiana. He was the emperor, so even if the water flowed, he should not be taking a bath that ordinary people had taken. If they don't go back, my heart will not be at ease. Someone has to take charge. When we go to Luoyang, who will stay behind? Li Longji began to consider who would stay behind to take care of Luoyang. Because of her status, Empress Wang was the closest to Li Longji. San Lang, keep Minister Wei and add Ping Zhang, who is under the secretary of the palace. The other women fell into deep thought when they heard this. They were calculating in their hearts. What was going on? It was not easy to arrange a person's official position, especially Wei Zhigu, who had once been a prime minister. Now that he was given a nominal position, would it become a real position in the future? Your Majesty, as Sister Empress said, Minister Wei is good. Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jieyu, was the first to calculate. Yes, Minister Wei will not be delayed in handling government affairs. Wu Jieyu also thought it through. They were all people with high IQ and EQ. Your Majesty, Minister Wei is steady and loyal to the court. He is a good choice. Li Tsong's mother, Lu Huafei, who had almost no visible injuries on her face, said. She was grateful to Li Yi. Her son's temper was very bad before, but because of his face injury, he had calmed down. He could not fight for the throne. Empress Wang had a child. Or he could not fight for it. The injury on his face was too obvious. All the imperial doctors were helpless. If Li Yi made a move, it would be gone. It was a pity that Li Yi did not support his child to be the crown prince. There was no one to be the crown prince. It was left for the little guy. Unless someone was up to no good and made something happen to the little guy, such as saying something he should not say or getting injured. Obviously, it was impossible. Others could not come into contact with the little guy or instigate him, let alone hurt him. Chapter 1702. Yes. I'll listen to the Empress. Li Longji pondered for a moment and agreed. He called the Empress because he was sure. Usually, he called her Yurong. Sometimes, he called her Rongrong. Therefore, everyone who could soak in the pool understood that His Majesty wanted to clear Wei Zhigu's name. Once Wei Zhigu stayed in Chang'an, he would spread the news to the outside world to crack down on corruption. Previously, Wei Zhigu was punished because he refused to let Yao Chang's son go through the back door. Now, Wei Zhigu came up again and encouraged officials not to bend the law for personal gain. The reason behind the change was the stability of the regime. Whoever dared to jump out, even if it was a big family, would be dealt with. A staff arrangement contained countless contents, including all kinds of games. After today, he had to think of a way to discipline his family members and not commit crimes. His Majesty was about to make a move. Minamata Kazuko studied with such women. Otherwise, why would Lan Bao be a little scared? Eunuch Aoyama ran over, put on his clothes and jumped into the water. Your Majesty, Princess Yongmu wants to eat a mushroom banquet tonight. Li Dongzhu agreed. Huh? Li Longji made a sound of doubt. Princess Yongmu ordered the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper printing house to print additional colored mushroom pictures, introducing the mushroom varieties that can be harvested in the current season. In addition, Li Dongzhu's two disciples said that studying for the Tang dynasty. Aoyama reported truthfully, without any rhetoric in between. Studying for the Tang dynasty's pride in the world. In the future, the imperial examinations will be more detailed. Those who don't have this ambition can't be an official. Li Longji didn't care what newspapers were printed. As long as there were no problems, they could be printed as much as they wanted. The colored pictures were just expensive. The Li family Zhuangzi had spent money on it. Why couldn't he waste some money on his daughters? Besides, there was nothing wrong with it. He cared more about the two 9-year-old children. They were unreasonable geniuses. The kind that God was jealous of. One was strong since young, but under normal circumstances, could not live past 15 years old. The other had just started learning, but was suddenly bitten by verdure glider 4 times. It was clearly fatal. In the end, all of them were encountered by Brother Yi. Those who couldn't live past 15 years, there were ways to deal with them. Those who were bitten by venomous snakes were dealt with directly. When Brother Yi made a move, not even the king of hell would dare to take his life. This subject will take his leave. Ching Song turned around and crawled out. His clothes were too heavy after soaking in the water. He had to change them. They are all the pillars of the Tang dynasty. The local officials should have their salaries increased. The imperial court should be lenient and at least triple their salaries. When Li Longji was happy, he loudly said that he wanted to increase the salaries of the officials by 3 times. None of the women in the pool felt happy for the officials of the Tang dynasty. They were not officials with real power. Those who worked hard would have a good life. In the future, they would have to work harder and earn 3 times more. The local officials were finished. With 3 times the salary, if they were found to be corrupt, they would definitely be punished to death. An official who was willing to accept bribes would definitely receive more than 3 times the normal salary. If he offered 3 times the price now, the knife would fall in the next moment. The sky was not very dark yet, but it was dinner time. In this season, the daytime was long. The sky was bright at 4 in the morning, and it was not completely dark at 6 in the evening. Sure enough, it was a mushroom banquet. Mushrooms cooked in various ways were served. Although mushrooms were the main ingredients, it did not mean that there was no meat and vegetables. Li Longji dragged Li Yi to eat alone. Li Yi actually wanted to eat with Princess Yongmu. Brother Yi, how about leaving Wei Zhigu in Chang'an? Li Longji looked at the steamed mushrooms in front of him and asked. The steamed mushrooms were hazelnut mushrooms with meat fillings. They were placed one by one and the meat fillings were stuffed behind the mushrooms. The meat fillings of each mushroom were different. There were chicken, fish, shrimp, pork, rabbit, mutton. Third brother, no problem. At that time, we will be more stable. No one can shake the imperial court's political position. Li Yi gave an answer. He thought of many things in an instant. Finally, it was military strength. When the trains could be used this year, the Li family Zhuangzi's weapons would be upgraded again. They could even play with cannons, not to mention paper bullets and continuous fire. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi's technology was improved, military applications would be considered first. The problem with guns was fire. Just because the bullets were not made of copper, it did not mean that they could not be fired continuously. Bringing Wei Zhigu up meant that the anti-corruption campaign had begun. The Tang dynasty's politics would inevitably be affected, especially when people ran to Luoyang and Chang and seemed empty. How could Li Yi not understand? If he didn't even have this bit of political wisdom, his system would probably commit suicide, the kind that had nothing left to live for. Third brother wanted to dig a hole and see who would jump in. He had to be a good support. This was not a question of whether Wei Zhigu should stay or not. Third brother, according to this, we should publicize it in advance. We should secretly send more skyscraping monkeys and explosives to the heavenly soldiers and the Henji army. When Li Yi thought of digging a hole, he might as well dig a bigger one. Just in case someone ran over to be trapped. Li Longji suddenly had an epiphany. What about Tubo? Princess Jincheng should be able to come back this year. First go to Chang'an, then go to Luoyang with her. including Chi Dai, Zhu Dan, and the baby. Li Yi did not want to trap Tubo. She was already here. If he continued to trap her, how could he carry out the follow-up plan? Yes, when she comes back, the Tang dynasty owes her too much. Let her take the train. It's best if she stays there until the Yellow River opens up again next year. You can use your yacht to send her over, okay? Li Longji wanted to compensate the capital's princess, but he suddenly realized that there was no river there. Third brother, as long as Princess Jincheng brings the baby back, and Tubo is fine, I can send her back directly. I'll get a hovercraft. Li Yi estimated how much his lifespan would increase after the border was stabilized. When the time came, he would use the hovercraft to send people over. He would use the yacht first, then travel the Yangtze River. When he reached the place, he would switch to the hovercraft. What kind of boat? Can it run on land? Li Longji found the key. In the future, let third brother take a look. It's very interesting. Except for special terrain, it can run all around. It's very fast. Li Yi did not want to exchange now. The key was that he did not know how to operate it. He had never played with it before. He had used the small ones before, so he wanted to exchange for the big ones. I'll wait. Li Longji was not in a hurry. The important things had been confirmed. Wei Zhigu stayed behind and dug a hole for the later Turks. If the aristocratic families wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble, the Li family Zhuangzi would solve it. Princess Jincheng came back with her husband and baby. Looking at the current state of the Tang dynasty, it was fine if she did not go back. The Tang dynasty no longer needed women to stabilize the border. Because I don't know if you will be allergic to mushrooms, tonight you will eat pork, beef, and green onions steamed dumplings. The cow will not always die. Cherish it. On the other side, the little girl made arrangements for her junior brother. She specifically asked for steamed dumplings with 2 kinds of meat. Li Fuquan nodded vigorously. He did not want to eat mushrooms. He used to go to the mountains to pick up mushrooms. Mushrooms were not as delicious as meat. Senior sister, will it be okay if you put down my leg? Li Fuquan's leg that had been hanging for more than 2 days was put down. It's not a fracture. If you don't put it down, it will be a problem. You have to circulate the blood. Otherwise, there will be insufficient blood supply and numbness at the end of the limb. The little girl chewed on the mushrooms and smacked her lips as she spoke to her junior brother. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.